Section C. Practical Implementation Challenges. Chapter 106. Geographic Discontinuity. Solutions. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies, and He brought your hearts together, and you became, by His favor, brothers. Quran 3:103. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance faces a fundamental structural challenge absent from most successful collective security arrangements in modern history: geographic discontinuity. Unlike NATO's contiguous territory from North America through Europe or the Warsaw Pact's interconnected borders, the Muslim world spans multiple continents separated by significant distances, non-member territories, international waters, and potential adversary-controlled spaces. From Morocco on the Atlantic to Indonesia in the Pacific, from Kazakhstan in Central Asia to Comoros in the Indian Ocean, the alliance would encompass perhaps the most geographically dispersed security framework ever attempted. This discontinuity creates profound operational challenges across multiple dimensions. How can military forces deploy across disconnected territories without reliable ground transportation corridors? How can command authority function effectively across multiple time zones and vast distances? How can logistics systems maintain capability without contiguous supply chains? How can intelligence be shared and coordinated without physical proximity? These questions require sophisticated solutions exceeding conventional security architecture assumptions about geographic continuity. Conventional military thinking often treats territorial contiguity as prerequisite for effective security cooperation, presuming adjacent borders and connected transportation networks as foundation for alliance functionality. The proposed architecture would fundamentally challenge this assumption, instead developing innovative approaches transforming apparent geographic weakness into distinctive operational advantage through distributed capabilities, secure connectivity, and strategic flexibility unavailable to territorially concentrated arrangements. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the reality of geographic discontinuity challenges and potential for effective solutions. Despite physical separation from its primary strategic partner China by some of the world's most challenging terrain, Pakistan maintained effective military coordination, intelligence sharing, material resupply, and diplomatic synchronization throughout the confrontation. This operational connectivity, maintained across the Himalayan barrier during active conflict conditions, provides both validation and template for broader alliance solutions to geographic discontinuity. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to air and sea lines of communication security, strategic transportation agreements, virtual command and control systems, distributed logistics networks, and flexible deployment concepts. Rather than accepting geographic discontinuity as insurmountable limitation, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks transforming spatial dispersion into strategic resilience through institutional innovation and technological application. This capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining strategic partnerships across challenging geography, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Air and sea lines of communication. Security. The foundation for overcoming geographic discontinuity lies in establishing and maintaining secure air and sea transportation corridors connecting physically separated alliance members. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches creating reliable connectivity despite territorial separation. 1. Multidimensional corridor mapping and classification. The alliance would develop comprehensive mapping of potential air and maritime corridors between member states, classifying routes based on multiple factors including distance, overflight, transit requirements, choke point vulnerabilities, weather reliability, and potential interdiction. Threats. This sophisticated mapping, exceeding simple distance calculations, would create layered understanding of connectivity options under different conditions, enabling route selection optimization beyond merely shortest paths. 2. Strategic corridor protection capabilities. For identified critical corridors, the alliance would develop specialized protection capabilities addressing specific vulnerability types, including air defense systems for key flight corridors, anti-submarine capabilities along essential maritime routes, electronic warfare protection against navigation disruption, and cyber defense for transportation management systems. These tailored capabilities, focused on specific corridor requirements rather than general military assets, would create efficient protection maximizing security within resource constraints. 3. Redundant pathway development. Rather than relying on single optimal routes vulnerable to disruption, the alliance would systematically develop multiple redundant pathways between critical nodes, potentially including longer but more secure alternatives, weather-dependent seasonal options, and emergency high-risk routes for critical transfers during blockage periods. This redundancy, creating connectivity options beyond primary corridors, would establish resilience against both anticipated disruptions and unexpected interdiction attempts. 4. Non-member transit arrangements. Recognizing inevitable dependence on transit through non-member territories for certain connections, the alliance would develop sophisticated diplomatic and legal frameworks securing reliable passage rights through third-party airspace and waters. These arrangements, potentially including formal transit agreements, reciprocal passage rights, and economic incentives for reliable access, would transform potential vulnerability into managed relationships through diplomatic sophistication rather than military solutions alone. 5. Distributed asset placement. Reducing transit requirements. Perhaps most importantly, the alliance would implement strategic prepositioning of critical capabilities across member territories, reducing requirements for crisis-time movement across vulnerable corridors. This distributed approach, placing capabilities in anticipated operation locations during peacetime, would minimize exposure to corridor vulnerabilities while creating presence advantages across the alliance's geographic dispersion. These approaches would transform geographic separation from operational limitation into managed challenge through sophisticated frameworks exceeding simplistic distance-focused analyses. Pakistan's experience maintaining secure communication with geographically separated partners, particularly its corridor development with China across challenging Himalayan terrain, air access maintenance during various restriction periods, and maritime route protection in the Arabian Sea, provides both model and qualification for leading these efforts within the broader alliance framework. Strategic transportation agreements. Beyond protecting existing corridors, the alliance would develop comprehensive transportation agreements specifically designed to overcome geographic discontinuity through both military and civilian capabilities. 1. Military airlift capability pooling. The alliance would establish sophisticated frameworks pooling member state strategic airlift capabilities, from heavy transport aircraft to air-to-air refueling assets, creating collective mobility exceeding individual national capacities. This pooling, formalized through detailed protocols regarding request processes, prioritization systems, cost sharing, and command arrangements, would transform limited national assets into comprehensive alliance capability while preserving sovereignty through careful procedure development. 2. Civil Reserve Air Fleet integration. Recognizing insufficient dedicated military transport for all potential requirements, the alliance would develop comprehensive frameworks integrating appropriate civilian aviation assets into security architecture during crisis periods. These frameworks, potentially including peacetime certification, crew training, modification standardization, and appropriate compensation systems, would create surge capacity beyond dedicated military assets while maintaining economic viability for participating commercial entities. 3. Maritime transport coordination systems. For heavy equipment and bulk supplies exceeding air transport capacity, the alliance would establish sophisticated maritime coordination systems integrating naval vessels, commercial shipping, and specialized transport under unified management during crisis periods. These systems, combining military protection with civilian capacity, would enable large-scale movement between disconnected territories while managing inherent vulnerabilities through coordinated operations rather than purely military solutions. 4. Special access agreements with key non-members. The alliance would develop specialized access arrangements with strategic non-member states controlling critical geographic positions between disconnected Muslim territories. These agreements, potentially including maintenance access, emergency landing rights, medical evacuation permissions, and technical stop authorizations, would create essential connectivity through diplomatic arrangements when direct member-to-member routes prove impractical or vulnerable. 5. Strategic hub development and standardization. The alliance would implement coordinated development of transportation hubs at key intersections within member territories, standardizing facilities, procedures, handling equipment, and support services to enable seamless operations across disconnected geography. This standardization, creating functional continuity despite physical separation, would enable rapid movement through predictable processes regardless of specific locations, reducing friction inherent in cross-boundary operations. These transportation frameworks would transform geographic discontinuity from operational barrier into managed condition through sophisticated agreements exceeding ad hoc arrangements. Pakistan's experience developing strategic transportation agreements with physically separated partners, particularly its air corridor arrangements with China and Gulf states, maritime coordination in the Arabian Sea, and facility standardization enabling seamless transition between partner capabilities, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance framework. Virtual command and control systems. Geographic separation creates particular challenges for command and control functions requiring both authority coherence and timely decision execution across vast distances. The alliance would implement sophisticated systems creating virtual proximity despite physical dispersion. 1. Multilayer communications architecture. The alliance would establish comprehensive communication systems integrating multiple technologies, including dedicated satellite networks, encrypted terrestrial connections, redundant undersea cables, and emergency high-frequency capabilities, creating assured connectivity despite geographic separation. This layered approach, providing multiple independent pathways rather than single backbone, would maintain command connectivity despite targeted disruption attempts or technical failures affecting specific systems. 2. Command presence virtualization technology. Beyond basic communications, the alliance would develop sophisticated virtualization technologies creating authentic command presence despite physical separation, including holographic conferencing, shared operational displays, synchronous planning tools, and immersive environment replication. These advanced systems, exceeding conventional video conferencing limitations, would enable nuanced interaction approximating physical collocation for critical command functions requiring interpretive understanding beyond simple information exchange. 3. Distributed authority frameworks with unity preservation. The alliance would implement sophisticated command frameworks balancing necessary local authority. Delegation with strategic unity maintenance, including clear decision thresholds, graduated authorization levels, and predefined contingency protocols. These frameworks, providing decisional flexibility within strategic parameters, would enable timely action across separated geographies while preventing fragmentation through carefully designed authority constraints. 4. Cultural technical integration in command systems. Recognizing that command effectiveness across Muslim cultures requires more than technical solutions alone, the alliance would develop systems specifically integrating cultural dimensions with technical capabilities, including relationship-building protocols, trust enhancement mechanisms, and communication patterns reflecting diverse Muslim interaction styles. This cultural technical integration would address human factors in dispersed command often neglected in purely technical solutions. 5. Secure mobile command capability. The alliance would develop specialized mobile command platforms enabling key leadership to maintain effective control while moving between dispersed member territories. These capabilities, including airborne command posts, maritime command vessels, and ground mobile facilities with full connectivity, would create command continuity despite geographic transitions while demonstrating leadership presence across physically separated alliance components. These command systems would transform geographic dispersion from command limitation into resilience advantage through sophisticated approaches creating functional proximity despite physical separation. Pakistan's experience maintaining effective command relationships with geographically distant partners, particularly its secure communications development with China, distributed decision protocols with various Muslim states, and mobile command capabilities developed during crisis periods, provides both model and qualification for leading these systems within the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these capabilities in action, as Pakistan maintained seamless command coordination with Chinese partners throughout the confrontation despite Himalayan separation and Indian disruption attempts. This practical experience, maintaining command coherence across challenging geography during active operations, offers valuable template for broader alliance application. Distributed logistics networks. Perhaps the most technically challenging aspect of geographic discontinuity involves maintaining effective logistics across separated territories without contiguous supply chains. The alliance would develop innovative approaches creating functional continuity despite physical separation. 1. Modular standardization across separated components. The alliance would implement comprehensive standardization of critical equipment modules, spare components, munition types, and maintenance requirements across geographically separated forces. This standardization, creating functional interchangeability despite physical separation, would enable local resolution of logistics requirements through common resources rather than requiring exact replacements from distant original sources. 2. 3. 4. Distributed manufacturing with digital design transfer. Rather than physically transporting all material across vulnerable corridors, the alliance would develop sophisticated distributed manufacturing capabilities where digital designs transfer across secured networks for local production. This approach, utilizing additive manufacturing, computer-controlled machining, and modular assembly, would enable critical component reproduction near employment locations, reducing vulnerable physical transportation requirements across disconnected territories. Predictive requirements anticipation. The alliance would implement advanced predictive analytics identifying likely logistics requirements before actual needs emerge, enabling prepositioning of critical supplies before crisis demands and corridor vulnerabilities complicate delivery. These predictive systems, utilizing artificial intelligence analysis of equipment status, operational patterns, and historical consumption data, would transportation requirements reduce through positioning exceeding reactive logistics. Time-sensitive anticipatory. Regional support cluster development. Instead of attempting comprehensive capability at every location, the alliance would establish regional support clusters specializing in specific maintenance, supply, and support functions serving multiple members within geographic proximity. These specialized clusters, creating centers of excellence in particular logistics functions, would enable efficient capability concentration while maintaining distributed resilience through multiple centers across separate regions. 5. Indigenous adaptation capability enhancement. The alliance would systematically develop adaptation capabilities within separated components, enhancing technical skills, engineering flexibility, and improvisation capacity, enabling local solutions when standard logistics connections face disruption. This adaptation capability, focusing on functional requirements rather than exact specifications, would create connection interruption resilience through against enhanced problem solving rather than merely stockpiling duplicate supplies. These logistics approaches would transform geographic discontinuity from supply chain vulnerability into distributed resilience through sophisticated frameworks exceeding linear logistics concepts. Pakistan's experience maintaining effective supply systems despite physical separation from key partners, particularly its development of indigenous manufacturing capabilities, standardization agreements with various partners, predictive logistics systems for critical capabilities, and adaptation excellence when facing supply constraints, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance framework. Flexible deployment concepts. At the operational level, geographic discontinuity fundamentally challenges conventional force employment models presuming contiguous territory for concentration and maneuver. The alliance would develop innovative concepts, enabling effective military operations despite physical separation. 1. Distributed capability packages with functional complementarity. Rather than attempting comprehensive capability duplication across all separated territories, the alliance would develop specialized capability packages distributed across member states with functional complementarity enabling coordinated effects despite physical separation. This approach, where different regions maintain distinctive specializations functioning collectively rather than identical capabilities operating separately, would create comprehensive effectiveness through diversity rather than redundancy. 2. Rapid reaction components with global reach. The alliance would establish specialized rapid reaction capabilities designed specifically for deployment across separated territories, including airmobile forces, maritime reaction units, and specialized operators with dedicated transportation assets. These components, optimized for rapid movement rather than standardized for territorial defense, would provide crisis response options connecting physically separated alliance regions during emergencies despite discontinuous geography. 3. Presence capability distinction in force design. The alliance would implement sophisticated force design distinguishing between presence requirements, maintaining visible deterrence across all territories, and capability requirements, ensuring effective response to specific contingencies. This distinction, enabling efficient distribution where limited high-capability assets complement widespread presence forces, would optimize resource allocation across separated geographies while maintaining credible security throughout the alliance territory. 4. Time-phase deployment synchronization. Recognizing that geographic separation prevents simultaneous force concentration, the alliance would develop sophisticated time-phase deployment concepts where sequenced arrivals from different member territories create cumulative effects despite asynchronous movement. These phased concepts, coordinating separate arrivals into coherent operations rather than requiring simultaneous concentration, would transform temporal dispersion necessity into sequential advantage through careful planning rather than considering it merely operational limitation. 5. Host nation support standardization. The alliance would establish comprehensive standardization of host nation support across all member territories, including facility access protocols, equipment compatibility requirements, legal status frameworks, and support service standards. This standardization, creating functional continuity despite geographic separation, would enable seamless deployment across physically disconnected territories through consistent operating environments transcending national differences. These deployment concepts would transform geographic discontinuity from operational constraint into strategic flexibility through innovative approaches exceeding contiguous territory assumptions. Pakistan's experience conducting effective operations with geographically separated partners, particularly its combined exercises with diverse Muslim states, rapid deployment capabilities developed for various contingencies, and innovative force employment concepts compensating for physical separation challenges, provides both model and qualification for leading these efforts within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion. Contiguity. Connectivity beyond. Geographic discontinuity represents perhaps the most distinctive structural challenge facing the proposed Muslim security alliance. Unlike most successful collective security arrangements built upon territorial contiguity, the alliance would span multiple continents separated by significant distances, non-member territories, international waters, and potential adversary-controlled spaces. This unique geographic reality requires innovative solutions transcending conventional security architecture assumptions about physical connectivity. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across air and sea lines of communication, strategic transportation agreements, virtual command systems, distributed logistics networks, and flexible deployment concepts. These innovations, creating functional connectivity despite physical separation, would transform apparent geographic weakness into distinctive strategic advantage through distributed resilience, operational flexibility, and presence diversity unavailable to territorially concentrated arrangements. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing geographic continuity through territorial expansion or overwhelming transportation assets, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated connectivity frameworks creating functional cohesion despite physical separation, quality. The resulting capability would achieve strategic unity through Institutional innovation and technological application rather than territorial concentration. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Despite challenging geographic circumstances, including separation from key strategic partners by some of the world's most difficult terrain, Pakistan has consistently maintained effective security relationships transcending physical distance. From its deep partnership with China across the Himalayan barrier to cooperation with Gulf states across the Arabian Sea, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for managing geographic discontinuity within the broader alliance framework. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Despite physical separation from its primary strategic partner China by formidable terrain, Pakistan maintained effective military coordination, intelligence sharing, material resupply, and diplomatic synchronization throughout the confrontation. This operational connectivity is maintained across challenging geography during active conflict conditions, provides both validation and template for the broader alliance approach to geographic discontinuity. By implementing sophisticated solutions across all discontinuity dimensions, the proposed security architecture would transform apparent structural weakness into distinctive advantage, creating resilience through distribution, flexibility through separation, and diversity through dispersion. The resulting alliance would represent perhaps history's first truly transcontinental security architecture, spanning from Atlantic to Pacific, Central Asia to Sub-Saharan Africa, held together not by territorial continuity but by religious identity, strategic vision, and institutional innovation, creating unity more profound than mere geographic proximity. Chapter 107. Technology Gap Management. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. Quran 13:11. The proposed Muslim security alliance would encompass perhaps the widest technological spectrum of any military coalition in modern history. From Pakistan's sophisticated nuclear capabilities and cyber warfare systems to Somalia's basic infantry equipment, from Malaysia's advanced electronic warfare platforms to Yemen's rudimentary air defense networks, the alliance would span multiple generations of military technology within a single security framework. This unprecedented technological diversity, ranging from fifth-generation fighter aircraft to Cold War-era tanks, quantum encryption to analog communications, creates fundamental challenges for interoperability, operational planning, capability integration, and strategic effectiveness. The strategic dilemma is profound. The alliance must achieve sufficient technological coherence for effective combined operations while accommodating inevitable disparities between member states with vastly different resource levels, industrial capacities, and existing equipment inventories. This requires navigation between the scylla of unrealistic standardization and the Charybdis of dysfunctional incompatibility, a narrow path demanding sophisticated frameworks beyond conventional military modernization models. Conventional approaches to military technology often present false binaries: cutting-edge or obsolete, standardized or customized, indigenous or imported. The proposed alliance would reject these artificial dichotomies, instead developing nuanced frameworks that create effective capability integration across diverse technological generations while establishing realistic pathways for graduated advancement without unrealistic leapfrogging expectations. This sophisticated approach, neither demanding uniform modernization nor accepting fragmented incompatibility, would transform technological diversity from coalition vulnerability into distinctive strength. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the reality of technology disparities and potential for effective management. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully integrated varying technological generations, from sophisticated Chinese-supplied electronic warfare systems to indigenous legacy platforms, advanced cyber capabilities to conventional artillery, into cohesive operations achieving effects exceeding individual system capabilities. This integration, creating synergy across technological diversity, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to technology gap management. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to tiered technology sharing, focused modernization assistance, legacy system integration, technology adoption training, and indigenous adaptation encouragement. Rather than pursuing unrealistic standardization or accepting fragmented incompatibility, the alliance would develop sophisticated middle paths, creating effective integration while establishing realistic advancement pathways. This balanced capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated experience operating across technological generations, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Tiered technology sharing approach. The foundation for managing technology gaps within the alliance lies in sophisticated frameworks for technology sharing that balance security, capability enhancement, and realistic absorption capacities. The alliance would implement tiered approaches, creating graduated access appropriate to specific member capabilities. 1. Capability-based classification system. Rather than applying simplistic binary classification, restricted or unrestricted, to technologies, the alliance would develop nuanced categorization based on multiple factors including sensitivity, proliferation risk, absorption requirements, infrastructure dependencies, and operational impacts. This sophisticated tiering, potentially comprising 57 distinct levels rather than basic dichotomies, would enable customized sharing appropriate to specific member capabilities while maintaining security for the most sensitive technologies. 2. Absorption capacity assessment frameworks. Before technology transfers, the alliance would implement comprehensive assessment protocols evaluating potential recipient capabilities across multiple dimensions, including technical infrastructure, specialized personnel, security systems, maintenance capacity, and operational doctrine. These assessments, focusing on effective utilization rather than merely acquisition, would ensure technologies transfer to environments where they can be operationalized effectively rather than becoming showcase capabilities without practical implementation. 3. Incremental transfer pathways. For sophisticated technologies requiring significant absorption capacity, the alliance would establish phased transfer protocols with graduated capability release tied to demonstrated milestone achievement. These pathways, potentially spanning multiple years from initial familiarization through operational capability development, would create realistic advancement trajectories matching recipient development pace rather than creating capability gaps between hardware possession and effective employment capacity. 4. Would mutual contribution principles. Technology sharing implements sophisticated mutual contribution frameworks where recipients provide valuable returns to providers beyond financial compensation, potentially including specialized testing environments, operational feedback from diverse conditions, regional security contributions, or complementary capabilities in different domains. This mutuality would transform sharing from charity to partnership while creating multilateral value exchanges, sustaining long-term technology relationships. 5. Security protocol standardization. The alliance would establish comprehensive security standards required for different technology tiers, including physical protection systems, personnel security procedures, cyber defense capabilities, and counterintelligence measures. These graduated standards, with higher requirements for more sensitive technologies, would create clear security prerequisites for advanced technology access while establishing concrete improvement objectives for members seeking enhanced capabilities. These tiered frameworks would transform technology diversity from operational liability into managed reality through sophisticated approaches exceeding both unrestricted sharing and excessive restriction. Pakistan's experience navigating technology relationships with partners across different sensitivity levels, particularly its management of Chinese high-technology access, Turkish defense cooperation, and Gulf state partnerships, provides both model and qualification for leading these nuanced sharing frameworks within the broader alliance. Focused modernization assistance. Beyond sharing existing technologies, the alliance would implement sophisticated assistance programs helping less advanced members achieve targeted modernization in critical capability areas without attempting comprehensive technological leapfrogging beyond absorption capacity. 1. Strategic Capability Gap Analysis. The alliance would develop comprehensive assessment frameworks identifying the most operationally significant technological gaps for specific member states, distinguishing between genuine capability limitations affecting core security functions and merely aesthetic technological disparities with limited operational impact. This sophisticated differentiation, focusing on effectiveness rather than appearances, would direct limited modernization resources toward improvements creating genuine security enhancement rather than prestige acquisitions. 2. Asymmetric Impact Prioritization. Modernization assistance would systematically prioritize technologies offering asymmetric impact despite modest resource requirements, including electronic warfare capabilities, precision guidance systems, secure communications, cyber defense, and unmanned systems. This prioritization, focusing on force multipliers rather than disproportionate platform capability replacements, would create enhancement from limited modernization investments while avoiding the resource demands of comprehensive platform modernization. 3. Regional Security Role Alignment. The alliance would align modernization assistance with specific regional security roles assigned to different member states, creating specialized capability enhancements matched to particular operational responsibilities rather than generic modernization without strategic purpose. This alignment would transform limited modernization resources into focused capabilities serving alliance objectives while creating valued security roles for members at different technological levels. For industrial participation requirements, modernization programs would incorporate graduated industrial participation requirements where technology recipients develop increasing indigenous involvement, from initial maintenance capability through component production to eventual system integration. These requirements, tailored to realistic industrial capacities rather than arbitrary percentages, would create sustainable advancement beyond mere equipment acquisition while developing human capital alongside hardware capabilities. 5. Lifecycle Management Integration. Perhaps most importantly, modernization comprehensive lifecycle assistance would include management beyond initial acquisition, incorporating spare parts supply chains, maintenance training, upgrade pathways, and eventual replacement planning. This integrated approach, addressing operational sustainability rather than merely procurement, would create enduring capability enhancement rather than temporary improvements followed by degradation when support systems prove inadequate. These focused approaches would transform modernization from potentially wasteful prestige pursuits into strategic capability enhancement through sophisticated frameworks targeting the most operationally significant improvements. Pakistan's experience developing focused capabilities despite resource constraints, particularly its asymmetric technology developments in nuclear systems, missile capabilities, and electronic warfare, provides both model and qualification for leading these modernization approaches within the broader alliance. Legacy System Integration Solutions. Given inevitable continued operation of legacy systems alongside more advanced technologies, the alliance would develop sophisticated approaches integrating diverse technological generations into effective combined capabilities rather than treating older systems as merely obsolete. 1. Network Enabling Legacy Platforms. The alliance would implement specialized programs developing interface technologies connecting legacy platforms to modern network-centric architectures, including digital transformation modules, data translation systems, and gateway technologies bridging different generational standards. These interfaces, creating connectivity without platform replacement, would integrate valuable legacy capabilities into contemporary operational frameworks while avoiding the massive costs of complete system replacement. 2. Selective subsystem modernization. Rather than complete platform replacement, the alliance would develop sophisticated approaches identifying critical subsystems where targeted upgrades create disproportionate capability enhancement, including fire control systems, communications equipment, sensors, and electronic protection. This selective modernization, enhancing the most operationally significant components while maintaining basic platform structures, would create cost-effective capability improvement exceeding the simple operational age of the overall system. 3. Functional role reconfiguration. the alliance would implement doctrine development, reassigning legacy systems to specialized operational roles aligned with their actual capabilities rather than maintaining original missions now beyond technological support. This role evolution, finding valuable contributions for legacy systems within contemporary operational requirements, would transform apparently obsolete platforms into specialized capabilities, contributing unique advantages within combined operations. For complementary system pairing, where direct integration proves impractical, the alliance would develop operational concepts pairing legacy and advanced systems in complementary roles, leveraging the strengths of each while mitigating their respective limitations. These deliberate pairings, rather than arbitrary combinations, would create effective capability packages exceeding the performance of individual systems operating independently regardless of technological generation. 5. Threat-specific relevance assessment. The alliance would implement sophisticated evaluation frameworks assessing legacy system effectiveness against specific regional threats rather than measuring against abstract global standards. This contextual evaluation, recognizing that technological superiority remains relative to specific adversary capabilities rather than absolute, would identify situations where legacy systems maintain genuine operational relevance despite generational age, preserving valuable capabilities where they retain effectiveness while prioritizing modernization where actual capability gaps exist. These integration approaches would transform technological diversity from operational limitation into potential advantage through sophisticated frameworks, creating synergy across generational differences. Pakistan's experience effectively integrating diverse technological generations, particularly its operational combination of advanced F-16S with modified legacy Mirage platforms, Chinese-supplied systems with indigenous developments, and digital networks with analog components, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance framework. Training programs for technology adoption. Technology effectiveness depends ultimately on human capability rather than merely technical specifications. The alliance would implement comprehensive training frameworks accelerating technology adoption while creating human capital capable of maximizing equipment potential regardless of generational limitations. 1. Multi-tiered training architectures. Rather than applying standardized training approaches across all technological levels, the alliance would develop differentiated training frameworks aligned with specific technology generations, absorption capabilities, and operational requirements. These tiered programs, from basic system operation through intermediate employment to advanced integration, would create appropriate skill development pathways matched to actual member capabilities and equipment inventories rather than imposing unrealistic standardization. 2. Train-the-trainer multiplication systems. The alliance would implement sophisticated train-the-trainer programs where limited advanced technology experts develop indigenous training cadres within member states capable of exponential knowledge dissemination through multiple organizational levels. This multiplication approach, creating cascading capability development beyond direct training relationships, would address the inherent limitations in centralized training capacity while developing sustainable indigenous knowledge transfer systems. 3. Virtual and augmented reality applications. Recognizing physical training limitations with advanced technologies, the alliance would develop comprehensive virtual and augmented reality training applications enabling widespread familiarization despite limited actual equipment availability. These systems, particularly valuable for expensive or limited quantity systems, would create training repetition opportunities impossible through hardware access alone while enabling standardized experiences across geographically dispersed forces operating similar systems. 4. Operational integration exercise programs. Beyond platform-specific training, the alliance would implement sophisticated exercise programs specifically focused on operational integration across different technological generations, developing tactics, techniques, and procedures maximizing combined effectiveness regardless of individual platform limitations. These integration-focused exercises would create practical capability through operational synergy exceeding the limitations of individual systems operating in isolation. 5. Would knowledge management systems development. The alliance establish comprehensive knowledge management frameworks capturing operational experiences, integration lessons, and employment innovations across all technological levels, creating accessible repositories where valuable insights transfer between members regardless of equipment sophistication. These systems would accelerate collective learning beyond individual experience while preserving critical knowledge through personnel transitions and organizational changes. These training approaches would transform human capability development into force multiplier across all technological levels through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both basic operation and advanced employment alone. Pakistan's experience developing effective training programs across diverse technology levels, particularly its indigenous training systems for F-16S and JF-17S, electronic warfare capability development, and nuclear system operation, provides both model and qualification for leading these training frameworks within the broader alliance. Indigenous adaptation encouragement. Perhaps most distinctively, the alliance would systematically develop adaptation capabilities enabling members to enhance effectiveness through indigenous innovation regardless of original technology generation. This capability development would focus on several key dimensions. 1. Modification engineering capacity development. The alliance would establish specialized programs developing indigenous engineering capabilities for system modification, enhancement, and adaptation beyond original specifications. These capabilities, focusing on practical improvement rather than original design, would create valuable enhancement potential across all technology generations while developing human capital beyond mere system operation toward genuine capability evolution. 2. Operational necessity innovation frameworks. Rather than imposing standardized adaptation approaches, the alliance would implement frameworks encouraging innovation based on specific operational requirements and contextual challenges faced by different members. This operational-driven approach, addressing actual needs rather than abstract advancement, would generate practical innovations with immediate utility while creating distinctive capabilities reflecting unique operational environments. 3. Cross-generational technology transfer. The alliance would develop systematic approaches identifying advanced technology components suitable for integration with legacy systems despite generational differences, creating hybrid capabilities exceeding original specifications without complete platform replacement. This selective modernization, focusing on compatible interfaces rather than comprehensive redesign, would enable practical capability enhancement within resource constraints while extending operational relevance of existing inventories. 4. Performance enhancement through operational art. Beyond hardware modification, the alliance would develop sophisticated approaches enhancing effectiveness through operational art, including employment innovations, tactical adaptations, and organizational adjustments maximizing existing system performance regardless of technological generation. This doctrine-focused enhancement, improving how systems operate rather than what specifications they possess, would create capability advantages through conceptual sophistication rather than merely material superiority. 5. Success story propagation networks. The alliance would establish formal mechanisms documenting and disseminating indigenous adaptation successes across the alliance, transforming isolated innovations into alliance-wide capability enhancements through systematic knowledge transfer. These networks would accelerate improvement beyond individual experience while creating collaborative innovation communities transcending organizational and national boundaries despite technological disparities. These adaptation approaches would transform technological limitations into innovation catalysts through sophisticated frameworks encouraging indigenous enhancement beyond original specifications. Pakistan's remarkable experience developing indigenous improvements to existing systems, particularly its life extension programs for F-16S, domestically developed enhancements to Chinese platforms, and innovative employment of legacy systems well beyond design expectations, provides both model and qualification for leading these adaptation frameworks within the broader alliance. Conclusion: capability through integration. Technology gap management represents not peripheral concern but central strategic requirement for the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. With member states operating across multiple technological generations, from advanced network-centric capabilities to legacy platforms, creating effective integration becomes prerequisite for combined operations rather than merely technical challenge. Without sophisticated management frameworks, technological diversity could fragment the alliance into incompatible tiers incapable of meaningful cooperation despite shared objectives and formal relationships. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across tiered technology sharing, focused modernization assistance, legacy system integration, technology adoption training, and indigenous adaptation encouragement. These capabilities, balanced between unrealistic standardization and dysfunctional fragmentation, would create effective operational integration across diverse technological generations while establishing realistic advancement pathways aligned with actual member capabilities and resources. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing technological advancement through wholesale equipment replacement or standardization requiring overwhelming resource commitment, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks enabling effective integration and selective enhancement, creating disproportionate capability improvements, quality. The resulting operational effectiveness would exceed resource investment through intelligent management rather than brute force modernization. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Despite facing significant resource constraints and technology denial regimes, Pakistan has consistently developed effective capabilities through sophisticated integration across technological generations, selective modernization of critical subsystems, innovative employment doctrines, and indigenous enhancement of existing platforms. From its integration of F-16s with modified Mirages to its incorporation of Chinese systems with domestic developments, Pakistan has demonstrated precisely the capabilities required for managing technological diversity within the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully integrated varying technological generations, from sophisticated Chinese-supplied electronic warfare systems to indigenous legacy platforms, advanced cyber capabilities to conventional artillery, into cohesive operations achieving effects exceeding individual system capabilities. This integration, creating synergy across technological diversity, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to technology gap management. By implementing sophisticated frameworks across all dimensions of technological diversity, the proposed security architecture would transform apparent limitation into distinctive advantage, creating effective capabilities through integration excellence rather than standardization. The resulting alliance would represent multilayer capability architecture where diverse technological generations combine into coherent operational effectiveness despite inevitable disparities between member states operating within vastly different resource environments. Chapter 108. Language and Operational Culture. Barriers. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Quran 49:13. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance would encompass perhaps the most linguistically and culturally diverse military coalition in modern history. From Arabic-speaking North Africa to Bahasa-fluent Southeast Asia, from Persian-influenced Central Asian republics to Urdu-dominant South Asia, from Turkish cultural frameworks to Swahili operational contexts, the alliance would span dozens of languages, multiple cultural regions, diverse military traditions, and varied organizational practices within a single security framework. This unprecedented diversity, encompassing languages from entirely different linguistic families and military cultures shaped by Ottoman, British, French, Soviet, and indigenous traditions, creates fundamental challenges for communication, coordination, cohesion, command effectiveness, and operational. The strategic dilemma is profound. The alliance must achieve sufficient cultural and linguistic integration for effective combined operations while respecting and preserving the distinctive identities and traditions that make each member's contribution authentic and sustainable. This requires navigation between the scylla of artificial homogenization that would undermine cultural foundations and the Charybdis of fragmentation that would prevent operational coherence, a narrow path demanding sophisticated frameworks beyond conventional military standardization models. Conventional approaches to military coalitions often present false binaries, dominant language imposition or communication breakdown, cultural standardization or operational confusion, Western military paradigms or ineffective coordination. The proposed alliance would reject these artificial dichotomies, instead developing nuanced frameworks that create effective operational integration while respecting and leveraging cultural distinctiveness as strategic asset rather than liability. This sophisticated approach, neither demanding cultural assimilation nor accepting dysfunctional fragmentation, would transform diversity from coalition vulnerability into distinctive strength. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the reality of cultural linguistic challenges and potential for effective management. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully coordinated with diverse partners, from Chinese military liaisons requiring complex translation to Gulf state intelligence services with different operational terminology, Turkish technical advisors to Malaysian cyber specialists, creating cohesive multinational support despite significant linguistic and cultural barriers. This integration, achieving unity while preserving distinctive contributions, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to cultural linguistic management. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim Security Alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to translation systems and protocols, common operational language policy, cultural liaison elements, joint terminology standardization, and cross-cultural military training. Rather than pursuing artificial homogenization or accepting fragmented ineffectiveness, the alliance would develop sophisticated middle paths creating operational cohesion while preserving cultural authenticity. This balanced capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated experience coordinating diverse military partnerships, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Translation systems and protocols. The foundation for overcoming linguistic diversity within the alliance lies in developing sophisticated translation systems that enable effective communication without requiring universal language adoption. The alliance would implement multidimensional approaches creating reliable translation across operational contexts. 1. Tiered translation architecture. The alliance would establish multi-level translation systems matching capability to operational requirement, from basic field translation sufficient for tactical coordination to sophisticated diplomatic interpretation capturing nuance essential for strategic planning. This graduated approach, deploying appropriate resources based on communication criticality rather than universal standards, would create efficient translation focusing resources where precision matters most while accepting practical adequacy elsewhere. 2. The military terminology specialized capacity. Beyond general language fluency, the alliance would develop specialized translation capacity for military terminology across member languages, including technical vocabulary, operational concepts, and command terminology requiring precision beyond civilian translation. This specialization, focusing on the estimated 5,000 and 3,000 terms comprising core military communication, would create disproportionate operational enhancement by targeting the vocabulary most critical for security functions. 3. Real-time translation technology integration. The alliance would systematically integrate emerging translation technologies, including specialized military applications of neural machine translation, augmented reality visual translation, and voice recognition systems, with appropriate human oversight ensuring accuracy for critical communications. This technology integration, properly balanced between automation efficiency and human verification, would create translation capacity exceeding what human resources alone could provide while maintaining reliability through appropriate supervision. 4. Redundant system deployment. Recognizing translation as potential single point of failure, the alliance would implement deliberate redundancy across all critical communication pathways, including multiple translation teams, parallel technology systems, and diverse verification processes. This redundancy, creating multiple independent translation channels rather than singular pathways, would maintain communication continuity despite specific system failures while providing cross-validation enhancing accuracy beyond individual channel capability. 5. Translation quality assurance frameworks. Perhaps most distinctively, the alliance would develop comprehensive quality assurance systems specifically for military translation, including standardized accuracy metrics, error classification protocols, and frameworks, criticality assessment systematic review procedures. These frameworks, treating translation as mission-critical military function rather than administrative support, would create reliability levels appropriate for security operations where communication errors carry potential catastrophic consequences beyond mere misunderstanding. These translation approaches would transform linguistic diversity from operational limitation into managed reality through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both simplistic standardization and improvised interpretation. Pakistan's experience coordinating effective operations across linguistic boundaries, particularly its management of Chinese military communication requiring complex translation, engagement with Arab partners across language barriers, and integration of Turkish and Malaysian counterparts with different linguistic traditions, provides both model and qualification for leading these systems within the broader alliance. Common operational language policy. While comprehensive translation provides essential foundation, certain operational functions require more immediate communication than translation allows. The alliance would develop nuanced policies creating sufficient commonality for critical functions while respecting linguistic diversity across broader activities. 1. Function-based language requirements. Rather than imposing universal language standards across all personnel, the alliance would implement differentiated requirements based on specific functional roles and operational requirements. This targeted approach, requiring common language proficiency only where operationally necessary rather than as universal standard, would create essential commonality without imposing unnecessary burden on personnel whose roles permit effective function through translation support. 2. Multilingual option framework. Unlike most military alliances adopting single operational language, the alliance would establish limited multilingual frameworks where certain critical functions operate in 2-3. Critical terminology standardization. Even without universal language commonality, the alliance would implement standardization of approximately 500 critical operational terms essential for time-sensitive functions, including emergency procedures, critical warnings, authentication protocols, and immediate action terminology. This terminology standardization, creating islands of guaranteed mutual comprehension within broader linguistic diversity, would ensure essential communication during critical situations while allowing translation for more complex interaction. For Islamic terminology integration, the alliance would systematically utilize the substantial shared Islamic terminology spanning otherwise distinct Muslim languages, including concepts of justice, ADL, consultation, shura, protection, himaya, and leadership, qiyada, relevant to military operations. This deliberate integration, leveraging religious linguistic commonality across cultural differences, would create conceptual bridges enhancing mutual understanding beyond secular military terminology alone. 5. Language incentive structures. Rather than merely requiring language acquisition, the alliance would implement sophisticated incentive frameworks encouraging voluntary language development, including promotion preferences, special assignment opportunities, educational benefits, and recognition programs rewarding multilingual capability. These positive incentives, focusing on motivation rather than mere compliance, would create language acquisition culture exceeding minimum standards through aspiration rather than requirement. These language policy approaches would transform linguistic diversity from operational obstacle into managed challenge through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both unrealistic standardization and communication breakdown. Pakistan's military experience implementing effective language policies across diverse partnerships, particularly its development of functional English proficiency for international operations while maintaining Urdu for national functions, integration of Chinese language capability for critical partnership, and management of Arab-state relationships across linguistic differences, provides practical template for these approaches within the broader alliance framework. Cultural liaison elements. Beyond language translation, effective alliance operations require sophisticated navigation of diverse cultural frameworks, organizational practices, and operational traditions that shape how different military forces understand and execute security functions. The alliance would develop specialized capabilities creating cultural coordination. 1. Interoperability alongside technical. Dedicated cross-cultural staff elements, the alliance would establish specialized cultural liaison positions at all organizational levels from strategic headquarters through operational commands to tactical formations. These dedicated positions, filled by personnel with demonstrated cross-cultural competence beyond mere language ability, would provide continuous cultural translation alongside linguistic interpretation, identifying potential misunderstandings before operational impact while facilitating adaptive solutions transcending cultural differences. 2. Military culture mapping and analysis. The alliance would implement systematic documentation of member state military cultures, including decision-making processes, authority concepts, communication patterns, and organizational practices shaped by different military traditions. This cultural mapping, creating explicit understanding of typically implicit frameworks, would transform cultural differences from unpredictable variables into anticipated factors incorporated within operational planning rather than discovered through failure. 3. Islamic framework utilization. The alliance would deliberately leverage shared Islamic principles to create cultural bridges transcending national military traditions, utilizing concepts such as shura, consultation, for decision processes, adab, proper conduct, for professional interaction, and maslaha, public interest, for mission prioritization. This Islamic foundation, creating common cultural reference points across diverse military traditions, would establish shared frameworks beyond secular military standardization alone. 4. Pre-deployment cultural preparation. Before multinational operations, the alliance would implement sophisticated cultural preparation processes beyond basic awareness briefings, including scenario-based exercises addressing specific cultural friction points, joint planning processes incorporating diverse approaches, and facilitated discussions regarding operational expectations across different traditions. This substantive preparation, treating cultural alignment as operational necessity rather than political nicety, would establish integration before execution rather than requiring adjustment during implementation. 5. Real-time cultural mediation capability. During operations, the alliance would maintain specialized capability for real-time cultural mediation when friction emerges, including dedicated staff positions, established escalation protocols, and recognized authority for cultural deconfliction. This mediation capability, addressing cultural misalignment with same urgency as technical malfunction, would prevent minor cultural differences from escalating into operational disruption through timely intervention before mission impact. These cultural liaison approaches would transform diversity from coordination challenge into operational asset through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both cultural homogenization and fragmentation. Pakistan's experience effectively coordinating across diverse military cultures, particularly its simultaneous management of relationships with Chinese command structures, Western military organizations, Gulf state forces, and Central Asian security institutions with vastly different traditions, provides both model and qualification for leading these cultural integration efforts within the broader alliance. Joint terminology standardization. Beyond basic vocabulary, effective security cooperation requires shared understanding of key operational concepts, doctrinal terms, and technical specifications that may carry significantly different meanings across diverse military traditions despite apparent linguistic similarity. The alliance would implement comprehensive standardization, creating genuine common understanding. 1. Core concept precise definition. The alliance would develop authoritative definitions for approximately 2,500 core operational concepts essential for effective planning and execution, from tactical terms like supporting fires, through operational concepts like decisive point to strategic frameworks like escalation management. These precise definitions, created through collaborative processes incorporating diverse perspectives rather than imposing single tradition, would establish genuine common understanding beyond superficial terminology agreement. 2. Multilingual glossary development. Rather than merely translating standardized terminology from single-source language, the alliance would develop truly multilingual glossaries where terms from different military traditions receive explicit mapping to alliance standard definitions. This multilingual approach, recognizing conceptual contributions from diverse traditions rather than linguistic hegemony, would create terminology ownership across all members while establishing necessary standardization for operational coordination. 3. Visual representation integration. Recognizing limitations of purely verbal definition, the alliance would systematically incorporate visual representations alongside textual definitions, including standardized symbols, process diagrams, and conceptual illustrations depicting key operational concepts. This visual integration, transcending linguistic barriers through graphical communication, would create understanding pathways beyond language alone while reducing misinterpretation risk for critical terminology. For context-specific application documentation, beyond abstract definition, the alliance would document specific contextual applications of standardized terminology across different operational scenarios, demonstrating concept implementation rather than merely theoretical meaning. This application documentation, showing how standardized terms translate into actual operations across diverse contexts, would create practical understanding. Exceeding definitional compliance while revealing potential interpretation differences before operational impact. 5. Living terminology evolution process. Rather than static standardization, the alliance would establish systematic processes for terminology evolution incorporating operational experience, emerging concepts, and identified misunderstandings requiring clarification. This evolutionary approach, treating terminology as living framework rather than fixed standard, would create adaptive standardization responsive to actual alliance needs while incorporating insights from diverse member operational experiences. These terminology approaches would transform conceptual understanding from apparent agreement masking substantial difference into genuine common comprehension through sophisticated frameworks exceeding mere word lists or translated glossaries. Pakistan's experience navigating terminology challenges across diverse military partnerships, particularly its integration of Chinese, Western, and indigenous conceptual frameworks in different operational contexts, provides practical template for managing these complex standardization requirements within the broader alliance framework. Training in cross-cultural military operations. Ultimately, effective cross-cultural military operations require systematic development of personnel capable of functioning effectively across linguistic and cultural boundaries. The alliance would implement comprehensive training creating this human capability foundation. 1. Graduated cross-cultural competency development. The alliance would establish tiered training programs developing cross-cultural competency across multiple levels, from basic awareness sufficient for tactical coordination to sophisticated understanding enabling strategic partnership. This graduated approach, matching capability development to operational requirements rather than universal standards, would create efficient training focused on personnel with the most critical cross-cultural functions while providing appropriate preparation for all members. 2. Immersive experience integration. Beyond classroom instruction, the alliance would implement systematic immersive experiences within different member military cultures, including exchange assignments, combined exercises, and multinational training programs creating direct exposure to diverse operational approaches. These immersive experiences, creating understanding through participation rather than merely instruction, would develop intuitive cross-cultural competency exceeding intellectual knowledge alone. 3. Scenario-based cross-cultural training. The alliance would develop sophisticated training scenarios specifically designed to reveal and address potential cross-cultural friction points, presenting multinational teams with situations requiring coordination across different operational approaches, communication styles, and decision processes. These targeted scenarios, focusing on specific challenges rather than generic awareness, would develop practical solutions for actual operational differences before real-world implementation. For Islamic military history integration, training programs would systematically incorporate Islamic military history examples demonstrating successful cross-cultural operations throughout Muslim history, from the Prophet's integration of different tribal fighting styles to Saladin's coordination of diverse Muslim forces against the Crusaders. This historical integration, providing precedent for current challenges, would create authentic examples of cross-cultural success within Islamic tradition rather than imposing external models. 5. Joint training cadre development. The alliance would establish multinational training teams incorporating instructors from diverse member traditions, creating training delivery that demonstrates successful integration rather than merely explaining it. This embodied approach, where the training process itself models cross-cultural coordination, would create experiential learning transcending conceptual instruction while demonstrating practical implementation of theoretical principles. These training approaches would transform personnel capability from potential limitation into alliance strength through sophisticated development frameworks, creating genuine cross-cultural competency. Pakistan's experience developing effective multinational training programs, particularly its integration of Chinese advisors with domestic training systems, participation in diverse international exercises, and creation of specialized programs for partner nation personnel, provides both model and qualification for leading these training initiatives within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: unity through diversity. Language and operational culture barriers represent perhaps the most pervasive daily challenges facing the proposed Muslim security alliance. Unlike technical or material limitations potentially resolved through resource application, linguistic and cultural diversity reflect fundamental identity factors inseparable from the alliance's Islamic authenticity and member state contributions. This reality requires sophisticated frameworks that achieve necessary operational cohesion while preserving the cultural distinctiveness that gives the alliance its meaning and legitimacy. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across translation systems, operational language policy, cultural liaison elements, terminology standardization, and cross-cultural training. These capabilities, balanced between impossible homogenization and dysfunctional fragmentation, would create effective operational integration while respecting and leveraging cultural diversity as strategic asset rather than liability. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing linguistic and cultural integration through overwhelming standardization requiring cultural subordination, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks enabling effective cooperation while preserving distinctive contributions, quality. The resulting capability would achieve operational cohesion through intelligent management rather than forced assimilation. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Few Muslim-majority states have more successfully navigated diverse linguistic and cultural military relationships simultaneously. From its deep partnership with China requiring complex linguistic and cultural navigation to cooperation with Western militaries during various periods, from engagement with Gulf Arab states across significant cultural differences to coordination with Central Asian republics influenced by Soviet military traditions, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise capabilities required for managing linguistic and cultural diversity within multinational security frameworks. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully coordinated with diverse partners, from Chinese military liaisons requiring complex translation to Gulf state intelligence services with different operational terminology, Turkish technical advisors to Malaysian cyber specialists, creating cohesive multinational support despite significant linguistic and cultural barriers. This integration, achieving unity while preserving distinctive contributions, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to cultural linguistic management. By implementing sophisticated frameworks across all dimensions of linguistic and cultural diversity, the proposed security architecture would transform potential fragmentation into distinctive strength, creating operational cohesion without cultural homogenization. The resulting alliance would represent perhaps history's first truly multicultural military coalition, spanning Arabic, Persian, Turkish, South Asian, Southeast Asian, and African cultural linguistic traditions, held together not by dominant culture imposition but by sophisticated integration frameworks creating unity through diversity rather than despite it. Chapter 109. Intelligence sharing. Limitations. And spy not on each other, nor speak ill of each other behind their backs. Quran 49:12, the proposed Muslim security alliance would confront perhaps the most complex intelligence-sharing environment of any military coalition in modern history. From Pakistan's sophisticated nuclear security protocols to Jordan's extensive Western intelligence relationships, from Egypt's regional collection networks to Malaysia's advanced cyber capabilities, from Turkey's NATO classification integration to Saudi Arabia's sensitive regional intelligence concerns, the alliance would encompass extraordinary diversity in intelligence traditions, capabilities, relationships, and sensitivities. This unprecedented complexity creates fundamental challenges for essential intelligence sharing while protecting legitimate sovereign interests, external relationships, and sensitive collection methods. The strategic dilemma is profound. The alliance must achieve sufficient intelligence integration for effective collective security while respecting legitimate limits on sharing that protect vital national interests, source security, and external intelligence relationships. This requires navigation between the scylla of insufficient sharing that undermines collective security and the charybdis of excessive exposure creating unacceptable vulnerability, a narrow path demanding sophisticated frameworks beyond conventional intelligence alliance models. Conventional approaches to intelligence cooperation often present false binaries, complete sharing or operational blindness, standard classification or inconsistent protection, unified systems or fragmented security. The proposed alliance would reject these artificial dichotomies, instead developing nuanced frameworks that create effective intelligence coordination while respecting legitimate confidentiality requirements protecting vital national interests. This sophisticated approach, neither demanding universal exposure nor accepting dysfunctional isolation, would transform intelligence diversity from coalition vulnerability into distinctive strength. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the reality of intelligence sharing challenges and potential for effective management. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully coordinated intelligence with diverse partners, from Chinese strategic intelligence with unique classification requirements to Gulf state operational information with different sensitivity concerns, Turkish technical intelligence to Malaysian cyber indicators, creating coherent understanding despite significant sharing limitations. This integration, achieving actionable intelligence while preserving sensitive sources and methods, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to intelligence sharing management. This chapter examines how the proposed Muslim security alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to classification harmonization, source protection protocols, secure sharing infrastructure, need-to-know implementation, and third-party rule management. Rather than pursuing unrealistic universal sharing or accepting intelligence fragmentation, the alliance would develop sophisticated middle paths creating effective coordination while respecting legitimate protection requirements. This balanced capability, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated experience managing complex intelligence relationships, represents a critical qualification for effective leadership of the proposed architecture. Classification harmonization. The foundation for managing intelligence sharing limitations lies in developing sophisticated classification frameworks that enable appropriate protection while facilitating necessary sharing across different national systems. The alliance would implement multidimensional approaches creating effective harmonization without requiring complete standardization. 1. Parallel classification mapping framework. Rather than demanding standardized classification adoption, the alliance would develop comprehensive mapping between different national systems, creating explicit equivalence understanding across diverse terminology, sensitivity levels, handling requirements, and dissemination restrictions. This sophisticated mapping, potentially covering 20+ distinct national systems, would enable appropriate protection translation without requiring standardization that might compromise external intelligence relationships or constitutional requirements. 2. Islamic security classification integration. The alliance would develop distinctive classification dimensions addressing specifically Islamic security sensitivities potentially absent from conventional national systems, including sacred site protection information, religious leadership security data, and Islamic cultural heritage threats. This integration, adding unique protection categories rather than merely adapting Western models, would create authentic classification responsive to Muslim security concerns while establishing distinctive alliance contribution to intelligence practice. 3. Tier-line processing standardization. The alliance would implement sophisticated tier-line production standards enabling partial document sharing without complete exposure, including standardized specifications, production formats, guidelines, and technical validation procedures ensuring appropriate sensitivity separation. This standardization, creating consistent sharing methodology across otherwise different classification systems, would enable routine partial sharing without case-by-case improvisation while maintaining appropriate protection for sensitive content. 4. Handling requirement translation matrices. Beyond basic classification levels, the alliance would develop comprehensive matrices translating diverse national handling requirements, including storage specifications, transmission methods, reproduction limitations, and destruction procedures across different systems. These translation matrices would enable intelligence to move between systems with appropriate protection without requiring receiving nations to implement unfamiliar procedures potentially incompatible with their established security frameworks. 5. Harmonization limitation documentation. Where full harmonization proves impossible due to fundamental system differences, the alliance would implement explicit documentation of specific limitations, creating clear understanding of particular sharing constraints rather than general prohibition. This detailed limitation mapping, distinguishing specific restricted elements from otherwise shareable intelligence, would maximize sharing within constraints while preventing unnecessary withholding based on general caution rather than specific sensitivities. These classification approaches would transform system diversity from sharing obstacle into managed reality through sophisticated framework standardization and exceeding unnecessary both unrealistic isolation. Pakistan's experience managing intelligence with partners across different classification systems, particularly its navigation between Chinese, Western, Gulf state, and domestic requirements with distinct sensitivity frameworks, provides both model and qualification for leading these harmonization efforts within the broader alliance. Source protection protocols. Beyond classification systems addressing general sensitivity, intelligence sharing frequently confronts specific challenges regarding source protection, particularly human sources potentially endangered by expanded access beyond original collection agencies. The alliance would develop sophisticated protocols enabling essential intelligence sharing while maintaining appropriate source security. 1. Source sensitivity tiering. Beyond binary classification, rather than treating all human sources as uniformly sensitive, the alliance would implement sophisticated tiering frameworks differentiating source vulnerability levels based on multiple factors, including placement risk, attribution possibility, personal danger, continued access value, and alternative confirmation availability. This nuanced tiering, potentially comprising 57 distinct levels rather than binary protected shareable classification, would enable appropriate protection calibration matching actual source vulnerability rather than applying maximum restrictions universally. 2. Would content origin separation methodologies. The alliance develops standardized methodologies systematically separating actionable intelligence content from source identifying collection methods, including specialized sanitization techniques, technical anonymization processes, and inference protection reviews preventing indirect source identification through content analysis. These methodologies, moving beyond rudimentary source concealment, would enable essential intelligence dissemination while maintaining genuine source protection through sophisticated separation techniques. 3. Originator-controlled handling integration. The alliance would implement enhanced originator-controlled handling systems where intelligence providers maintain specific dissemination control beyond basic classification, including tailored access limitations, specialized handling requirements, and explicit approval chains for further sharing. This originator control, creating accountability mechanisms rather than simply restricting sharing, would establish necessary protection while enabling appropriate dissemination through formal rather than arbitrary limitation processes. 4. Threat-specific compartmentation frameworks. The rather than general compartmentation potentially limiting all sharing, alliance would develop threat-specific compartmentation where particularly sensitive collection sources receive specialized protection without impacting unrelated intelligence sharing. This targeted approach, creating specific protection around particular vulnerabilities rather than general sharing barriers, would maintain essential source security while minimizing unrelated sharing limitations, focusing protection where genuinely required rather than implementing broad restrictions. 5. Source derivative distinction protocols. The alliance would establish clear protocols distinguishing between direct source information requiring maximum protection and derivative intelligence sufficiently separated from original collection for wider dissemination. This distinction, creating appropriate sharing pathways for intelligence derived from sensitive sources without compromising the original collection, would maximize actionable information circulation while maintaining critical source protection through sophisticated derivative processes. These source protection approaches would transform legitimate security requirements from sharing obstacles into managed parameters through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both inadequate protection and unnecessary restriction. Pakistan's experience managing sensitive source information across diverse partnerships, particularly its protection of critical human networks while sharing actionable intelligence with various partners during counterterrorism operations, provides practical template for these protocols within the broader alliance framework. Secure sharing infrastructure. Even with appropriate classification harmonization and source protection, intelligence sharing requires secure technical infrastructure enabling efficient transfer while maintaining protection integrity throughout transmission, storage, and access processes. The alliance would develop sophisticated systems creating necessary security without prohibitive technical requirements. 1. Tiered technical infrastructure matching requirement diversity. Rather than implementing single standardized system requiring universal adoption, the alliance would develop multi-level technical frameworks matching different sharing requirements, from high-security networks for the most sensitive intelligence to simpler secure communications for less restricted information. This tiered approach, providing appropriate security without unnecessary sophistication, would enable participation across different technical capability levels while maintaining essential protection matched to actual intelligence sensitivity. 2. Federated architecture with sovereign control preservation. The alliance would implement federated technical architecture connecting distinct national systems rather than creating centralized repository requiring complete intelligence transfer. This federated approach, where intelligence remains under originator control while becoming accessible through secure connections, would address sovereignty concerns regarding information release while enabling necessary access without physical transfer that might trigger constitutional or legal restrictions on foreign intelligence sharing. 3. Offline transfer systems for exceptional sensitivity. Recognizing that the most sensitive intelligence may require physical security exceeding network protection capabilities, the alliance would establish standardized offline transfer protocols, including secure courier systems, specialized physical media, and protected handling procedures creating predictable non-electronic exchange without case-by-case improvisation. These offline systems, complementing electronic infrastructure rather than replacing it, would provide appropriate exceptional handling without forcing excessive general restrictions based on the most sensitive requirements. 4. Standardized security implementation with resource diversity. The alliance would develop graduated security implementation standards accommodating different member resource levels, providing equivalent protection despite varied technical sophistication through appropriate compensating measures where advanced technology proves unfeasible. This graduated approach, focusing on security outcomes rather than identical implementation, would enable consistent protection without excluding less resourced members through excessive technical requirements unmatched to their capabilities. 5. Islamic encryption development integration. Perhaps most distinctively, the alliance would support development of sophisticated encryption systems from Muslim world research institutions, creating trusted security technology independent from potential Western backdoors or vulnerabilities while building indigenous capability alongside operational requirements. This technology development, balancing immediate needs with strategic capability advancement, would address legitimate concerns regarding external technology dependence while creating authentic security solutions aligned with alliance independence requirements. These infrastructure approaches would transform technical diversity from security vulnerability into managed parameter through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both unrealistic standardization and haphazard connection. Pakistan's experience developing secure intelligence sharing mechanisms across diverse partnerships, particularly its establishment of specialized channels with China, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and other Muslim states with different technical capabilities, provides both model and qualification for leading these infrastructure developments within the broader alliance. NATO implementation. Beyond systems enabling secure sharing, effective intelligence cooperation requires sophisticated frameworks determining appropriate access based on operational requirements rather than merely technical capabilities or formal authorization. The alliance would develop nuanced approaches balancing necessary access with legitimate limitation. 1. Functional requirement analysis. Beyond formal clearance, the alliance would establish sophisticated methodologies determining genuine operational need beyond merely formal security clearance, including mission analysis, function mapping, decision requirement identification, and action capability assessment. This requirement-based approach, focusing on operational necessity rather than status or rank, would create access based on genuine contribution potential rather than organizational position, ensuring intelligence reaches those who can utilize it while avoiding unnecessary exposure without operational justification. 2. Graduated access implementation. With decision transparency, rather than binary access determination, the alliance would implement graduated access frameworks where different intelligence elements become available based on specific operational roles, creating tiered rather than uniform access. This graduated approach, coupled with transparent decision processes explaining specific limitations, would maximize appropriate sharing while maintaining necessary restrictions through clear rationale rather than opaque denial, enabling members to understand access parameters rather than encountering unexplained limitations. 3. Cross-functional integration. With controlled exposure, the alliance would develop specialized processes enabling essential cross-functional coordination without complete intelligence exposure, including sanitized coordination formats, controlled collaborative planning environments, and specialized liaison positions bridging classification boundaries. These integration mechanisms, maintaining protection while enabling necessary collaboration, would prevent functional isolation despite legitimate access restrictions through sophisticated partial exposure rather than complete sharing or total separation. 4. Temporary access frameworks for crisis operations. Recognizing that crisis situations may require expanded access beyond normal parameters, the alliance would establish formalized temporary access protocols, including expedited authorization procedures, specialized handling requirements for temporarily released intelligence, and systematic review processes following crisis resolution. These frameworks, creating emergency access without permanent restriction changes, would enable operational responsiveness while maintaining appropriate protection through exceptional rather than permanent adjustment. 5. Audit and oversight integration. With access management, the alliance would implement comprehensive audit mechanisms documenting intelligence access across the sharing architecture, creating accountability that encourages appropriate access decisions through transparency rather than merely punitive measures. This oversight integration, where access determinations face systematic review ensuring both excessive restriction and inappropriate release receive equal scrutiny, would create balanced implementation through accountability rather than merely technical enforcement. These need-to-know approaches would transform access management from potential obstacle into operational enabler through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both excessive restriction and unnecessary exposure. Pakistan's experience managing intelligence access across diverse operational partnerships, particularly its calibrated sharing during counterterrorism operations balancing partner requirements against source protection, provides practical template for these frameworks within the broader alliance. Third-party rule management. Perhaps the most challenging intelligence sharing limitation involves information received from external partners under restrictions preventing further dissemination without explicit permission. The alliance would develop sophisticated approaches managing these constraints without allowing them to fragment critical intelligence understanding. 1. Restriction documentation, mapping the alliance, and would limitation implement comprehensive mapping of specific third-party sharing restrictions across all members, documenting particular limitations, originating relationships, subject constraints, and potential waiver mechanisms. This detailed mapping, creating explicit understanding of specific constraints rather than general assumptions, would enable precise navigation around identified limitations rather than unnecessary self-restriction based on perceived rather than actual constraints. 2. Common partner engagement with unified messaging, where multiple alliance members maintain relationships with the same external intelligence partners. The alliance would develop coordinated engagement strategies with unified messaging regarding collective security requirements, creating consistent rationale for appropriate sharing authorization within the alliance despite bilateral relationship structures. This coordinated approach, presenting coherent security necessity rather than fragmented requests, would enhance permission likelihood through demonstrated responsible management rather than piecemeal advocacy. 3. Derivative intelligence protocols within third-party constraints. The alliance would establish sophisticated methodologies developing derivative intelligence products from third-party restricted information, creating new analytical products sufficiently transformed from original reporting to permit broader sharing while maintaining compliance with originator controls. These derivative protocols, focusing on insights rather than verbatim reporting, would maximize intelligence value while respecting legitimate restrictions through transformation rather than violation. 4. Alternative collection against critical gaps. Where critical intelligence remains unavailable due to third-party restrictions, the alliance would implement systematic processes identifying specific information gaps for targeted collection through unrestricted capabilities, including dedicated collection requirements, prioritized tasking, and specialized analysis integrating newly collected intelligence with available information. This alternative collection, specifically targeting third-party restriction gaps, would maintain comprehensive understanding despite sharing limitations through complementary capabilities rather than accepting knowledge gaps. 5. Islamic ethical framework for restriction navigation. The alliance would develop distinctive ethical frameworks based on Islamic principles regarding information obligations, security responsibilities, and covenant fulfillment, creating principled guidance for navigating competing imperatives between alliance security requirements and originator restriction commitments. This ethical framework, addressing moral dimensions beyond mere compliance, would guide difficult decisions regarding information handling with integrity, exceeding legalistic approaches while maintaining principled positions on knowledge obligations affecting Muslim security. These third-party approaches would transform external restrictions from insurmountable obstacles into managed parameters through sophisticated frameworks addressing legitimate constraints while maintaining essential security understanding. Pakistan's experience navigating complex third-party restrictions, particularly its management of diverse intelligence relationships with partners maintaining conflicting external relationships, provides both model and qualification for leading these complex frameworks within the broader alliance. Conclusion: security with integrity. Intelligence sharing limitations represent perhaps the most technically and ethically challenging aspects of the proposed Muslim security alliance. Unlike material or operational constraints potentially resolved through resource application, intelligence restrictions frequently reflect fundamental sovereignty concerns, legal requirements, external relationship obligations, and source protection imperatives that cannot be simply overruled or disregarded. This reality requires sophisticated frameworks that achieve necessary security cooperation while respecting legitimate constraints on sharing that protect vital national interests. The proposed architecture under Pakistan's leadership would implement sophisticated approaches across classification harmonization, source protection protocols, secure sharing infrastructure, need-to-know implementation, and third-party rule management. These capabilities, balanced between unrealistic universal sharing and dysfunctional isolation, would create effective intelligence cooperation while respecting legitimate limitations protecting vital interests, source security, and external relationships. This approach directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing intelligence advantage through overwhelming information volume potentially compromising vital protection requirements, quantity, the alliance would develop sophisticated frameworks enabling precise sharing of the most operationally significant intelligence while maintaining appropriate security, quality. The resulting capability would achieve essential understanding through intelligent management rather than indiscriminate exposure. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in this precise domain. Few Muslim-majority states have more successfully navigated complex intelligence relationships with multiple partners. Maintaining divergent interests and requirements. From its sophisticated management of Chinese intelligence cooperation alongside limited Western engagement, to its balanced relationships with different Gulf intelligence services despite their internal rivalries, to its navigation of competing Turkish and Egyptian intelligence paradigms, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise capabilities required for managing intelligence sharing limitations within multinational security frameworks. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistan successfully coordinated intelligence with diverse partners, from Chinese strategic intelligence with unique classification requirements to Gulf state operational information with different sensitivity concerns, Turkish technical intelligence to Malaysian cyber indicators, creating coherent understanding despite significant sharing limitations. This integration, achieving actionable intelligence while preserving sensitive sources and methods, provides both validation and template for broader alliance approaches to intelligence sharing management. By implementing sophisticated frameworks across all dimensions of intelligence sharing limitations, the proposed security architecture would transform potential fragmentation into coordinated understanding, creating effective intelligence cooperation without compromising vital protection requirements. The resulting alliance would represent perhaps history's most diverse intelligence coalition, spanning vastly different collection capabilities, security traditions, and external relationships, held together not by unrealistic universal sharing but by sophisticated frameworks creating security understanding with integrity rather than vulnerability. Part 10. Vision for the Transformed Muslim World. Section A. Security Transformation. Chapter 110. From Dependence to Self-Sufficiency. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy and others besides them whom you do not know but Allah knows. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. The ultimate measure of the proposed Muslim security alliance's success lies not in its organizational structures, operational capabilities, or technological sophistication, but in its fundamental transformation of the Muslim world security paradigm from dependence to genuine self-sufficiency. This transformation represents not merely technical advancement but profound psychological and strategic evolution, the establishment of authentic security autonomy after generations of external dependency that has compromised sovereignty, constrained policy options, and undermined strategic independence across the Muslim world. The current reality confronting the Muslim world reflects the cumulative consequences of decades of security dependence. From Morocco to Indonesia, from Kazakhstan to Somalia, Muslim-majority states have largely entrusted their fundamental security requirements to external guarantors, whether Western powers, Russia, or emerging actors like China, creating multi-layered dependency relationships that constrain authentic sovereignty despite formal independence. This dependency manifests across multiple dimensions: reliance on foreign military equipment creating vulnerability to spare parts denial and maintenance limitations, dependence on external intelligence sharing enabling outside influence over threat assessments and security priorities, operational doctrines imported wholesale rather than organically developed for specific contexts, and strategic concepts reflecting external paradigms rather than authentic Islamic security frameworks. The most profound impact of this dependency has been psychological rather than merely material. Across the Muslim world, generations of security professionals have internalized the assumption that authentic security autonomy exceeds indigenous capabilities, that external protection, regardless of its constraints and conditions, represents the only viable option. Despite its evident compromises and contradictions, This internalized dependency has created strategic learned helplessness more limiting than any material constraint, a collective belief that authentic self-sufficiency remains permanently beyond reach regardless of potential capability development. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of dependency. By establishing indigenous capabilities across critical security dimensions, from strategic deterrence to conventional defense, intelligence collection to technological development, doctrine formulation to industrial production, the alliance would create authentic self-sufficiency transcending psychological limitations while establishing material foundations for genuine security autonomy free from external control vectors. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for transforming the Muslim world from security dependency to self-sufficiency, including the end-state vision for security autonomy, breaking the Abraham Accords dependency model, reduced reliance on non-Muslim security guarantors, indigenous capability development completion, collective security architecture implementation, and strategic independence achievement. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated journey from dependency to nuclear-backed strategic autonomy, represents perhaps the most profound dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact on the Muslim world's future trajectory. End-state vision for Muslim world security. Autonomy. The Alliance's fundamental vision extends beyond mere technical capabilities to encompass comprehensive security autonomy across all critical dimensions. 1. Strategic deterrence independence. The ultimate vision includes establishment of credible strategic deterrence capabilities under authentic Muslim control, centered on Pakistan's nuclear umbrella but potentially expanding to include other strategic capabilities providing existential security without external guarantees. This deterrence framework, removing vulnerability to abandonment or leveraged protection, would create fundamental security autonomy at the highest threat level, eliminating the existential dependency central to current security relationships with external powers. 2. Conventional force self-sufficiency. Beyond strategic deterrence, the alliance envisions development of conventional military capabilities sufficient for addressing regional security challenges without external intervention requirements, including air defense networks protecting critical infrastructure, naval capabilities securing vital maritime routes, and ground forces capable of territorial defense against regional threats. These conventional capabilities, while not attempting to match global power projection, would provide genuine self-sufficiency for the security challenges actually facing Muslim nations rather than theoretical global confrontations beyond realistic concern. 3. Intelligence sovereignty achievement. The vision encompasses comprehensive intelligence capabilities under Muslim control, from technical collection platforms like satellites and signals intelligence to sophisticated human networks, advanced analysis functions to effective counterintelligence operations. This intelligence sovereignty, ending dependency on external powers for critical security information, would enable autonomous threat assessment, independent decision-making, and strategic warning free from manipulation through selective intelligence sharing, currently enabling external influence over Muslim security perceptions. 4. Defense industrial base completion. The alliance envisions establishment of comprehensive defense industrial capabilities across the Muslim world, from design and development through production and maintenance, providing sustained material independence rather than temporary capability illusions dependent on external supply chains. This industrial foundation, creating genuine sustainability, would transform security from depletable commodity requiring continuous external replenishment to renewable capability generated from internal resources. 5. Doctrinal and conceptual independence. Perhaps most fundamentally, the vision encompasses development of authentic Islamic security concepts, operational doctrines, and strategic frameworks reflecting Muslim world realities rather than imported paradigms designed for different contexts and priorities. This intellectual independence, moving beyond conceptual colonization, would enable security approaches aligned with actual Muslim world requirements rather than external power interests, while creating authentic integration between Islamic principles and contemporary security challenges. This comprehensive vision would transform security self-sufficiency from aspirational slogan to operational reality through coordinated development across all critical dimensions. Pakistan's journey from complete security dependency following partition to strategic autonomy anchored in nuclear capabilities provides both inspiration and practical template for this transformation, demonstrating how determined pursuit of self-sufficiency can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles through strategic patience, focused development, and unwavering commitment to genuine independence. Breaking the dependency model. Abraham Accords. The proposed alliance directly challenges the competing vision represented by the Abraham Accords framework, which offers apparent security benefits through deeper dependency rather than authentic self-sufficiency. 1. Protection without independence. Contradiction. The alliance confronts the fundamental contradiction embedded in the Abraham Accords model, where Muslim states seek protection from the very power occupying Islam's third holiest site, creating untenable tension between security provision and religious obligation. This confrontation, exposing the irreconcilable nature of seeking protection from occupiers, would break the cognitive dissonance, enabling acceptance of fundamentally contradictory security relationships that provide tactical benefits at strategic and religious cost. 2. Technology access without capability development. The alliance challenges the Abraham Accords approach, offering technology access without genuine capability development, providing advanced systems under external control rather than building indigenous capacity to develop and sustain security capabilities independently. This shift, from technology consumption to capability development, would transform the relationship with security technology from dependency vector to sovereignty enhancement through graduated development of genuine indigenous capacity. 3. Intelligence relationship reconfiguration. The proposed framework directly addresses the intelligence dependency central to Abraham Accords arrangements, where access to external intelligence comes with profound influence over security perceptions, threat prioritization, and response options. This reconfiguration, establishing autonomous intelligence capabilities complemented rather than dominated by external sharing, would transform intelligence from control mechanism to sovereign asset through indigenous collection and analysis capabilities, establishing independent security understanding. 4. Strategic autonomy over regional integration. The alliance challenges the Abraham Accords premise that regional integration necessarily requires subordination of strategic autonomy to external frameworks and priorities. This reframing, demonstrating how authentic regional cooperation can enhance rather than compromise sovereignty, would break the false choice between isolation and dependency through creation of genuinely autonomous regional security architecture aligned with Muslim priorities rather than external interests. 5. Religious strategic integrity restoration. Perhaps most fundamentally, the alliance addresses the profound integrity breach inherent in security relationships, requiring abandonment of core religious positions regarding Jerusalem and Palestine. This restoration, creating security frameworks aligned with rather than contradicting Islamic principles, would heal the strategic religious division created by dependency relationships, demanding compromise on fundamental matters of faith alongside political calculations. These approaches would transform the apparent binary choice between insecurity and compromised dependency into genuine third option through creation of authentic security capability without religious contradiction. Pakistan's steadfast maintenance of principled positions on Palestine despite significant external pressure, while simultaneously developing effective security capabilities, provides both inspiration and template for maintaining integrity without sacrificing security through patient development of genuine self-sufficiency. Reduced reliance on non-Muslim security guarantors. Beyond the specific Abraham Accords model, the alliance addresses the broader pattern of dependency on non-Muslim powers for fundamental security guarantees that has characterized the post-colonial era across the Muslim world. 1. Gradual graduated security transition without vulnerability. The alliance envisions phased reduction in external security dependency through calibrated capability development, ensuring new indigenous capacities established before existing arrangements modified, preventing vulnerability gaps during transition. This graduated approach, maintaining security continuity throughout development, would enable strategic evolution without tactical exposure through synchronized capability establishment before. Dependency reduction rather than premature relationship modification. 2. Relationship reconfiguration without antagonism. The framework includes sophisticated diplomatic approaches transforming external relationships from dependency to partnership, reconfiguring interactions with current security providers toward mutually beneficial engagement without subordination rather than antagonistic separation. This reconfiguration, seeking balanced cooperation rather than either subservience or hostility, would maintain beneficial international relationships while eliminating their constraining dimensions through transition from protection recipients to sovereign partners. 3. External capability access with indigenous control. The alliance envisions continued access to external security capabilities under fundamentally different terms, where Muslim states determine employment parameters, operational priorities, and strategic objectives rather than accepting external definition of security interests and response options. This transformation, from capability recipients to capability directors, would maintain access to advanced functions while eliminating their controlling influence through assertion of genuine decision authority despite technical interconnections. 4. Internal resource reallocation for security priorities. The framework includes systematic redirection of resources currently exchanged for external protection toward indigenous capability development, including both financial resources and strategic concessions previously allocated to securing external guarantees. This reallocation, investing in self-sufficiency rather than purchasing temporary protection, would convert dependency costs into independence. Investments through strategic resource redirection from external payments to internal development. 5. Collective capability as dependency alternative. Most fundamentally, the alliance offers collective Muslim capability as viable alternative to individual dependency, creating security provision from within the Islamic world rather than requiring external guarantors with divergent interests and values. This collectivization, pooling Muslim resources toward shared security rather than competing for external protection, would transform the fundamental equation, making dependency appear necessary through creation of genuine internal alternative exceeding individual state capabilities. These approaches would transform relations with non-Muslim powers from necessary dependency to sovereign choice through establishment of genuine alternatives, enhancing negotiating position and strategic autonomy. Pakistan's balanced management of relationships with the United States, China, and Russia, maintaining cooperation without subordination through possession of independent capabilities, provides practical template for this sophisticated relationship evolution beyond simplistic dependency or antagonism toward genuine partnership between sovereign equals. Indigenous. Complete state. Capability development. The alliance envisions comprehensive indigenous capability development across all critical security dimensions, creating authentic self-sufficiency through coordinated advancement rather than isolated improvements. 1. Comprehensive capability spectrum completion. The framework includes development of complete security capability spectrum under Muslim control, from strategic systems through conventional platforms, intelligence collection to cyber operations, electronic warfare to special operations, creating genuine full-spectrum self-sufficiency rather than partial capabilities requiring external complementation. This comprehensiveness, addressing all critical security functions rather than selective development, would eliminate dependency vectors through complete capability coverage, preventing exploitation of remaining gaps. 2. Development production sustainment integration. The alliance envisions integrated capability lifecycle management under indigenous control, connecting initial research through design development, production implementation to long-term sustainment in comprehensive industrial ecosystems. This integration, creating self-sustaining capability cycles rather than isolated components, would Establish genuine independence through complete life cycle management, preventing dependency insertion at any particular phase despite apparent self-sufficiency elsewhere. 3. Personnel development pipeline completion. The framework includes comprehensive human capital development systems producing all specialized personnel required for security self-sufficiency, from strategic planners through technical specialists, intelligence professionals to cyber operators, in sustainable pipelines rather than individual training programs. This systematic approach, creating renewable human resource generation rather than perishable personnel stocks, would establish personnel independence through continuous indigenous development, preventing expertise gaps requiring external fulfillment. 4. Tiered independence reflecting resource realities. The Alliance recognizes varying resource levels across the Muslim world, establishing tiered capability development appropriate to specific member circumstances, from complete independence for adequately resourced states to collective capability access for more constrained members. This realistic approach, matching ambition to actual capacity, would create sustainable development rather than overreach through calibrated objectives, preventing disillusionment from impossible expectations while maintaining genuine progress toward maximum feasible self-sufficiency. 5. Knowledge sovereignty beyond physical capabilities. Perhaps most fundamentally, the Alliance prioritizes intellectual independence underlying physical capabilities, including indigenous doctrine development, strategic concept formulation, operational theory advancement, and security philosophy articulation reflecting authentic Islamic frameworks. This knowledge sovereignty, creating conceptual self-sufficiency beyond material independence, would establish genuine autonomy through indigenous thinking about security rather than merely indigenous production of externally conceived capabilities. These development approaches would transform capabilities from imported products to indigenous creations through sophisticated frameworks addressing all dimensions of genuine self-sufficiency. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in comprehensive capability development despite significant resource constraints, from nuclear systems through missile capabilities, aircraft production to cyber operations, provides both inspiration and template for this multidimensional advancement toward complete indigenous capability across the broader Muslim world. Collective security. Implementation. Architecture full. The envisioned transformation culminates in full implementation of the collective security architecture detailed throughout this book, creating institutional frameworks converting individual vulnerability into collective strength. 1. Treaty framework complete ratification. The Alliance envisions full implementation of the comprehensive treaty structure outlined in Chapter 39, establishing formal collective defense obligations, institutional frameworks, decision processes, and operational mechanisms, creating legally binding security architecture rather than merely aspirational cooperation. This formalization, converting intentions to obligations, would establish irreversible commitment to collective security through binding international agreements, creating predictable mutual support beyond situational calculation. 2. Command structure operational functionality. The framework includes complete activation of the command structures detailed in Chapter 40, from Supreme Allied Command through regional headquarters, functional commands to specialized components, creating operational capability beyond planning concepts. This operationalization, moving from organizational charts to functioning commands, would establish genuine directive capability through activated leadership structures capable of coordinating actual operations rather than merely theoretical cooperation. 3. Force integration achieving interoperability. The Alliance envisions comprehensive implementation of the force integration mechanisms outlined in Chapter 41, including standardization programs, combined training systems, equipment compatibility initiatives, and procedural harmonization, creating genuine interoperability beyond formal affiliation. This integration, enabling actual combined operations rather than merely parallel activities, would establish collective capability exceeding aggregate individual capacities through coordination advantages beyond mere force accumulation. 4. Decision mechanisms demonstrating functionality. The framework includes practical implementation of the decision processes detailed in Chapter 42, from routine consultation through crisis response, resource allocation to operational authorization, demonstrating actual functionality beyond theoretical design. This demonstrated effectiveness, showing decision capability under genuine pressure, would establish credible collective action through proven processes tested under realistic conditions rather than merely conceptual frameworks awaiting implementation. 5. Specialized capabilities achieving operational status. The Alliance envisions activation of the specialized capabilities detailed in chapters 45-47, including intelligence fusion, cyber operations, strategic deterrence, and economic coordination, creating functioning specialized components beyond planning concepts. This operational achievement, making specialized capabilities available for actual employment, would complete the architecture through activation of its most sophisticated components, creating comprehensive capability across all security dimensions. This complete implementation would transform the alliance from organizational concept to operational reality through systematic activation of all architectural elements. Pakistan's demonstrated leadership in multinational security cooperation, from counterterrorism coordination through regional exercises, intelligence sharing to operational partnerships, provides practical qualification for guiding this complex implementation toward full operational capability across the comprehensive security architecture. Strategic independence achievement. The ultimate measure of success for the proposed alliance lies in achievement of genuine strategic independence, where the Muslim world determines its own security priorities, implements its own decisions, and protects its own interests without external approval requirements or intervention vulnerability. 1. Autonomous threat assessment capability. The alliance envisions development of completely independent threat analysis capabilities, conducting collection, performing analysis, and reaching judgments without external information dependencies, creating vulnerability to manipulation through selective intelligence sharing. This assessment autonomy, establishing independent understanding of security environment, would create genuine decision sovereignty through authentic comprehension free from externally shaped perceptions that frequently distort security prioritization toward outside interests. 2. Decision sovereignty without external veto. The framework includes establishment of decision processes immune from external interference, whether through formal mechanisms like UN Security Council vetoes or informal pressure through economic leverage, military dependency, or political influence. This decision freedom, enabling authentic choice rather than constrained selection, would establish genuine independence through autonomous determination reflecting actual Muslim world interests rather than acceptable parameters defined by external powers. 3. Operational self-sufficiency without implementation dependencies. The alliance envisions development of comprehensive operational capabilities enabling independent action implementation, from intelligence collection through planning processes, execution capabilities to sustainment functions, without requiring external support, creating potential veto through assistance denial. This implementation independence, converting decisions to actions without external enablers, would establish genuine autonomy through complete operational cycles free from dependency insertion at critical junctures that frequently render nominal independence meaningless through practical constraints. 4. Security paradigm authenticity beyond imported frameworks. The framework includes development of security concepts reflecting authentic Muslim world conditions, priorities, values, and objectives rather than imported paradigms designed for different contexts and interests. This conceptual independence, thinking about security through indigenous rather than imported frameworks, would establish intellectual sovereignty through authentic security understanding reflecting genuine Muslim world requirements rather than external power priorities repackaged as universal security concepts. 5. Spiritual material integration in security identity. Perhaps most fundamentally, the alliance envisions security frameworks integrating spiritual and material dimensions in authentic Islamic approach, where religious principles regarding just conduct, proportional response, civilian protection, and rightful defense integrate with contemporary capabilities, creating distinctive security identity. This integration, developing security approaches aligned with faith rather than compartmentalized from religious values, would establish comprehensive independence through authentic Muslim security paradigm transcending both secular materialism and pre-modern traditionalism in sophisticated synthesis matching Islamic principles with contemporary challenges. This strategic independence would transform the Muslim world's security reality from constrained dependency to authentic autonomy through comprehensive capability development across all critical dimensions. Pakistan's remarkable journey from complete dependency following partition to strategic autonomy anchored in nuclear capabilities, while maintaining Islamic identity and principled positions despite enormous pressure, provides both inspiring example and practical template for this profound transformation toward genuine independence for the broader Muslim world. Conclusion: the transformed security paradigm. The transformation from security dependency to self-sufficiency represents the ultimate objective and most profound impact of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. Beyond specific capabilities, organizational structures, or operational arrangements, this fundamental paradigm shift would alter the basic reality of Muslim world security from externally provided protection with its inevitable compromises to self-generated security aligned with authentic values and interests. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing security through overwhelming resource accumulation, advanced platform acquisition, or massive force development beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop focused capabilities addressing actual Muslim security requirements through intelligent prioritization, collaborative development, and capability sharing, quality. The resulting security architecture would achieve genuine independence through sophisticated design rather than brute material competition with established powers possessing insurmountable resource advantages. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this transformation journey. No Muslim majority state has more successfully navigated the path from complete security dependency to authentic strategic autonomy despite enormous obstacles. From its development of nuclear capabilities despite international opposition to establishment of domestic defense industries under sanctions, from creation of advanced missile systems to indigenous aircraft production, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this transformation process across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of this achievement, as Pakistan effectively defended its sovereignty against a numerically superior adversary without requiring external intervention, permission, or support. This demonstration of genuine strategic autonomy, where decisions reflected Pakistani rather than external priorities and implementation relied on indigenous rather than provided capabilities, represents the ultimate objective for the broader Muslim world through the proposed alliance architecture. By implementing the comprehensive security framework detailed throughout this book, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world from security dependency to authentic self-sufficiency, creating genuine strategic autonomy aligned with Islamic principles and responsive to actual Muslim world requirements rather than external power interests. This transformation would represent not merely military evolution but fundamental civilization revival, restoring the authentic independence that characterized Islam's golden age and enabling the Muslim world to make distinctive contributions to global security based on its unique perspective and values rather than merely consuming security paradigms developed elsewhere for different purposes. Chapter 111. From Division to Unity in Security. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided. And remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies and He brought your hearts together and you became, by His favor, brothers. Quran 3:103. The current security landscape across the Muslim world reflects perhaps history's most profound fragmentation of what was once a unified civilization. From Morocco to Indonesia, from Kazakhstan to Somalia, Muslim-majority states pursue divergent and often contradictory security strategies, maintain competing and sometimes antagonistic military alliances, develop incompatible operational doctrines, and occasionally engage in direct security competition against fellow Muslim nations. This extraordinary fragmentation, unprecedented in Islamic history until the modern era, creates fundamental vulnerabilities exceeding any external threat, as the Muslim world's aggregate capabilities remain divided into isolated components frequently directed against each other rather than combining into collective strength. This division manifests across multiple dimensions with strategic consequences. Military capabilities developed by Muslim states primarily address threats from other Muslim nations rather than external challenges, creating massive resource diversion toward internal competition. Intelligence services direct primary collection against fellow Muslim countries rather than external threats, generating vulnerability through attentional misallocation. Defense industries develop competing and incompatible systems rather than standardized and interoperable capabilities, creating inefficiency through unnecessary duplication. Security relationships with external powers frequently aim at gaining advantage against regional Muslim competitors rather than addressing genuine external threats, producing dependency through strategic misorientation. The most profound consequence has been psychological rather than merely material. Across the Muslim world, security establishments have internalized division as permanent reality, accepting fundamental fragmentation as immutable condition rather than temporary aberration from Islamic civilization's historical unity. This normalization of division has transformed what began as colonial imposition into self-sustaining reality maintained from within rather than imposed from without, as security institutions develop identities, doctrines, and strategic cultures based on separation rather than unity despite shared religious foundation and historical experience. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of division. By establishing integrated security frameworks across formerly fragmented domains, from threat assessment to capability development, operational planning to intelligence sharing, industrial production to doctrinal advancement, the alliance would create authentic unity transcending psychological fragmentation while establishing institutional foundations for genuine collective security benefiting all members through strength aggregation rather than capability dissipation in internal competition. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for transforming the Muslim world from security division to unity, including elimination of intra-Muslim security competitions, development of common threat assessment and response frameworks, standardization of security planning processes, integration of defense industrial capabilities, and cultivation of unified security identity. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated capacity for balancing diverse relationships while maintaining Islamic solidarity, represents perhaps the most profound dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact on reversing the Muslim world's centuries-long fragmentation into renewed civilizational cohesion. Elimination of intra-Muslim security competitions. The alliance's foundational achievement would involve systematic reduction and ultimate elimination of security competitions between Muslim states that currently consume enormous resources while creating vulnerability to external manipulation. 1. Rivalry transformation through transparency mechanisms. The alliance would establish comprehensive transparency frameworks addressing the information asymmetry underlying many intra-Muslim security competitions, including forces data exchange, intentions clarification protocols, military exercise observation, and capability development notification. These transparency mechanisms, converting uncertainty into predictability, would reduce the security dilemma dynamics currently driving competitive capability development through fear reduction rather than merely restraint appeals, addressing the fundamental cognitive basis for rivalry rather than symptoms alone. 2. Resource reallocation from internal to external focus. The framework would include systematic redirection of security resources currently consumed in intra-Muslim competitions toward genuine external challenges, including intelligence collection reorientation, military posture adjustments, capability development reprioritization, and strategic planning refocus. This reallocation, shifting attention and resources outward rather than inward, would generate massive efficiency improvements through elimination of redundant capabilities currently deployed against fellow Muslim states while creating genuine security enhancement against actual rather than perceived threats. 3. Border dispute resolution frameworks. the alliance would implement specialized mechanisms addressing territorial disputes between Muslim states that frequently drive security competition despite limited strategic significance, including standardized arbitration processes, temporary administration arrangements, joint development frameworks for disputed resources, and face-saving formulas enabling leadership flexibility. These resolution frameworks, providing pathways out of entrenched positions, would eliminate the territorial drivers of many intra-Muslim security competitions through pragmatic solutions prioritizing Muslim world collective interests above maximalist national claims. For external manipulation resistance development, the framework would include sophisticated approaches countering the external power manipulation frequently exacerbating intra-Muslim rivalries for outside benefit, including intelligence sharing revealing manipulation attempts, coordinated diplomatic responses to dividendial strategies, and mutual support against selective pressure application. This manipulation resistance, identifying and neutralizing external intervention, would reduce the foreign amplification that frequently transforms manageable differences into significant conflicts through deliberate exploitation for non-Muslim advantage. 5. Security dilemma de-escalation sequencing. The alliance would establish graduated reduction protocols specifically designed to overcome the reciprocal fear problems preventing unilateral de-escalation in security competitions, including synchronized force adjustments, mutual verification systems, third-party monitoring, and progressive confidence-building measures creating predictability through orchestrated sequencing. These protocols, managing risk perceptions throughout transition, would enable existing competitions to wind down without vulnerability creation through carefully designed processes rather than naive disarmament appeals challenging core security imperatives. These approaches would transform intra-Muslim competition from resource-consuming vulnerability into potential strength through sophisticated frameworks converting internal rivalry into external capability. Pakistan's demonstrated ability to maintain Islamic solidarity despite specific bilateral challenges with fellow Muslim states, particularly its management of relationships with Afghanistan, Iran, and Bangladesh despite periodic tensions, provides practical template for transcending divisions through principled cooperation despite historical complications and legitimate differences. Common threat assessment and response. Beyond eliminating internal competition, the alliance would develop unified approaches to external threat identification, prioritization, and response that currently remain dangerously fragmented across the Muslim world. 1. Integrated threat analysis methodology. The alliance would establish comprehensive threat assessment frameworks integrating diverse perspectives across the Muslim world, including standardized evaluation criteria, information sharing protocols, analytical methodology harmonization, and joint assessment production. This integration, creating unified understanding from previously isolated analysis, would generate superior threat comprehension through diverse insight incorporation while establishing common strategic picture enabling coordinated rather than contradictory responses to shared challenges. 2. Islamic-centered security paradigm development. The framework would include development of distinctive threat assessment methodologies reflecting authentic Islamic security perspectives rather than imported paradigms, including specialized analytical frameworks addressing sacred site protection, religious practice security, identity preservation, and values defense alongside traditional territorial and resource security. This paradigm development, creating assessment frameworks aligned with Muslim world priorities, would ensure threat identification reflects genuine Islamic security concerns rather than externally defined threats potentially irrelevant to actual Muslim interests. 3. Comprehensive versus selective response integration. The alliance would systematically address the fragmentation enabling external powers to secure selective Muslim cooperation against specific threats while maintaining other policies harmful to broader Muslim interests, including comprehensive arrangement requirements, coordinated negotiation positions, and mutual consultation obligations preventing isolated cooperation undermining collective security. This integration, preventing selective exploitation, would transform Muslim world response from manipulable fragmentation into coherent engagement requiring comprehensive rather than selective consideration of Islamic security concerns. For strategic early warning integration, the framework would implement multinational early warning systems addressing the current vulnerability where warning indicators visible to some Muslim states remain unavailable to others until threats materialize beyond prevention threshold, including indicator sharing networks, analytical fusion centers, and integrated assessment distribution. This warning integration, creating collective rather than isolated awareness, would enable preventive measures addressing emerging threats before crisis development, converting individual vulnerability into mutual protection through shared awareness expanding beyond national limitations. 5. Graduated response option development. The Alliance would establish comprehensive but flexible response frameworks addressing different threat levels, types, and urgencies across the Muslim world, from diplomatic pressure through economic measures, military signaling to kinetic operations, creating proportional options beyond binary alornothing approaches. These graduated options, enabling calibrated responses, would facilitate unified action through flexible participation mechanisms accommodating different member situations while maintaining collective framework instead of fragmented individual responses or complete inaction due to consensus impossibility. These approaches would transform threat fragmentation from vulnerability into unified comprehension through sophisticated frameworks exceeding both naive uniformity demands and dysfunctional isolation. Pakistan's experience developing effective threat assessments integrating diverse intelligence inputs despite complex relationships, particularly during counterterrorism operations requiring multinational coordination despite divergent priorities, provides practical qualification for leading these integration efforts within the broader alliance framework. Standardized security planning processes. To convert common threat understanding into effective action, the Alliance would develop standardized planning frameworks enabling genuine operational integration across previously isolated security establishments. 1. Multi-level planning integration architecture. The Alliance would establish comprehensive planning frameworks linking strategic, operational, and tactical levels across member security establishments, including standardized processes, common formats, compatible methodologies, and integrated timelines enabling vertical synchronization. This multi-level integration, connecting highest policy through concrete implementation, would create seamless planning continuity across all phases rather than disconnections between conceptual agreement and practical execution that frequently undermine multilateral security efforts. 2. Planning doctrine harmonization with cultural respect. The framework would include sophisticated harmonization of planning methodologies currently reflecting diverse colonial and post-colonial influences, including British, French, American, Soviet, and indigenous traditions, creating standardized approaches while respecting valuable aspects of different planning cultures. This harmonization, developing common processes without unnecessary homogenization, would enable effective integration while preserving distinctive insights from different traditions, creating planning richness beyond what any single approach could provide. 3. Would scenario-based planning standardization. The Alliance implement comprehensive scenario development methodologies enabling joint planning against common challenges, including standardized scenario construction, consistent assumption documentation, compatible probability assessment, and integrated response option development. This scenario standardization, creating shared planning foundations, would enable coordinated preparation against potential contingencies through common reference points rather than disjointed individual preparations based on inconsistent assumptions leading to incompatible responses. 4. Islamic ethics integration in planning frameworks. The framework would systematically incorporate Islamic ethical principles regarding proportionality, distinction, necessity, and just conduct into standardized planning processes, including formal assessment requirements, ethical review protocols, religious authority consultation, and values alignment verification. This ethical integration, embedding Islamic principles within technical processes, would ensure planning outputs reflect authentic Muslim values alongside security effectiveness, creating distinctive planning culture aligned with religious principles rather than merely efficient processes divorced from ethical foundations. 5. Collaborative planning technology standardization. the alliance would establish common planning technologies enabling real-time collaboration despite geographic separation, including compatible software systems, standardized data formats, secure sharing protocols, and integrated visualization capabilities. This technological standardization, creating digital planning continuity, would enable distributed planning teams across different member states to function as unified entities through compatible tools, overcoming the physical separation that frequently hinders multinational planning through practical rather than merely conceptual integration. These approaches would transform planning fragmentation from coordination obstacle into synchronized capability through sophisticated frameworks enabling genuine integration without unnecessary standardization. Pakistan's experience conducting effective multinational planning despite technological and doctrinal differences, particularly during combined exercises with diverse partners maintaining different planning traditions, provides practical template for these standardization efforts within the broader alliance framework. Integrated Defense Industrial Base. Beyond operational coordination, the alliance would develop genuine industrial integration, converting currently fragmented and duplicative defense production into coordinated capability, enhancing collective security through efficiency and standardization. 1. Complementary specialization versus redundant competition. The alliance would establish comprehensive industrial coordination, converting current duplicative efforts into complementary specialization, where different member states focus on specific capability areas aligned with comparative advantages rather than competing across identical domains. This specialization, creating efficiency through focus, would generate superior collective capabilities through concentration of expertise and resources in centers of excellence rather than dilution across redundant programs, transforming competition into coordination through intelligent division of labor, enhancing overall capability despite resource constraints. 2. Standardization and interoperability frameworks. The framework would include systematic standardization programs addressing the current compatibility challenges created by diverse equipment sourcing, including common ammunition specifications, interoperable communications protocols, standardized maintenance requirements, and compatible data formats. This standardization, creating functional compatibility, would enable genuine multinational operations through elimination of the technical barriers currently preventing effective force integration despite political agreement, establishing practical rather than merely theoretical interoperability. 3. Joint Development Program Institutionalization. The alliance would implement comprehensive frameworks for multinational development programs, including investment sharing protocols, technology contribution agreements, work allocation formulas, and intellectual property arrangements enabling collaborative rather than competitive innovation. These joint programs, converting fragmented efforts into consolidated projects, would enable development of capabilities exceeding individual member resources through pooled expertise and funding, addressing the scale limitations currently preventing indigenous development of advanced systems requiring resources beyond individual state capacity. 4. Technology transfer acceleration mechanisms. The framework would establish systematic technology sharing programs accelerating capability development across the Muslim world, including training initiatives, technical assistance programs, expert exchange mechanisms, and knowledge transfer protocols diffusing expertise from more advanced to developing members. This technology acceleration, spreading rather than hoarding capabilities, would create distributed rather than concentrated expertise through deliberate diffusion programs, establishing genuine collective capability rather than isolated pockets of advancement surrounded by dependency. 5. Strategic resource coordination for critical materials. The alliance would implement comprehensive coordination of the strategic resources required for defense industries, including rare earth elements, specialized metals, advanced composites, and critical chemicals, through pooled acquisition, shared stockpiles, and coordinated supply chain development. This resource coordination, creating collective rather than competitive acquisition, would ensure stable access to critical materials through combined leverage exceeding individual purchasing power, eliminating the supply vulnerabilities frequently undermining industrial sovereignty despite apparent production capabilities. These industrial approaches would transform fragmented production from inefficient duplication into coordinated capability through sophisticated frameworks enabling specialization, standardization, and resource optimization. Pakistan's experience developing effective defense industries despite resource constraints, particularly its aircraft manufacturing, missile production, and naval construction combining indigenous development with international cooperation, provides practical qualification for leading these integration efforts within the broader alliance. Unified security identity development. The ultimate foundation for genuine security unity lies in developing shared identity transcending the fragmented conceptualization currently dividing the Muslim world's security establishments despite common religious foundation. 1. Islamic military heritage reclamation. The alliance would systematically reintegrate the shared Islamic military heritage currently fragmented through colonial and post-colonial disruption, including scholarly recovery of classical traditions, historical education programs, and conceptual reconnect to the unified military culture that characterized Islamic civilization's historical security achievements. This heritage reclamation, restoring intellectual continuity, would re-establish the foundation for shared identity through connection to common traditions predating current fragmentation, creating historical depth transcending recent divisions through reconnect to authentic inheritance rather than imported paradigms. 2. Professional identity integration beyond national boundaries. The framework would develop transnational professional identity among Muslim security practitioners, including multinational education programs, specialized career development across national boundaries, professional association establishment, and joint scholarly activities creating identification with Islamic security profession beyond merely national service. This professional integration, establishing cross-cutting identities, would create connection networks transcending national boundaries through shared professional commitment, developing unity through common expertise alongside political arrangements. 3. Distinctive doctrinal traditions integration. The alliance would implement sophisticated integration of the doctrinal traditions currently dividing Muslim security establishments, including British-influenced systems, American-trained organizations, French-modeled structures, post-Soviet institutions, and indigenously developed frameworks, creating distinctive synthesis rather than merely selecting single approach. This doctrinal integration, developing unique synthesis from diverse inputs, would establish authentic Muslim security identity incorporating valuable elements from different traditions without wholesale adoption of any particular external model. 4. Islamic values operational effectiveness integration. The framework would systematically demonstrate the reinforcing rather than contradictory relationship between Islamic ethical principles and operational effectiveness, including case studies, practical examples, and contemporary applications showing how religious values enhance rather than constrain security capabilities. This integration, reconciling faith and effectiveness, would overcome the artificial separation often dividing religious identity from security practice, creating unified perspective where Islamic principles become operational advantage rather than constraints requiring compartmentalization from professional functions. 5. Next-generation formation programs. The alliance would establish comprehensive programs specifically developing future security leaders with unified rather than fragmented identity from career inception, including multinational education opportunities, shared formative experiences, and integrated professional development creating binding relationships transcending national boundaries. These formation programs, cultivating unity from beginning rather than attempting connection after identity development, would create generational transformation separate. Through leaders conceptualizing security in collective rather than merely national terms from their earliest professional socialization. These identity approaches would transform fragmented self-conception from division source into unity foundation through sophisticated frameworks developing genuine shared identity without eliminating valuable diversity. Pakistan's experience maintaining authentic Islamic security identity while integrating diverse influences, from Chinese and American partnership to Turkish and Gulf cooperation, provides practical template for developing unified but distinctive security culture within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: from fragmentation to unified. Strength. The transformation from security division to unity represents perhaps the most profound dimension of the proposed Muslim security alliance's potential impact on the Islamic world's future trajectory. Beyond specific capabilities, organizational structures, or operational arrangements, this fundamental paradigm shift would reverse centuries of fragmentation, converting the Muslim world from divided entity vulnerable to external manipulation into unified civilization capable of autonomous security provision aligned with its distinctive values and interests. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing security through wasteful duplication, unnecessary competition, and inefficient resource allocation across fragmented entities systematically, quantity, the alliance would develop integrated capabilities through specialization, standardization, and cooperation, creating efficiency beyond aggregate individual efforts, quality. The resulting security architecture would achieve unprecedented effectiveness through sophisticated unity frameworks, converting current fragmentation into coordinated capability through intelligent integration rather than mere accumulation. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this unity-building domain. Few Muslim-majority states have more successfully balanced diverse relationships while maintaining Islamic solidarity and principled positions. From its diplomatic leadership in organization of Islamic cooperation initiatives to its balanced engagement with competing Muslim powers, from its consistent support for Muslim causes worldwide to its practical security cooperation across different Islamic regions, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise capabilities required for transcending divisions while respecting diversity within unified frameworks. The May 2025 crisis provided validation of this capability, as Pakistan effectively coordinated support from diverse Muslim states despite their varying relationships with India, competing external alignments, and different strategic priorities. This demonstration of unity-building capacity, securing coordinated support across traditional divides, represents the essential leadership qualification for the broader transformation envisioned through the proposed alliance architecture. By implementing the comprehensive unity frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world from security fragmentation to cohesion, creating effective coordination aligned with Islamic principles and responsive to actual Muslim world requirements rather than external manipulation perpetuating division for outside benefit. This transformation would represent not merely military evolution but fundamental civilization revival, restoring the authentic unity that characterized Islam's golden age and enabling the Muslim world to make distinctive contributions to global security based on its collective strength rather than remaining vulnerable through continued fragmentation into isolated components incapable of effective mutual support despite shared faith, values, and interests. Chapter 112. From Weakness to Strength. So do not weaken and do not grieve, and you will be superior if you are believers. Quran 3:139. The current international position of the Muslim world reflects a paradoxical condition, despite comprising nearly 2 billion people across 57 countries, controlling critical natural resources, occupying strategic territories, and inheriting one of history's most accomplished civilizations. Muslim-majority states frequently find themselves unable to protect core interests, defend sovereign rights, secure sacred sites, or influence global affairs commensurate with their collective demographic, geographic, and historical significance. This condition of strategic weakness despite potential strength has become so pervasive that many within and outside the Muslim world have normalized it as immutable reality rather than temporary aberration requiring correction. This weakness manifests across multiple dimensions with profound consequences for Muslim populations worldwide. Individual Muslim states often lack sufficient capability to deter aggression, creating vulnerability exploited through military interventions, territorial violations, and sovereignty infringements without effective response options. Diplomatic initiatives frequently fail despite compelling moral and legal foundations due to insufficient leverage, leaving legitimate grievances unaddressed despite international law support. Humanitarian crises affecting Muslim populations receive inadequate response due to capability limitations, creating recurring patterns of suffering without effective intervention despite religious obligation to protect vulnerable believers. The psychological impact has proven as damaging as the material consequences. Across the Muslim world, populations and leadership have internalized perceptions of inevitable weakness, accepting persistent vulnerability as unchangeable condition rather than addressable circumstance through collective action. This psychological capitulation has transformed what began as temporary material limitation into self-perpetuating reality, as decision-makers operate within artificially constrained parameters defined by perceived powerlessness rather than potential capabilities through unity, creating self-fulfilling prophecies of ineffectiveness through limited ambition rather than capability constraints alone. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of weakness. By establishing integrated capabilities across formerly fragmented domains. From military power projection to diplomatic leverage, strategic deterrence to humanitarian intervention, the alliance would create authentic strength transcending psychological limitations while establishing material foundations for genuine capability commensurate with the Muslim world's size, resources, and civilizational significance. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for transforming the Muslim world from strategic weakness to strength, including development of aggregate power projection capabilities, enhanced strategic weight in international negotiations, credible deterrence against major powers, autonomous crisis response capabilities, and effective humanitarian intervention capacity. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in developing strategic capabilities despite significant constraints, represents perhaps the most profound dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact on the Muslim world's position in the international system. Aggregate power projection capabilities. The alliance's most visible transformation would involve development of substantial power projection capabilities enabling the Muslim world to protect interests and exercise influence beyond immediate territorial boundaries. 1. Multinational rapid deployment forces. The alliance would establish sophisticated rapid deployment capabilities combining contributions from multiple member states into integrated expeditionary forces, including air mobile components, naval task groups, special operations units, and specialized enabling elements providing comprehensive intervention options beyond individual national capacities. These multinational forces, maintained at high readiness with prepositioned equipment and regular exercises, would create intervention capability exceeding any individual Muslim state's capacity through resource pooling and specialization, enabling timely response to threats against Muslim populations, interests, or territories beyond what fragmented national capabilities currently permit. 2. Strategic airlift and sealift coordination. The framework would include comprehensive coordination of strategic transportation assets currently dispersed across different Muslim states, including military transport aircraft, civilian reserve components, naval vessels, and commercial shipping, creating collective mobility exceeding individual national assets. This transportation coordination, converting disparate capacities into integrated capability, would establish genuine power projection foundations through ability to move substantial forces beyond national territories, addressing the mobility limitations currently constraining Muslim states to immediate geographic proximity despite theoretical force availability. 3. Expeditionary logistics networks development. The alliance would systematically develop the logistics infrastructure required for sustained operations beyond national territories, including prepositioned supplies, forward maintenance facilities, contracted support arrangements, and multinational sustainment units, creating operational endurance exceeding current national limitations. These logistics networks, enabling operations beyond brief initial deployments, would establish credible intervention capacity through sustainability rather than merely initial presence, addressing the endurance constraints frequently limiting Muslim states to symbolic rather than substantive operations despite deployment capabilities. 4. Forward basing and access arrangements. The framework would establish comprehensive access agreements across strategically significant locations within the Muslim world, including prepositioning facilities, emergency access arrangements, overflight rights, and port utilization agreements, creating geographic reach exceeding individual bilateral arrangements. This access network, providing presence options across multiple regions, would enable rapid response to emergent threats through prepositioning rather than long-distance deployment, addressing the geographic constraints currently limiting Muslim states to restricted operational areas despite theoretical global distribution. 5. Specialized force projection capabilities. The alliance would develop specific capabilities designed for precise intervention in contemporary scenarios, including counterterrorism units, hostage rescue teams, maritime security forces, and specialized civil military components addressing complex emergencies, creating tailored options beyond conventional military forces alone. These specialized capabilities, matching contemporary intervention requirements rather than merely traditional military contingencies, would establish relevant projection options aligned with actual security challenges facing Muslim populations worldwide, addressing the relevance limitations currently reducing Muslim state effectiveness despite potential deployment capacity. These approaches would transform projection limitations from strategic constraint into genuine capability through sophisticated frameworks, converting fragmented national capacities into integrated alliance capability. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing expeditionary capabilities. Despite resource constraints, particularly its significant United Nations peacekeeping contributions across multiple continents, specialized counterterrorism units with global operational experience, and naval task group deployments beyond regional waters, provides practical template for these projection capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Strategic negotiations. Weight in international. Beyond physical projection, the alliance would develop substantial diplomatic leverage, converting the Muslim world's current fragmented influence into coherent negotiating power within international forums and bilateral engagements. 1. Coordinated position development mechanisms. The alliance would establish sophisticated frameworks for developing unified positions on critical international issues, including structured consultation processes, specialized working groups, shared analytical support, and formal position articulation, creating coherent stances exceeding fragmented national perspectives. These coordination mechanisms, converting diverse viewpoints into unified positions, would generate diplomatic weight through collective voice rather than contradictory statements, addressing the fragmentation that currently undermines Muslim world influence despite substantial potential leverage through combined voting power and economic significance. 2. Economic leverage coordination systems. The framework would include comprehensive coordination of economic instruments currently dispersed across different Muslim states, including sovereign wealth investments, trade relationships, energy resources, and financial flows, creating collective leverage exceeding individual national capabilities. This economic coordination, converting disparate resources into strategic instruments, would establish substantial negotiating power through coordinated rather than competing economic actions, addressing the leverage limitations currently constraining Muslim states despite controlling critical resources and markets whose impact remains diluted through uncoordinated deployment. 3. Alternative forum development. The alliance would systematically develop specialized international forums addressing Muslim world priorities inadequately represented in existing institutions, including dedicated organizations, specialized working groups, and alternative negotiating venues providing structural representation lacking in post-WWII institutional architecture. These alternative forums, creating institutional space where Muslim priorities receive appropriate attention, would establish architectural rebalancing through complementary rather than merely opposing existing institutions, addressing the structural biases currently limiting Muslim influence despite formal sovereign equality through institutional design accommodating their historical exclusion from founding moments. 4. Strategic communication integration. The framework would implement coordinated messaging on international issues affecting Muslim interests, including media engagement strategies, consistent narrative development, and professional communication capabilities exceeding individual national capacities. This communication integration, creating coherent information projection, would establish narrative influence through sophisticated messaging rather than contradictory statements, addressing the perception management disadvantages currently undermining Muslim position representation despite compelling factual and legal foundations through uncoordinated and sometimes conflicting presentation. 5. Multinational diplomatic cadre development. The alliance would establish specialized diplomatic training integrating personnel from across member states into cohesive negotiating teams, including language capabilities, technical expertise, negotiation skills, and cultural fluency exceeding individual national diplomatic corps. This multinational cadre, representing collective rather than merely national interests, would create negotiating capability through specialized expertise rather than generalist representation, addressing the technical limitations currently disadvantaging Muslim states in complex negotiations despite potential influence through more sophisticated engagement capabilities. These diplomatic approaches would transform negotiating limitations from influence constraint into substantial leverage through sophisticated frameworks, converting fragmented national diplomacy into coordinated alliance capability. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in effective diplomatic engagement despite resource constraints, particularly its leadership in organization of Islamic cooperation initiatives, successful nuclear diplomacy against significant international pressure, and balanced navigation of complex great power relationships, provides practical template for these negotiating capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Deterrence credibility against major powers. Perhaps most fundamentally, the alliance would establish genuine deterrence capabilities preventing aggression against Muslim states, territories, and populations through credible capacity to impose unacceptable costs on potential aggressors regardless of their conventional military advantages. 1. Extended nuclear deterrence framework. The alliance would establish sophisticated mechanisms extending Pakistan's nuclear deterrent protection to other Muslim states through formal guarantees, consultation structures, and deployment arrangements, creating existential security beyond current proliferation-dependent approaches. This extended deterrence, providing nuclear umbrella benefits without proliferation requirements, would establish fundamental security protection against existential threats, addressing the vulnerability currently facing Muslim states lacking indigenous nuclear capabilities despite legitimate security requirements through collective rather than individual solutions to strategic challenges requiring capabilities beyond most states' individual development capacity. 2. Asymmetric capability coordination. The framework would include comprehensive coordination of specialized asymmetric capabilities currently dispersed across different Muslim states, including electronic warfare systems, cyber operations, unmanned platforms, and precision strike assets, creating collective deterrence exceeding individual national capacities. This asymmetric coordination, converting disparate specialized capabilities into integrated deterrence, would establish credible cost imposition options against even advanced adversaries through sophisticated rather than merely conventional approaches, addressing the symmetrical disadvantages currently limiting Muslim states against major power conventional superiority despite potential asymmetric effectiveness through coordinated rather than isolated capabilities. 3. Strategic depth integration. The alliance would systematically implement strategic depth concepts across member territories, including dispersal arrangements, redundant capabilities, alternative facilities, and mutual support agreements, creating resilience beyond individual national vulnerabilities. This depth integration, converting geographic dispersion from communication challenge into survival advantage, would establish operational resilience through distributed rather than concentrated capabilities, addressing the compact geography often constraining individual Muslim states despite collective territorial expanse through mutual support agreements transcending national boundaries. 4. Conventional force multiplier development. The framework would develop specific conventional capabilities creating disproportionate deterrent effects despite resource constraints, including anti-access systems, area denial capabilities, precision strike assets, and advanced air defense networks, establishing credible resistance capacity against conventional superiority. These force multipliers, focusing on specific high-leverage capabilities rather than comprehensive conventional parity, would create effective deterrence despite asymmetric resources through intelligent capability prioritization, addressing the conventional disadvantages currently limiting Muslim states against major powers despite potential effectiveness through more sophisticated capability selection and employment doctrines. 5. Psychological deterrence enhancement. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches enhancing psychological credibility alongside material capabilities, including demonstrated resolve during crises, consistent signaling, established reputation for commitment fulfillment, and strategic communication reinforcing deterrent messaging. This psychological enhancement, creating perception credibility beyond mere material capability, would establish deterrent effectiveness through adversary belief in capability employment rather than merely capability possession, addressing the commitment questions currently undermining Muslim state deterrence despite theoretical capability through enhanced credibility regarding actual implementation when challenged. These deterrence approaches would transform security vulnerability from persistent condition into address circumstance through sophisticated frameworks, converting fragmented national capabilities into integrated alliance deterrence. Pakistan's demonstrated experience establishing credible deterrence against a numerically superior adversary, particularly its effective nuclear policy development, asymmetric capability cultivation, and strategic signaling during multiple crises, provides practical template for these deterrence frameworks within the broader alliance. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of these principles, as Pakistan's integrated deterrence capabilities, combining nuclear, conventional, cyber, and information dimensions, successfully prevented escalation beyond established thresholds despite significant adversary capability advantages. This demonstrated deterrence, maintaining crisis stability. Despite substantial conventional asymmetry, represents the precise capability required across the broader Muslim world facing similar power disparities against potential aggressors. Crisis response autonomy. Beyond long-term deterrence, the alliance would develop substantial autonomous response capabilities enabling timely and effective action during emerging crises without requiring external assistance or approval. 1. Integrated early warning systems. The alliance would establish comprehensive early warning capabilities through information sharing across member intelligence services, including satellite imagery, signals intelligence, human sources, cyber monitoring, and open-source analysis, creating superior situation awareness exceeding individual national capabilities. This warning integration, providing earlier and more comprehensive threat detection, would establish autonomous response foundation through timely understanding rather than information dependency, addressing the awareness limitations currently forcing Muslim states to rely on external intelligence despite potential self-sufficiency through combined collection capabilities providing independent crisis recognition before external notification. 2. Autonomous decision frameworks. The framework would implement sophisticated decision mechanisms enabling rapid response without external approval requirements, including predefined authority thresholds, designated response options, streamlined consultation procedures, and graduated action protocols, creating decision speed beyond current fragmented processes. These decision frameworks, enabling autonomous action despite multinational composition, would establish response timeliness through procedural efficiency rather than centralized control, addressing the decision paralysis currently delaying Muslim world responses despite potential capability through more sophisticated governance mechanisms designed for crisis speed requirements. 3. Self-sufficient intervention capabilities. The alliance would develop specialized intervention forces requiring minimal external support, including indigenous intelligence, organic transportation, integrated logistics, and comprehensive enabler capabilities, creating operational independence beyond current external dependency models. These self-sufficient capabilities, operating without foreign support requirements, would establish intervention autonomy through comprehensive capability development rather than merely core combat forces, addressing the dependency limitations currently forcing Muslim states to secure external support for operations despite potential self-sufficiency through more systematic capability development across all operational requirements rather than merely visible elements. 4. Strategic communications independence. The framework would include comprehensive crisis communication capabilities independent from external narrative control, including indigenous media networks, technical dissemination platforms, professional coordinated messaging development, and information operations, creating narrative sovereignty beyond current external dependency. This communication independence, establishing autonomous message projection, would create perception management capability through indigenous rather than foreign filtered channels, addressing the narrative vulnerability currently forcing Muslim states to communicate through potentially hostile media despite potential alternatives through more sophisticated indigenous platforms capable of reaching relevant audiences without intermediation. 5. Legal and diplomatic self-sufficiency. The alliance would develop advanced legal and diplomatic capabilities supporting independent crisis response, including specialized international law expertise, evidence collection protocols, case preparation resources, and diplomatic response teams, creating legitimacy establishment beyond current external validation requirements. These support capabilities, enabling response justification, would establish intervention legitimacy through indigenous expertise rather than external validation, addressing the legitimation dependencies currently forcing Muslim states to secure Western endorsement despite potential self-sufficiency through more sophisticated indigenous frameworks, providing independent legal foundation for necessary actions protecting Muslim populations. These autonomous approaches would transform response limitations from dependency requirement into genuine self-sufficiency through sophisticated frameworks, creating independent capability across all crisis dimensions. Pakistan's demonstrated experience conducting independent security operations without external approval, particularly during counterterrorism campaigns, natural disaster responses, and various regional contingencies, provides practical template for these autonomous capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Humanitarian intervention capability. Beyond conventional security, the alliance would develop substantial humanitarian intervention capabilities enabling protection of vulnerable Muslim populations facing persecution, natural disasters, or complex emergencies without requiring external assistance or leadership. 1. Specialized humanitarian intervention forces. The alliance would establish dedicated forces specifically designed for complex humanitarian operations, including civil military coordination units, specialized engineering capabilities, medical deployment teams, and population protection forces, creating intervention options beyond conventional military units. These specialized forces, designed for humanitarian rather than combat operations, would establish protection capability through appropriate force composition rather than repurposed combat units, addressing the specialized capability limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite humanitarian intervention obligations through more sophisticated force design specifically matching humanitarian protection requirements. 2. Rapid deployment humanitarian platforms. The framework would include prepositioned humanitarian response capabilities maintained at high readiness, including emergency shelter systems, field hospitals, water purification units, and emergency food supplies, creating immediate response options beyond current ad hoc arrangements. These rapid deployment platforms, enabling immediate assistance delivery, would establish humanitarian response timeliness through preparedness rather than reactive procurement, addressing the response delay currently plaguing Muslim world humanitarian operations despite potential effectiveness through more systematized preparedness, converting theoretical capability into practical response capacity. 3. Islamic relief integration with security capabilities. The alliance would implement innovative integration between existing Islamic humanitarian organizations and new security capabilities, including protection force coordination, security corridor establishment, joint planning processes, and integrated assessment teams, creating synergy beyond current separation. This relief security integration, enabling effective operations in complex environments, would establish humanitarian access through coordinated rather than separate approaches, addressing the security limitations currently restricting Muslim relief organizations despite significant resources through more sophisticated coordination enabling operations in non-permissive environments requiring protection capabilities alongside relief expertise. 4. Population protection doctrine development. The framework would include sophisticated doctrine specifically addressing civilian protection requirements in contemporary conflicts, including safe area establishment, civilian evacuation operations, indirect fire countermeasures, and medical evacuation protocols, creating effective protection beyond current conceptual limitations. This protection doctrine, providing operational guidance for complex scenarios, would establish humanitarian effectiveness through conceptual sophistication rather than merely material resources, addressing the doctrinal gaps currently limiting Muslim state protection operations despite potential capability through more developed conceptual frameworks matching actual protection challenges in contemporary conflicts beyond conventional military paradigms. 5. Religious leader protection specialization. the alliance would develop specialized capabilities specifically protecting religious leaders, scholars, and institutions frequently targeted during persecution episodes, including extraction teams, secure facilities, identity protection measures, and contingency relocation capabilities, creating focused protection for vulnerable religious leadership. This specialized protection, addressing distinctive Islamic vulnerability patterns, would establish targeted capability through specialized rather than generic approaches, addressing the religious persecution dimensions frequently neglected in conventional humanitarian operations despite their particular significance for Muslim populations through more tailored protection frameworks addressing actual rather than theoretical vulnerability patterns. These humanitarian approaches would transform protection limitations from persistent vulnerability into addressed capability through sophisticated frameworks, creating effective intervention options where Muslim populations face threats. Pakistan's demonstrated experience conducting effective humanitarian operations despite resource constraints, particularly during regional earthquake responses, flood relief operations, and various international assistance missions, provides practical template for these humanitarian capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: the transformed capability. Reality: the transformation from strategic weakness to strength represents perhaps the most consequential dimension of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's potential impact on international relations. Beyond specific operational arrangements, technical improvements, or institutional developments, this fundamental capability shift would alter the basic security reality for nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide, replacing persistent vulnerability with effective protection, fragmented influence with collective impact, and reactive response with proactive capability aligned with Islamic principles and responsive to actual Muslim world requirements. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing strength through overwhelming resource mobilization, massive military expansion, or population size leverage beyond realistic development, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop focused capabilities addressing specific Muslim world security requirements through intelligent prioritization, collaborative specialization, and capability sharing, quality. The resulting security architecture would achieve effective strength through sophisticated design rather than brute material competition with established powers possessing insurmountable resource advantages in conventional domains. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this strength development journey. No Muslim majority state has more successfully transformed limited resources into strategic capability despite enormous obstacles. From its development of nuclear deterrence against a conventionally superior adversary to its cultivation of sophisticated asymmetric capabilities balancing conventional disadvantages, from its effective United Nations peacekeeping contributions exceeding much larger states to its humanitarian operations during regional disasters, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this transformation process across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of this capability, as Pakistan effectively defended its sovereignty against a numerically superior adversary without requiring external intervention, permission, or support. This demonstration of genuine strategic autonomy, where response reflected Pakistani rather than external priorities and implementation relied on indigenous rather than provided capabilities, represents the ultimate objective for the broader Muslim world through the proposed alliance architecture. By implementing the comprehensive capability framework detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world from strategic weakness to strength, creating genuine security capabilities commensurate with its demographic size, geographic expanse, resource endowment, and civilizational significance. This transformation would represent not merely military evolution but fundamental strategic rebalancing, restoring the capability that characterized Islam's historical position as world civilization rather than vulnerability object and enabling the Muslim world to participate in international affairs as influential actor rather than perpetual victim requiring external protection, advocacy, or assistance despite comprising nearly 1/4 of humanity. Section B. Wider transformational effects. Chapter 113. From reactive to proactive security. And if they incline to peace, then incline to it and rely upon Allah. Indeed, it is He who is the hearing, the knowing. Quran 8 hours 61 minutes. The current security posture across the Muslim world reflects an overwhelmingly reactive orientation that fundamentally constrains strategic effectiveness despite significant resource commitment. From Morocco to Indonesia, from Kazakhstan to Somalia, Muslim-majority states typically find themselves responding to security challenges after emergence rather than shaping environments to prevent adverse developments, reacting to crises once manifest rather than addressing underlying causes before eruption, and adapting to international security agendas established elsewhere rather than participating in their formulation despite legitimate interests in outcomes. This reactive posture, where Muslim states primarily respond to rather than shape security environments, creates persistent disadvantage regardless of specific capabilities or resources. This reactivity manifests across multiple dimensions with profound strategic consequences. In conflict scenarios, Muslim states typically engage only after violence erupts rather than during formative stages when lower-cost interventions might prevent escalation, creating patterns of high-intensity response. After circumstances have deteriorated beyond simple resolution, diplomatic initiatives frequently focus on managing consequences of established situations rather than shaping developmental trajectories before adverse conditions solidify, reducing effectiveness through engagement delay until after disadvantageous parameters become entrenched. Intelligence capabilities often orient toward current threat documentation rather than emerging risk identification, diminishing preventive opportunity through insufficient early warning focused on prevention rather than merely verification. The psychological impact has proven as limiting as the operational consequences. Across the Muslim world, security establishments have internalized reactive thinking as standard operating procedure, conceptualizing security primarily as response to external developments rather than active environment shaping through deliberate initiative. This psychological orientation has transformed what began as circumstantial limitation into institutional culture, as planning processes, resource allocation, capability development, and strategic concepts reflect reactive paradigms emphasizing adaptation rather than initiative despite potential advantages through more proactive approaches establishing favorable conditions rather than merely responding to adverse developments. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of reactivity. By establishing proactive capabilities across formerly reactive domains, from strategic intelligence to preventive diplomacy, early intervention to environment shaping, the alliance would create genuine initiative capacity transcending psychological limitations while establishing operational foundations for security approaches. Addressing causes rather than merely managing symptoms of instability, conflict, and vulnerability affecting Muslim populations worldwide. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for transforming the Muslim world from reactive to proactive security orientation, including strategic initiative recapture, preventive diplomacy capabilities, early conflict intervention capacity, security environment shaping, and international agenda setting. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in developing forward-looking security approaches despite significant constraints, represents perhaps the most sophisticated dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact on the fundamental conceptualization of security across the Muslim world. Strategic initiative recapture. The alliance's foundational achievement would involve systematic development of capabilities enabling Muslim states to recapture strategic initiative rather than merely responding to developments initiated elsewhere. 1. Forward-looking intelligence reorientation. The alliance would implement comprehensive reorientation of intelligence capabilities from documentation-focused collection to forward-looking analysis, including trend identification methodologies, emerging risk assessment frameworks, pattern recognition technologies, and anticipatory analysis processes creating awareness of developing situations before crisis manifestation. This intelligence reorientation, shifting from verification to anticipation, would establish essential foundation for proactive approaches through earlier awareness of developing challenges, addressing the temporal disadvantage currently forcing Muslim states into reactive postures through insufficient warning before situations solidify beyond preventive intervention. 2. Strategic environment mapping capabilities. The framework would include sophisticated capabilities systematically mapping strategic environments and identifying intervention points where modest resources might create disproportionate effects, including system analysis methodologies, causal relationship mapping, leverage point identification, and opportunity window assessment. These mapping capabilities, revealing intervention opportunities before crisis emergence, would establish strategic advantage through efficiency rather than merely scale, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim states through more sophisticated understanding, enabling targeted application where maximum impact potential exists rather than comprehensive engagement simultaneously. 3. Across all dimensions. Red Team integration in strategic planning. The alliance would systematically incorporate adversarial analysis into planning processes, including dedicated red teams, alternative perspective analysis, competing hypothesis evaluation, and structured challenge protocols testing proposed approaches against sophisticated opposition rather than optimistic assumptions. This red team integration, revealing potential countermoves before implementation, would establish initiative advantage through anticipation rather than surprise, addressing the adaptation requirements currently forcing Muslim states into reactive adjustments through insufficient consideration of potential responses before. Commitment to specific approaches vulnerable to predictable countermeasures. 4. Strategic reserve maintenance for initiative seizure. The framework would include deliberate maintenance of uncommitted capability reserves specifically designated for initiative seizure, including rapidly deployable forces, discretionary funding, specialist expertise, and political capital preserved for opportunity exploitation rather than fully committed to existing requirements. These strategic reserves, enabling rapid opportunity exploitation, would establish initiative potential through available capacity rather than fully committed resources, addressing the capability constraints currently limiting Muslim states through overstretched assets lacking margin for proactive engagement beyond existing commitments despite emerging opportunities requiring prompt response for maximum effectiveness. 5. Narrative prepositioning for strategic maneuver. The alliance would implement sophisticated communication approaches establishing narrative foundations before specific developments, including concept introduction, terminology standardization, framework dissemination, and reference point establishment, creating intellectual groundwork for subsequent operational initiatives. This narrative prepositioning, developing conceptual territory before physical engagement, would establish psychological advantage through preparation rather than improvisation, addressing the communication challenges currently limiting Muslim states through insufficient groundwork before initiatives requiring established understanding for effective reception beyond merely operational capability. These initiative approaches would transform reactive limitation from strategic constraint into proactive opportunity through sophisticated frameworks enabling genuine initiative rather than merely responsive adaptation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing forward-looking strategic approaches despite resource constraints, particularly its anticipatory nuclear doctrine formulation, asymmetric capability development before conventional challenge manifestation, and preventive counterterrorism operations targeting emerging rather than established threats, provides practical template for these initiative capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Preventive diplomacy capabilities. Beyond strategic initiative, the alliance would develop substantial preventive diplomacy capabilities enabling conflict avoidance through early engagement before violence manifestation rather than management after eruption. 1. Early warning integration with diplomatic action. The alliance would establish sophisticated mechanisms connecting intelligence early warning directly to diplomatic initiatives, including information sharing protocols, risk assessment frameworks, graduated engagement options, and response timelines, creating automatic diplomatic activation when specific indicators appear rather than requiring separate recognition and response decisions. This warning response integration, creating institutional processes rather than discretionary reactions, would establish systematic preventive engagement through procedural rather than optional activation, addressing the disconnection currently limiting Muslim states where information about emerging situations frequently fails to trigger proportionate diplomatic initiatives before crisis emergence despite theoretical awareness. 2. 3. Preventive mediation capability development. The framework would include specialized mediation capabilities designed for early-stage conflict prevention rather than later resolution, including dedicated professional mediators, specialized training programs, institutional support mechanisms, and regional expertise, creating sophisticated intervention capacity before violence escalation. These preventive mediation capabilities, establishing dedicated resources rather than improvised responses, would create institutional focus on prevention through specialized capability development, addressing the mediation limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential effectiveness through more sophisticated approaches specifically designed for early intervention before positions harden and casualties create psychological barriers to resolution. Economic incentive coordination for conflict prevention. The alliance would implement coordinated economic instruments specifically targeting conflict prevention, including development assistance, investment packages, trade arrangements, and financial incentives, creating powerful motivation for peaceful resolution through tangible benefits exceeding potential gains from conflict. This economic coordination, converting disparate resources into strategic instruments, would establish substantial prevention leverage through material incentives rather than merely rhetorical appeals, addressing the influence limitations currently constraining Muslim states despite controlling significant resources, whose impact remains diluted through uncoordinated deployment without strategic conflict prevention focus. 5. Religious authority integration in preventive diplomacy. The framework would systematically incorporate religious leadership into preventive diplomatic initiatives, including scholarly involvement, spiritual appeals, religious framework development, and moral authority deployment, creating unique legitimacy dimensions unavailable through secular approaches alone. This religious integration, engaging spiritual alongside political dynamics, would establish distinctive effectiveness through comprehensive rather than merely political engagement, addressing the legitimacy limitations currently restricting Muslim state diplomacy despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches incorporating religious dimensions frequently central to conflicts affecting Muslim populations. Track 1.5 and Track 2 Preventive Process Institutionalization. The alliance would establish permanent capabilities for non-official preventive engagement, including sustained dialogue forums, academic exchanges, civil society networks, and professional association relationships, creating communication channels outside formal diplomatic constraints. These unofficial tracks, operating alongside formal diplomacy, would establish relationship continuity through sustained engagement rather than crisis-triggered interaction, addressing the relationship limitations currently hindering Muslim state preventive diplomacy despite potential effectiveness through more sophisticated approaches, maintaining continuous communication, enabling early issue identification before escalation beyond private resolution into public confrontation, requiring institutional response. These preventive approaches would transform diplomatic limitations from reactive constraint into proactive capability through sophisticated frameworks enabling early engagement before conflict manifestation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in effective preventive diplomacy despite complex regional environment, particularly its management of Afghanistan stability initiatives, engagement with Central Asian states during transition periods, and regional counter-extremism diplomatic coordination, provides practical template for these preventive frameworks within the broader alliance. Early conflict intervention capacity. When prevention proves insufficient, the alliance would develop sophisticated capabilities enabling early intervention before conflicts escalate beyond low-cost resolution potential. 1. Would graduated intervention option development. The alliance establish comprehensive intervention frameworks providing multiple options between inaction and major military deployment, including observer missions, peacekeeping operations, civilian protection forces, and limited stabilization units, creating nuanced choices beyond binary intervention decisions. These graduated options, enabling calibrated responses, would establish intervention flexibility through appropriate scaling rather than all-or-nothing approaches, addressing the threshold limitations currently restricting Muslim states where intervention frequently appears impractical due to major resource requirements despite Potential effectiveness through more sophisticated approaches providing proportional options matched to specific situation requirements before commitments. 2. Escalation necessitates major rapid assessment and response teams. The framework would include specialized teams combining civilian and military expertise for rapid deployment to emerging conflict zones, including conflict analysis specialists, cultural experts, humanitarian professionals, and security advisors capable of comprehensive situation assessment within days rather than weeks. These assessment teams, providing sophisticated understanding, would establish intervention effectiveness through accurate comprehension rather than generic approaches, addressing the information limitations currently hindering Muslim state responses despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches providing specific understanding enabling tailored interventions addressing actual rather than presumed dynamics before situation complexity increases requiring more substantial commitments. 3. Preventive deployment capability development. The alliance would implement specialized capabilities designed for deployment before violence eruption, including demilitarized zone monitoring, buffer force establishment, confidence-building measure verification, and violence prevention units creating physical separation before conflict ignition. These preventive deployments, establishing presence before violence, would create practical deterrence through physical positioning rather than merely declaratory statements, addressing the credibility limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential effectiveness through more sophisticated approaches establishing tangible presence. Demonstrating commitment beyond rhetorical positions with concrete capabilities physically preventing violence initiation. For religious reconciliation integration, the framework would systematically incorporate religious reconciliation processes alongside political and security interventions, including scholarly dialogue facilitation, religious framework development for conflict resolution, and spiritual leader engagement creating distinctive intervention dimensions beyond conventional approaches. This religious integration, addressing spiritual alongside material dimensions, would establish intervention effectiveness through comprehensive rather than merely political engagement, addressing the legitimacy limitations currently restricting Muslim state interventions despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches incorporating religious dimensions frequently central to conflicts affecting Muslim populations. 5. Rapid stabilization capability development. The alliance would establish specialized capabilities for early stabilization of conflict-affected areas, including security provision units, basic service restoration teams, governance support elements, and economic revitalization specialists capable of addressing fundamental instability drivers within initial intervention phases. These stabilization capabilities, creating tangible improvement, would establish intervention legitimacy through visible benefit rather than merely security provision, addressing the sustainability limitations currently challenging Muslim state interventions despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches addressing underlying instability causes rather than merely symptoms, preventing conflict resumption requiring additional interventions. These intervention approaches would transform conflict response from reactive limitation into proactive capability through sophisticated frameworks enabling early engagement before escalation beyond manageable proportions. Pakistan's demonstrated experience conducting effective peace operations despite resource constraints, particularly its substantial United Nations peacekeeping contributions across multiple continents, regional stabilization initiatives, and various conflict management operations, provides practical template for these intervention capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Shaping regional security environments. Beyond specific conflict prevention or intervention, the alliance would develop comprehensive capabilities enabling deliberate shaping of regional security environments toward stability rather than merely responding to instability once manifest. 1. Would regional security architecture development. The alliance implements sophisticated approaches establishing structured security frameworks in volatile regions, including dialogue mechanisms, confidence-building measures, crisis communication channels, and dispute resolution protocols creating institutional infrastructure before specific crisis emergence. These architectural initiatives, building systematic relationships, would establish environment predictability through institutionalization rather than improvisation, addressing the structural limitations currently challenging Muslim regions despite potential stability through more sophisticated approaches, establishing procedural frameworks channeling competition into manageable processes before escalation beyond institutional constraints. 2. Preventive arms control and regulation initiatives. The framework would include proactive development of regional arms control regimes, including conventional force limitation agreements, weapons of mass destruction restrictions, emerging technology governance, and military transparency measures, creating capability predictability before destabilizing arms competitions develop. These regulatory initiatives, establishing mutually beneficial constraints, would create stability advantages through limitation agreements rather than unrestricted competition, addressing the security dilemma currently destabilizing Muslim regions despite potential moderation through more sophisticated approaches, establishing mutual constraints, preventing capability developments, triggering counter-developments in dangerous escalation cycles. 3. Economic integration for security enhancement. The alliance would systematically develop economic connections specifically designed for security improvement, including infrastructure development, trade relationship establishment, resource sharing arrangements, and development coordination, creating material incentives for stability maintenance. This economic integration, generating concrete benefits, would establish practical motivation for peaceful relations through tangible advantage rather than merely abstract appeals, addressing the incentive limitations currently challenging Muslim regions despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantial prosperity costs for conflict initiation alongside direct security measures. For identity management for conflict prevention, the framework would include sophisticated approaches addressing identity dimensions frequently driving regional conflicts, including inclusive narrative development, cross-community confidence building, shared identity reinforcement, and divisive rhetoric countering, creating psychological environment resistant to exploitation. These identity initiatives, addressing cognitive alongside material factors, would establish fundamental stability through cohesion enhancement rather than merely containing division, addressing the psychological vulnerabilities currently destabilizing Muslim regions despite potential resilience through more sophisticated approaches, addressing underlying identity factors frequently exploited for mobilization into violent confrontation before manipulation opportunity emerges. 5. Would environmental security integration. The alliance implement environmental proactive factors approaches increasingly driving addressing regional insecurity, including water sharing arrangements, climate adaptation coordination, resource management frameworks, and disaster response preparation, creating resilience before environmental crisis manifestation. These environmental initiatives, addressing non-traditional security, would establish comprehensive stability through expanded security conceptualization rather than merely traditional dimensions, addressing the emerging challenges currently threatening Muslim regions despite potential management through more sophisticated approaches, proactively addressing environmental factors increasingly driving displacement, resource competition, and governance failure before full impact manifestation, requiring much costlier responses. These shaping approaches would transform regional security from reactive management into proactive development through sophisticated frameworks enabling deliberate environment construction toward stability. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in regional security initiatives despite complex neighborhood, particularly its engagement in various regional organizations, infrastructure development with security implications, and environmental cooperation across difficult relationships, provides practical template for these shaping capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Setting international security agenda items. At the global level, the alliance would develop sophisticated capabilities enabling participation in security agenda formulation rather than merely reacting to priorities established elsewhere despite legitimate Muslim world interests in outcomes. 1. Conceptual leadership development. The alliance would establish specialized capabilities generating innovative security concepts reflecting distinctive Islamic perspectives, including research institutions, scholarly networks, publication platforms, and intellectual engagement forums, creating genuine thought leadership with international recognition. These conceptual capabilities, developing original frameworks, would establish agenda influence through intellectual contribution rather than merely resource leverage, addressing the conceptual limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches contributing distinctive security thinking reflecting authentic Islamic perspectives rather than merely implementing frameworks developed elsewhere without adaptation to Muslim world contexts. 2. Strategic communication for agenda influence. The framework would include comprehensive communication capabilities specifically designed for international agenda impact, including media relationship development, narrative formulation expertise, strategic messaging coordination, and information projection platforms creating sophisticated influence beyond current fragmented efforts. This communication integration, projecting coherent messaging, would establish agenda presence through consistent visibility rather than occasional interventions, addressing the narrative limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches maintaining continuous voice in international security discourse rather than episodic engagement insufficient for sustained attention necessary for agenda influence. 3. Alternative forum development and leadership. The alliance would systematically develop specialized international forums specifically addressing security concerns inadequately represented in existing institutions, including dedicated organizations, specialized working groups, and alternative discussion venues providing structural platforms for Muslim security perspectives beyond established agenda parameters. These alternative forums, creating institutional space, would establish agenda expansion through complementary rather than merely competing with existing institutions, addressing the structural limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches creating additional venues where distinctive security concerns receive appropriate attention regardless of established institution priorities. For coalition building beyond Muslim world, the framework would include sophisticated approaches developing partnerships with non-Muslim states sharing specific concern alignment, including issue-specific coalitions, interest-based alliances, and objective-focused partnerships creating expanded influence beyond exclusively Muslim groupings. These coalition capabilities, generating broader support, would establish agenda impact through expanded constituency rather than isolated advocacy, addressing the influence limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches identifying and developing relationships with states sharing particular concern alignment regardless of religious composition, creating broader support coalitions enhancing legitimacy. Beyond representation. 5. Exclusively Muslim perspective. Proactive international law development. The alliance would implement forward-looking approaches actively participating in international law evolution rather than merely responding to established frameworks, including treaty proposals, customary law contribution, legal scholarship development, and jurisprudential engagement creating normative influence independent from material resources. These legal initiatives, shaping fundamental frameworks, would establish long-term influence through foundational norm development rather than merely operational adaptation, addressing the legal construction limitations currently restricting Muslim states despite potential enhancement through more sophisticated approaches participating in basic framework formation rather than merely operating within established parameters developed without substantial Muslim world input despite application to Muslim populations and territories. These agenda approaches would transform international limitation from structural constraint into proactive opportunity through sophisticated frameworks enabling genuine participation in global security discourse formulation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in effective international engagement despite resource constraints, particularly its leadership in organization of Islamic cooperation initiatives, security concept development with international recognition, and specialized coalition building around specific issues, provides practical template for these agenda capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: the strategic paradigm shift. The transformation from reactive to proactive security represents perhaps the most sophisticated dimension of the proposed Muslim security alliance's potential impact on the fundamental conceptualization of security across the Islamic world. Beyond specific capabilities, operational arrangements, or institutional developments, this paradigm shift would alter the basic security orientation for nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide, replacing perpetual reaction with genuine initiative, crisis management with environment shaping, and response adaptation with security leadership reflecting Islamic principles and responsive to actual Muslim world requirements. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing security through overwhelming resource commitment across all potential contingencies beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches enabling early engagement when modest resources create disproportionate effects through timing advantage, quality. The resulting security architecture would achieve greater effectiveness through sophistication rather than scale, employing preventive approaches requiring smaller resources than reactive responses after situation deterioration beyond simple resolution potential. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this proactive security domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently developed forward-looking security approaches addressing challenges before full manifestation rather than merely responding after emergence. From its preventive counter-terrorism operations targeting nascent threats before capability maturation to its diplomatic initiatives addressing regional stability challenges before crisis eruption, from its institutional development anticipating future requirements to its conceptual contributions to international security discourse, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this transformation process across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities as Pakistan's proactive security posture, including strategic warning systems, preventive deployments, crisis communication channels, and environmental preparations established before crisis eruption, enabled effective management despite adversary initiative. This demonstrated proactivity, where preparation determined outcome more than reaction capability, represents the essential approach required across the broader Muslim world facing similar challenges requiring anticipatory rather than merely responsive security frameworks. By implementing the comprehensive proactive security framework detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world from reactive to proactive security orientation, creating genuine capability to shape environments rather than merely respond to developments originated elsewhere. This transformation would represent not merely operational evolution but fundamental strategic reorientation, restoring the initiative that characterized Islam's historical periods of security excellence rather than perpetual reaction to external developments and enabling the Muslim world to participate in international security as agenda-setting actor rather than merely agenda recipient despite comprising nearly 1/4 of humanity with legitimate interests in security outcomes affecting its populations worldwide. Section B. Wider transformational effects. Chapter 114. Economic Renaissance. Through security. And seek the means of approach to Allah and strive in His cause that you may succeed. Quran 5:35. The relationship between security and economic development across the Muslim world has typically been conceptualized as trade-off rather than synergy, with security expenditures perceived as necessary diversion from economic investment rather than potential catalyst for broader development. This zero-sum paradigm has created artificial separation between security and economic domains, where defense requirements compete with development priorities for scarce resources rather than complementing broader prosperity objectives through deliberate integration. The resulting fragmentation has limited both security effectiveness and economic advancement, as neither domain fully leveraged potential synergies with the other despite their inherent interconnection. This separation manifests across multiple dimensions with significant consequences for Muslim prosperity. Defense industries frequently develop as isolated enclaves with minimal integration into broader economic ecosystems, limiting potential technology transfer, employment multiplication, and industrial capability development beyond immediate security applications. Strategic resource allocation often occurs without systematic consideration of economic growth implications, creating unnecessary competition between security and development objectives where integration might generate mutual enhancement through coordinated investment. Trade and investment flows remain vulnerable to security disruptions despite their fundamental importance to economic advancement, as security frameworks develop without explicit economic protection mandates despite potential alignment through deliberate design. The psychological impact has proven as limiting as the material consequences. Across the Muslim world, economic and security planning frequently occurs in separate institutional silos with minimal integration, conceptualizing these domains as distinct rather than interconnected despite their profound interdependence in actual operation. This compartmentalization has transformed what began as administrative convenience into intellectual fragmentation, as development models, resource allocations, and strategic priorities reflect artificial separation rather than actual interdependence despite potential advantages through more integrated approaches acknowledging security as economic foundation and prosperity as security enabler. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of separation. By establishing deliberate integration between security capabilities and economic development, from defense industrialization to technology transfer, resource security to investment protection, the alliance would create systematic synergies enhancing both domains simultaneously rather than forcing resource competition between artificially separated priorities. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for economic renaissance through security integration, including defense industrial growth effects, technology spillover to civilian sectors, strategic resource security enabling growth, investment environment improvement, and trade route protection economic benefits. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in leveraging security investments for broader economic advancement despite significant constraints, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate security enhancement into comprehensive civilizational revival through multidimensional development. Defense industrial growth effects. The alliance's security architecture would systematically integrate defense industrialization with broader economic development, creating industrial capabilities serving both security and prosperity objectives simultaneously. 1. Would dual-use industrial ecosystem development. The alliance established comprehensive frameworks deliberately developing industrial capabilities with both defense and civilian applications, including advanced materials production, precision manufacturing, electronics fabrication, and specialized chemical industries, creating economic foundations beyond mere military requirements. This dual-use approach, generating capabilities applicable across sectors, would establish industrial development through security investment rather than competition, addressing the resource limitations currently challenging Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches creating multiple returns from single expenditures rather than forcing choices between security and development despite their potential complementarity. 2. Distributed production network integration. The framework would include deliberate distribution of defense production capabilities across member states based on comparative advantage principles, creating specialized industrial nodes connected through supply chain relationships rather than isolated national production attempting comprehensive self-sufficiency. This distributed approach, creating interdependent economic relationships, would establish industrial efficiency through specialization rather than redundancy, addressing the scale limitations currently restricting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches enabling production volumes justifying advanced manufacturing technologies despite individual market constraints through combined requirements exceeding critical thresholds for technological advancement. 3. Human capital development acceleration. The alliance would implement systematic human capital development specifically supporting defense industrial requirements, including specialized education programs, technical training initiatives, research fellowships, and knowledge transfer arrangements, creating workforce capabilities beyond immediate security applications. This human capital development, generating core technical capabilities, would establish economic foundation through skills creation rather than merely production capacity. Addressing the expertise limitations currently challenging Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches developing fundamental knowledge enabling broader industrial advancement beyond specific defense applications despite originating in security requirements. For industrial framework would infrastructure include enhancement, the deliberate infrastructure development supporting defense industrial requirements, including specialized transportation networks, energy security enhancements, digital connectivity, and testing facilities, creating foundations serving broader economic development beyond immediate security applications. This infrastructure development, establishing essential industrial enablers, would create economic advantages through foundational improvement rather than merely specific production capabilities, addressing the infrastructure limitations currently restricting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches, developing fundamental capacities enabling broader industrial advancement despite security-motivated initial investment. 5. Foreign partnership structured transfer programs. The alliance would implement sophisticated frameworks governing defense partnerships with external powers specifically designed to maximize technology transfer, industrial capability development, and economic spillover beyond immediate acquisition objectives. These structured arrangements, converting purchases into development, would establish industrial advancement through strategic procurement rather than mere consumption, addressing the dependency limitations currently restricting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches extracting maximum developmental benefit from necessary security expenditures. Rather than accepting capability transfer without broader economic integration despite potential advantages through more deliberate arrangement design. These industrial approaches would transform defense expenditure from economic drain into development catalyst through sophisticated frameworks creating systematic advancement beyond immediate security applications. Pakistan's demonstrated experience leveraging defense requirements for broader industrial development despite resource constraints, particularly its aircraft manufacturing ecosystem, specialized electronics production, and various dual-use industrial capabilities emerging from security requirements, provides practical template for these defense industrial effects within the broader alliance framework. Technology spillover to civilian sectors. Beyond direct industrial development, the alliance would implement systematic approaches facilitating technology transfer from security applications to civilian sectors, creating broader economic advancement from defense-originated innovation. 1. Would deliberate spillover architecture development. The alliance established comprehensive institutional frameworks specifically designed for technology transfer from security to civilian applications, including specialized technology transfer offices, adaptation research centers, commercialization support programs, and funding mechanisms bridging development gaps between defense and commercial applications. These spillover architectures, creating institutional pathways, would establish systematic rather than accidental technology transfer, addressing the disconnection currently limiting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches deliberately facilitating movement between sectors rather than allowing arbitrary separation despite potential synergies through structured connection. 2. Targeted dual application research programs. The framework would include specific research initiatives deliberately targeting technologies with significant dual-use potential, including advanced materials, artificial intelligence applications, autonomous systems, precision manufacturing, and specialized electronics, creating innovation specifically designed for cross-sector application rather than single-domain optimization. These targeted programs, generating inherently transferable technologies, would establish innovation efficiency through deliberate dual application rather than parallel development, addressing the resource constraints currently challenging Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches creating multiple returns from single research investments despite usual separation between security and civilian innovation domains. 3. Intellectual property framework optimization. The alliance would implement sophisticated intellectual property protocols specifically designed to protect necessary security confidentiality while enabling maximum civilian application, including specialized classification processes, adaptive property rights, controlled licensing mechanisms, and partial disclosure frameworks balancing protection with diffusion. These optimized frameworks, enabling controlled technology flow, would establish appropriate balance between security and economic objectives through sophisticated rather than blunt instruments, addressing the classification limitations currently restricting Muslim states through more nuanced approaches. Protecting critical security dimensions while enabling civilian benefits despite legitimate confidentiality requirements. For technical workforce mobility programs, the framework would include structured programs facilitating personnel movement between defense and civilian sectors, including transition assistance, cross-sector certification, knowledge transfer incentives, and recruitment bridges creating human capital flow beyond institutional boundaries. These mobility programs, transferring embodied knowledge, would establish technology diffusion through personnel movement rather than merely documentation transfer, addressing the expertise limitations currently challenging Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches leveraging individual capabilities across artificial institutional boundaries despite usual separation between defense and civilian technical communities. 5. Adaptation research and development support. The alliance would establish specialized programs supporting specific adaptation of defense-originated technologies for civilian applications, including technical assistance, prototype development funding, commercialization mentoring, and market development support bridging gaps between security-focused original development and commercial viability requirements. These adaptation programs, supporting transition challenges, would establish successful transfer through deliberate support rather than merely permission, addressing the commercialization barriers currently restricting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches providing necessary assistance during the critical gap between initial invention and commercial adoption despite different optimization requirements between applications and civilian markets. Original security. These spillover approaches would transform defense technology from isolated enclave into broader economic asset through sophisticated frameworks creating systematic innovation diffusion beyond immediate security applications. Pakistan's experience facilitating technology transfer from defense origins to civilian applications despite resource constraints, particularly in electronics, software development, aerospace applications, and materials science, provides practical template for these spillover frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Strategic resource security enabling growth. Beyond technology and industrial development, the alliance would create comprehensive frameworks securing critical resources essential for economic growth that frequently face vulnerability to disruption, constraint, or denial despite their fundamental importance to broader development. 1. Energy security architecture development. The alliance would establish sophisticated frameworks ensuring reliable energy access across the Muslim world, including supply diversification, transportation security, storage reserves, and infrastructure protection creating resilience beyond current vulnerabilities. This energy security, addressing fundamental economic enabler, would establish development foundation through reliability rather than intermittency, addressing the disruption vulnerability currently challenging Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches ensuring consistent energy access despite potential supply interruptions, price volatility, or transportation interference frequently. Affecting economic performance regardless of other developmental advantages. 2. Critical material access coordination. The framework would include comprehensive approaches securing access to strategic materials essential for advanced economic development, including rare earth elements, specialized metals, technology-critical minerals, and industrial catalysts, through coordinated acquisition, shared stockpiles, and collective negotiating leverage. This material coordination, securing essential inputs, would establish industrial potential through supply assurance rather than vulnerability, addressing the material limitations currently restricting Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches ensuring critical resource availability despite increasing global competition, supply constraints, and political weaponization frequently affecting development potential regardless of other capabilities. 3. Water security enhancement for agriculture and industry. The alliance would implement sophisticated water security frameworks addressing a fundamental resource frequently constraining economic development, including transboundary cooperation, efficiency technologies, dispute resolution mechanisms, and infrastructure protection creating reliable access despite increasing scarcity. This water security, addressing basic development necessity, would establish agricultural and industrial foundation through resource assurance rather than competition, addressing the water constraints currently challenging numerous Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches ensuring stability in this critical input despite growing pressures from climate change, population growth, and competing demands creating vulnerability beyond military threats alone. 4. Digital resource and infrastructure protection. The framework would include comprehensive approaches securing digital dimensions increasingly critical to economic advancement, including telecommunications infrastructure, data resources, connectivity networks, and technical standards, creating resilience against disruption, manipulation, or denial despite vulnerability. This digital security, protecting emerging economic foundation, would establish development potential through integrity assurance rather than compromise vulnerability, addressing the cyber limitations currently restricting Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring digital resource protection despite increasing targeting, sophisticated threats, and critical dependence, creating substantial economic vulnerability beyond traditional security concerns. 5. Food security integration with economic planning. The alliance would establish deliberate connections between food security and broader economic resilience, including strategic reserves, production capacity protection, distribution network security, and supply chain resilience, creating foundation for stability beyond immediate nutrition concerns. This food security integration, addressing fundamental stability requirement, would establish development environment through basic need assurance rather than vulnerability to disruption, addressing the agricultural limitations currently challenging numerous Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring this essential sector maintains functionality despite potential disruption from climate events, market manipulation, or deliberate interference, creating economic vulnerability regardless of industrial or technological advancement in other sectors. These resource approaches would transform critical input vulnerability from economic constraint into development foundation through sophisticated frameworks, creating assurance for essential elements underlying broader advancement. Pakistan's experience developing resource security frameworks despite significant constraints, particularly its energy corridor development, water management systems, and agricultural resilience initiatives, provides practical template for these resource security approaches within the broader alliance architecture. Investment environment improvement. Beyond specific resource and technology dimensions, the alliance would systematically enhance the broader investment environment across the Muslim world, creating fundamental conditions essential for sustained economic growth, often undermined by security concerns despite their critical importance for long-term development. 1. Physical security for investment assets. The alliance would establish comprehensive protection frameworks specifically securing physical infrastructure underpinning economic development, including transportation networks, energy facilities, industrial complexes, and commercial centers, creating investor confidence through visible capability rather than merely theoretical commitment. This physical security, providing tangible protection, would establish investment attractiveness through demonstrated capability rather than mere assurance, addressing the vulnerability concerns currently deterring capital commitment. Despite potential returns through more sophisticated approaches, providing concrete evidence of protection capability rather than merely declaratory statements insufficient for risk mitigation in capital allocation decisions. 2. Contract enforcement enhancement through stability. The framework would include systematic approaches strengthening fundamental prerequisites for commercial relationships, including dispute resolution mechanisms, legal institution protection, enforcement capability development, and commercial framework stability, creating essential foundation for complex economic arrangements beyond mere transactions. This contract security, enabling sophisticated economic interaction, would establish investment complexity through relationship confidence rather than uncertainty limitation, addressing the enforcement concerns currently constraining Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring commitments remain viable despite potential instability that frequently undermines commercial relationship development regardless of other advantages. 3. Insurance cost reduction through security enhancement. The alliance would implement specific initiatives addressing the risk premium frequently imposed on Muslim world investments, including specialized risk assessment frameworks, information transparency initiatives, threat mitigation demonstration, and stability verification mechanisms, creating accurate rather than perception-based risk pricing. These insurance initiatives, reducing artificial premium costs, would establish investment competitiveness through appropriate rather than inflated risk assessment, addressing the perception penalties currently disadvantaging Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring risk evaluation reflects actual rather than presumed. Conditions despite international insurance market tendencies toward regional generalization rather than specific situation assessment. For human capital protection and development, the framework would include comprehensive approaches securing critical human resources essential for economic advancement, including specialized expertise protection, educational institution security, intellectual leadership safety, and population stability, creating essential foundation for knowledge-based development. This human security, protecting fundamental economic resources, would establish development potential through talent retention rather than vulnerability to displacement, addressing the expertise limitations currently challenging Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring critical knowledge resources remain available despite potential targeting, disruption, or displacement frequently affecting development potential regardless of other resource availability. 5. Long-term planning horizon extension. The alliance would systematically address the uncertainty compression, frequently shortening investment time horizons in insecure environments, including stability demonstration, predictability enhancement, threat mitigation evidence, and continuity assurance, creating confidence for extended return periods beyond immediate payback requirements. This planning extension, enabling longer-term investment, would establish development sophistication through expanded time horizons rather than compressed returns, addressing the short-termism currently limiting Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring sufficient stability confidence for capital commitments requiring extended maturation periods that typically generate greater development. Impact despite delayed returns, frequently unavailable in uncertain environments requiring immediate payback regardless of potential longer-term benefits. These investment approaches would transform security concerns from economic limitation into development advantage through sophisticated frameworks, creating enhanced rather than merely adequate conditions for capital commitment. Pakistan's experience improving investment environments despite challenging security contexts, particularly its specialized economic zones, infrastructure protection frameworks, and various investor security arrangements, provides practical template for these investment enhancement approaches within the broader alliance architecture. Trade route protection economic benefits. The alliance would implement comprehensive frameworks securing critical trade pathways essential for economic integration with global markets that frequently face vulnerability to disruption, piracy, or denial despite their fundamental importance to broader Muslim world prosperity. 1. Maritime trade route comprehensive security. The alliance would establish sophisticated capabilities specifically protecting critical sea lanes connecting Muslim economies with global markets, including anti-piracy operations, choke point security, naval convoy capabilities, and maritime domain awareness, creating reliable commercial navigation beyond current vulnerabilities. This maritime security, protecting fundamental trade channels, would establish economic connectivity through reliability rather than interruption risk, addressing the maritime limitations currently challenging numerous Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring consistent trade access despite potential disruption from state and non-state actors in critical waterways connecting Muslim production with global markets regardless of land-based security improvements. 2. Land corridor development and protection. The framework would include comprehensive approaches developing and securing overland trade routes connecting Muslim economies with regional and global markets, including transportation infrastructure, border crossing facilitation, convoy protection capabilities, and transit corridor security, creating reliable alternatives to maritime-dependent trade patterns. These land corridors, providing transportation options, would establish economic resilience through route diversification rather than single-channel vulnerability, addressing the connectivity limitations currently restricting Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring alternative pathways remain viable despite potential disruption to any particular route, creating flexibility unavailable in single-channel dependent trade relationships regardless of primary route security. 3. Air connectivity security enhancement. The alliance would implement specific initiatives protecting increasingly critical air transportation dimensions, including airport security, overflight protection, air navigation safety, and cargo security, creating reliable aerial connectivity beyond current vulnerabilities. This air security, protecting high-value transportation, would establish economic premium shipment capability through reliability assurance rather than risk exposure, addressing the aviation limitations currently challenging Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches ensuring consistent access to rapid transportation essential for high-value goods, perishable products, and time-sensitive shipments frequently representing the highest value-added segment of economic production regardless of surface transportation security. 4. Digital trade infrastructure protection. The framework would include comprehensive approaches securing the increasingly important digital dimensions of trade, including payment systems, documentation processes, customs clearance mechanisms, and transaction verification, creating reliable commercial interactions beyond physical movement alone. This digital security, protecting trade mechanisms, would establish economic efficiency through system integrity rather than transaction vulnerability, addressing the electronic limitations currently restricting Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches ensuring digital trade components maintain functionality despite potential cyber disruption, financial system interference, or digital system compromise increasingly threatening trade relationships regardless of physical transportation security. 5. Energy transportation specialized security. The alliance would establish dedicated capabilities protecting the distinctive requirements of energy product movement, including pipeline protection, specialized vessel security, strategic facility defense, and loading terminal security, creating reliable energy commerce beyond general trade protection. This energy security, addressing critical export segment, would establish economic foundation through revenue assurance rather than vulnerability for resource exporting states, addressing the specialized requirements for hydrocarbon transportation security, frequently providing fundamental national revenue beyond general merchandise trade for numerous Muslim economies through more sophisticated approaches ensuring this particularly valuable and vulnerable transportation segment receives appropriate protection despite distinctive characteristics requiring specialized security approaches beyond general trade protection frameworks. These trade protection approaches would transform transportation vulnerability from economic constraint into competitive advantage through sophisticated frameworks, creating enhanced security exceeding global standards rather than merely adequate protection. Pakistan's experience developing trade corridor security capabilities despite significant challenges, particularly its maritime protection operations, China-Pakistan economic corridor security frameworks, and various transportation protection initiatives, provides practical template for these trade security approaches within the broader alliance architecture. Conclusion. Foundation. Security as economic. The transformation from security economy separation to integration represents an essential dimension of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's potential impact beyond immediate protection enhancement into comprehensive civilizational revival through multidimensional development. By establishing deliberate synergies between security capabilities and economic advancement, from defense industrialization to technology transfer, resource security to investment protection, the alliance would create sophisticated frameworks where security expenditure generates rather than diverts economic development, establishing Renaissance foundation through complementary rather than competing domains. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing economic development through overwhelming resource mobilization requiring impossible choices between security and prosperity beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating synergies where single investments generate returns across both domains simultaneously, quality. The resulting development architecture would achieve greater advancement through integration rather than separation, employing sophisticated frameworks creating mutual enhancement rather than resource competition between artificially separated priorities despite their potential complementarity. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this security economy integration domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently developed sophisticated approaches leveraging security investments for broader economic advancement rather than accepting artificial separation between these domains. From its defense industry contributions to broader industrial development to technology transfer frameworks connecting security innovation with civilian applications, from strategic corridor protection enhancing economic connectivity to investment environment improvements through security enhancement, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this integration process across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's integrated security economic frameworks, including critical infrastructure protection, trade route security, investment stability maintenance, and resource access assurance despite conflict conditions, enabled economic resilience alongside security effectiveness despite adversary attempts at comprehensive pressure across both domains simultaneously. This demonstrated integration, where economic dimensions received protection alongside conventional security priorities, represents the essential approach required across the broader Muslim world facing similar challenges requiring comprehensive rather than merely military security conceptualization. By implementing the sophisticated security economy integration framework detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world's development paradigm from artificial domain separation to deliberate synergy, creating unprecedented advancement through multidimensional rather than fragmented approaches. This transformation would represent not merely security enhancement but comprehensive civilizational revival, establishing the foundations for unprecedented prosperity through removal of security constraints frequently limiting Muslim economic potential despite significant advantages in other development dimensions. The resulting renaissance would leverage the powerful synergies available when security creates rather than consumes economic resources, establishing virtuous cycles where prosperity enhances protection capability while security enables development. Acceleration beyond what either domain could achieve in artificial isolation despite their profound interdependence in actual operation. Chapter 115. Diplomatic weight enhancement. And do not dispute and thus lose courage and then your strength would depart, and be patient. Indeed, Allah is with the patient. Quran 8:46. The current diplomatic position of the Muslim world reflects a profound paradox, despite comprising nearly 2 billion people across 57 countries, controlling critical natural resources, occupying strategic territories, and inheriting one of history's most accomplished diplomatic traditions, Muslim-majority states frequently find themselves unable to effectively advance core interests, protect legitimate rights, or influence international decisions commensurate with their collective demographic, geographic, and historical significance. This condition of diplomatic weight disparity, where actual influence falls substantially below potential leverage, has become so pervasive that many within and outside the Muslim world have normalized it as natural condition rather than artificial limitation requiring correction. This diplomatic underperformance manifests across multiple dimensions with significant consequences for Muslim populations worldwide. In international forums, Muslim concerns frequently receive inadequate attention despite formal sovereign equality, creating persistent marginalization, regardless of legal validity or moral justification. Bilateral negotiations often proceed from position weakness despite potential leverage through resource control, strategic location, or market access, resulting in suboptimal outcomes concerning essential interests. Alliance relationships typically develop asymmetrically despite theoretical mutual benefit premises, establishing dependency dynamics rather than partnership equilibrium regardless of formal equality assertions. The psychological impact has proven as damaging as the practical consequences. Across the Muslim world, diplomats and policymakers have internalized expectations of limited influence, accepting diplomatic constraint as inevitable condition rather than addressable circumstance through collective action. This psychological capitulation has transformed what began as temporary material limitation into self-perpetuating reality, as negotiating positions reflect artificially constrained parameters defined by perceived weakness rather than potential leverage through unity, creating self-fulfilling prophecies of diplomatic ineffectiveness through limited ambition rather than capability constraints alone. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of diplomatic underperformance. by establishing integrated capabilities across formerly fragmented domains, from collective negotiating positions to coordinated economic instruments, unified legal advocacy to strategic communication integration. The alliance would create authentic diplomatic weight transcending psychological limitations while establishing practical foundations for influence commensurate with the Muslim world's size, resources, and civilizational significance. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for transforming the Muslim world's diplomatic position from marginal influence to substantial weight, including collective voice in international forums, negotiating leverage increase, alliance relationships rebalancing, Muslim world interests advancement capacity, and international law development influence. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in diplomacy despite significant constraints, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate security enhancement into comprehensive civilizational revival through multidimensional advancement including diplomatic stature restoration. Collective voice in international forums. The alliance's most visible diplomatic transformation would involve conversion of currently fragmented and sometimes contradictory positions into coherent collective voice across international forums. 1. United Nations representation integration. The alliance would establish sophisticated coordination mechanisms for United Nations engagement, including position harmonization processes, joint statement development, voting coordination protocols, and leadership rotation arrangements, creating coherent rather than fragmented representation despite formal independence. This representation integration, converting 57 potential voices into coordinated influence, would establish diplomatic impact through unity rather than dispersion, addressing the fragmentation currently undermining Muslim influence despite substantial combined voting power through more sophisticated approaches, creating functional cohesion transcending formal sovereignty without requiring institutional restructuring beyond practical feasibility. 2. Specialized agency strategic coordination. The framework would include comprehensive approaches coordinating Muslim state representation across specialized international agencies, including World Bank, International Monetary Fund, World Trade Organization, and various United Nations specialized bodies, where technical rather than political representation frequently determines influence despite their substantial impact on Muslim world interests. This specialized coordination, creating technical cohesion, would establish influence in domains frequently overlooked despite their critical importance, addressing the expertise limitations currently restricting Muslim impact through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring consistent rather than contradictory positions across complex technical issues, requiring coordinated rather than fragmented engagement for effective influence. 3. Regional organization effectiveness enhancement. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches transforming existing Muslim-majority regional organizations from procedural forums into effective action platforms, including Organization of Islamic Cooperation revitalization, various regional economic groups enhancement, and sub-regional organization coordination, creating functional rather than merely symbolic collective representation. This organizational enhancement, developing institutional effectiveness, would establish diplomatic capability through functional rather than merely formal structures, addressing the implementation limitations currently restricting Muslim influence despite existing organizational frameworks through more sophisticated approaches, converting nominal into actual cooperation beyond rhetorical solidarity into practical coordination. 4. Issue-based coalition development. The framework would include systematic approaches building specialized coalitions around specific international issues affecting Muslim interests, including cross-regional groupings, interest-based alliances, and objective-focused partnerships, creating expanded influence beyond exclusively Muslim composition. These coalition capabilities, generating broader support, would establish diplomatic impact through expanded constituency rather than isolated advocacy, addressing the perceived bias limitations currently restricting Muslim influence through more sophisticated approaches, identifying and developing relationships with states sharing particular concern alignment regardless of religious composition, creating broader support. Coalitions enhancing legitimacy beyond exclusively Islamic perspective representation. 5. International Secretariat Representation Enhancement. The alliance would establish comprehensive approaches increasing international Muslim representation within organization secretariats and permanent bureaucracies, including professional development pipelines, candidate coordination, and strategic position targeting, creating influence within administrative structures beyond formal governance bodies alone. This secretariat representation, establishing presence in implementation systems, would create diplomatic influence through functional rather than merely symbolic presence, addressing the operational limitations currently restricting Muslim impact despite formal equality through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring appropriate staffing within the permanent structures, implementing rather than merely establishing international policies affecting Muslim interests. These forum approaches would transform representation fragmentation from diplomatic weakness into collective strength through sophisticated frameworks, creating functional unity without requiring formal sovereignty compromise. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in effective multilateral diplomacy despite resource constraints, particularly its leadership in Organization of Islamic Cooperation initiatives, United Nations peacekeeping contributions, and various international coalition-building efforts, provides practical template for these collective voice capabilities within the broader alliance framework. Negotiating leverage increase. Beyond forum representation, the alliance would develop sophisticated approaches converting theoretical leverage into practical influence through coordinated deployment of the substantial resources controlled by Muslim states yet frequently underutilized due to fragmentation. 1. Economic instrument coordination. The alliance would establish comprehensive frameworks for coordinated deployment of economic leverage currently dispersed across different Muslim states, including sovereign wealth investments, market access control, energy resource management, and financial flows, creating cohesive rather than fragmented influence despite formal independence. This economic coordination, converting disparate resources into strategic instruments, would establish substantial negotiating power through coordinated rather than competing economic actions, addressing the leverage limitations currently constraining Muslim states despite controlling critical resources whose impact remains diluted through uncoordinated deployment without strategic diplomatic objectives guiding economic relationships. 2. Strategic geography leverage integration. The framework would include sophisticated approaches coordinating utilization of the substantial geographic advantages controlled by Muslim states, including critical waterways, essential trade routes, strategic choke points, and access corridors, creating cohesive rather than fragmented geographic leverage despite physical dispersion. This geographic coordination, converting location into influence, would establish diplomatic advantage through strategic rather than merely commercial utilization, addressing the fragmentation currently preventing effective leverage despite controlling critical geography whose diplomatic potential remains unrealized through primarily economic rather than strategic conceptualization despite substantial potential for legitimate influence enhancement through more sophisticated approaches. 3. Knowledge resource strategic deployment. The alliance would implement coordinated approaches leveraging specialized expertise where Muslim states maintain distinctive advantages, including energy sector knowledge, water management experience, desert agriculture capabilities, and specific technological domains, creating value-based rather than merely material influence. This knowledge coordination, offering solutions rather than merely demands, would establish diplomatic impact through contribution rather than position alone, addressing the perception limitations currently restricting Muslim influence through more sophisticated approaches, developing constructive engagement based on specific knowledge resources, creating relationship dynamics beyond mere negotiating positions into substantive partnership potential despite resource asymmetries in other dimensions. For cultural religious relationship networks, the framework would include systematic approaches leveraging the distinctive cultural and religious connections linking Muslim states with diverse global communities, including diaspora relationships, religious affinities, cultural connections, and historical ties, creating influence networks beyond formal diplomatic channels. These relationship networks, establishing presence beyond official structures, would create diplomatic advantage through multiple engagement pathways. rather than merely formal relations, addressing the channel limitations currently restricting Muslim influence through more sophisticated approaches utilizing the substantial connections existing beyond government relationships despite their significant potential for legitimate influence enhancement through coordinated rather than incidental utilization. 5. Escalation credibility enhancement. The alliance would establish sophisticated capabilities demonstrating genuine capacity to impose costs for diplomatic disregard, including graduated response options, proportional consequences, and demonstrated resolve, creating legitimate rather than merely theoretical escalation potential when vital interests face dismissal. This escalation credibility, establishing consequence belief, would create negotiating leverage through anticipated response rather than merely position merit, addressing the implementation limitations currently restricting Muslim influence despite legitimate positions through more sophisticated approaches ensuring consequence anticipation for dismissal of vital interests rather than merely rhetorical protest without practical impact capability regardless of position. Justification. These leverage approaches would transform theoretical influence potential into practical diplomatic weight through sophisticated frameworks creating coordinated resource deployment for strategic rather than merely incidental effect. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in effective leverage utilization despite resource constraints, particularly its nuclear diplomacy achievements, geopolitical balancing capabilities, and strategic partnership management, provides practical template for these negotiating approaches within the broader alliance framework. Alliance relationships rebalancing. The alliance would systematically transform the frequently asymmetrical relationships between Muslim states and external powers that typically develop as dependency despite formal partnership rhetoric regardless of theoretical equality premises. 1. Partnership audit and baseline assessment. The alliance would implement comprehensive evaluation of existing relationships between Muslim states and external powers, including benefit distribution analysis, sovereignty limitation assessment, reciprocity verification, and dependency identification, creating objective rather than merely perceptual understanding of actual rather than nominal relationship characteristics. This relationship audit, establishing factual baseline, would create rebalancing foundation through accurate rather than assumed understanding, addressing the perception limitations currently restricting Muslim diplomacy through more sophisticated approaches ensuring clear comprehension of actual relationship dynamics beyond rhetorical partnership claims into functional reality assessment as prerequisite for effective recalibration beyond cosmetic adjustments. 2. Coordinated rather than competitive engagement. The framework would include sophisticated approaches replacing current competition between Muslim states for external relationships with coordinated engagement, including information sharing protocols, negotiation consultation processes, mutual support arrangements, and position harmonization, creating collective rather than divided interaction with major powers. This coordination, eliminating exploitable divisions, would establish relationship parity through unified rather than fragmented engagement, addressing the competition vulnerability currently undermining Muslim positions through more sophisticated approaches, preventing external powers from leveraging divisions that enable disadvantageous terms through coordinated rather than isolated negotiations regardless of formal sovereignty limitations. 3. Mutual dependence cultivation. The alliance would systematically develop bidirectional rather than unidirectional dependency in external relationships, including strategic resource management, market access control, specialized capability development, and unique contribution identification, creating relationship interdependence rather than subordination despite potential overall power asymmetry. This mutuality development, establishing reciprocal need, would create relationship equilibrium through balance rather than unidirectional dependence, addressing the vulnerability currently characterizing Muslim external relationships through more sophisticated approaches ensuring external powers maintain genuine requirement for Muslim state cooperation rather than merely charitable engagement regardless of rhetorical partnership claims. For partnership diversification coordination, the framework would include comprehensive approaches ensuring Muslim states maintain relationship options beyond individual external powers, including deliberate multiple partnership development, regional relationship balancing, and strategic diversification, creating genuine alternatives rather than dependency despite individual capacity limitations. This diversification coordination, ensuring multiple options, would establish negotiating flexibility through alternatives rather than captivity, addressing the dependency limitations currently restricting Muslim diplomacy through more sophisticated approaches, creating genuine relationship choices, preventing exploitation of necessity through coordinated rather than isolated diversification beyond individual state capacity despite resource constraints. 5. Red line establishment and enforcement. The alliance implements sophisticated approaches establishing clear parameters regarding vital interests requiring respect within external relationships, including explicit communication processes, violation response protocols, and demonstrated consequence capability, creating credible boundaries despite power asymmetries. These red line frameworks, establishing protected domains, would create relationship stability through clarity rather than ambiguity, addressing the boundary violation vulnerability currently undermining Muslim partnerships through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring clear understanding regarding vital interest protection requirements with demonstrated capability to impose costs for violations, creating genuine rather than merely rhetorical constraints on external power behavior, regardless of overall capability differentials. These relationship approaches would transform partnership asymmetry from diplomatic vulnerability into balanced engagement through sophisticated frameworks, creating equilibrium despite power differentials through coordination rather than isolation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining balanced relationships with competing major powers despite resource constraints, particularly its simultaneous management of Chinese, American, Russian, and Gulf relationships without subordination to any particular external power, provides practical template for these relationship management approaches within the broader alliance framework. Muslim world interests advancement. Capacity. Beyond relationship management, the alliance would develop substantial capacities for proactive advancement of specific Muslim world interests that currently receive inadequate attention despite their legitimacy under international law and moral principles. 1. Jerusalem and Sacred Sites Diplomatic Task Force. The alliance would establish specialized capabilities specifically focused on Jerusalem status and Islamic sacred site protection, including dedicated diplomatic teams, specialized legal expertise, coordinated advocacy campaigns, and strategic communication initiatives, creating sustained rather than episodic attention despite competing international priorities. This specialized focus, maintaining continuous engagement, would establish diplomatic persistence through dedicated capability rather than intermittent attention, addressing the consistency limitations currently undermining Muslim advocacy despite issue legitimacy through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring continuous rather than merely crisis-driven engagement requiring institutional rather than merely reactive capability regardless of other international developments. 2. Anti-Islamophobia Diplomatic Initiative. The framework would include comprehensive approaches addressing growing discrimination against Muslims worldwide, including coordinated legal advocacy, international standard development, incident documentation systems, and strategic communications, creating sustained engagement beyond episodic response despite diverse manifestations. This anti-discrimination focus, addressing fundamental concern, would establish diplomatic effectiveness through systematic rather than merely reactive approaches, addressing the fragmentation currently limiting Muslim response despite clear legitimacy through more sophisticated strategies, developing comprehensive rather than merely incident-specific engagement requiring coordinated rather than isolated response capability regardless of geographic dispersion. 3. Muslim Minority Protection Framework. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches protecting vulnerable Muslim populations worldwide, including early warning systems, diplomatic intervention protocols, legal representation capabilities, and humanitarian response coordination, creating effective rather than merely symbolic protection despite jurisdiction limitations. This protection framework, providing tangible assistance, would establish diplomatic credibility through effective rather than merely rhetorical advocacy, addressing the implementation limitations currently restricting Muslim response despite clear obligation through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring actual rather than merely verbal support through institutional capability development beyond current capacity despite resource constraints through coordination rather than duplication. For economic justice initiative development, the framework would include sustained approaches addressing structural economic disadvantages affecting Muslim populations, including trade barrier reduction advocacy, financial system fairness initiatives, development assistance effectiveness campaigns, and economic opportunity enhancement programs, creating systematic rather than merely symbolic engagement despite complexity. This economic justice focus, addressing fundamental disparity, would establish diplomatic relevance through tangible rather than merely theoretical benefit, addressing the impact limitations currently restricting Muslim economic diplomacy despite clear legitimacy through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring actual rather than merely proclamatory outcomes through institutional capability development regardless of individual state resource constraints. 5. Environmental security and climate justice. The alliance would establish specialized capabilities addressing emerging environmental disproportionately challenges affecting Muslim regions, including climate adaptation advocacy, environmental refugee protection frameworks, resource conflict prevention initiatives, and sustainability transition support, creating engagement on critical emerging issues despite traditional security focus. This environmental security, addressing fundamental vulnerability, would establish diplomatic relevance through forward-looking rather than merely historical emphasis, addressing the agenda limitations currently restricting Muslim diplomacy despite clear self-interest through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring engagement with emerging rather than merely established issues through capability development beyond individual state despite capacity resource limitations. Constraints. These advancement approaches would transform interest promotion from episodic reaction into sustained advocacy through sophisticated frameworks, creating persistent rather than merely intermittent engagement despite competing priorities. Pakistan's demonstrated experience advancing Muslim world concerns despite resource constraints, particularly its consistent Palestine advocacy, Kashmir awareness campaigns, and various multilateral initiatives supporting Islamic causes, provides practical template for these advancement approaches within the broader alliance framework. International law development influence. At the most fundamental level, the alliance would establish substantive participation in international legal development processes that currently proceed with minimal Muslim input despite universal application, creating foundational rather than merely operational influence on the global order. 1. Treaty negotiation capacity enhancement. The alliance would develop sophisticated capabilities for effective participation in international treaty development, including specialized legal expertise, negotiation team coordination, position development processes, and drafting capability, creating substantive rather than merely symbolic presence despite technical complexity. This negotiation enhancement, establishing drafting contribution, would create foundational influence through process participation rather than merely outcome response, addressing the expertise limitations currently restricting Muslim input despite significant impact through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring meaningful contribution during formulation rather than merely reaction after completion regardless of individual state capacity constraints. 2. Customary international law contribution. The framework would include systematic approaches influencing customary law evolution through coordinated state practice and opinion juris, including precedent establishment, legal position documentation, practice consistency, and scholarly development, creating deliberate rather than merely incidental contribution despite informal processes. This customary contribution, shaping unwritten law, would establish legal influence through systematic rather than merely reactive approaches, addressing the haphazard limitations currently characterizing Muslim contribution despite significant potential through more sophisticated strategies, creating deliberate rather than merely accidental impact on this critical dimension of international law regardless of treaty participation constraints. 3. International court strategic engagement. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches for effective engagement with international court processes, including case coordination, submission development, information sharing, and judicial nomination strategies, creating enhanced influence within adjudication systems despite their significant interpretation role. This judicial engagement, shaping application understanding, would establish legal impact through interpretation influence rather than merely rule compliance, addressing the reactive limitations currently characterizing Muslim engagement despite significant Interpretation opportunity through more sophisticated approaches ensuring active participation in how rules acquire specific meaning through application despite technical complexity requiring specialized capability development beyond individual state capacity. 4. Legal Scholarship Development Initiative. The framework would include sustained approaches expanding Muslim contribution to international legal scholarship, including publication support, academic network development, research funding, and specialized journal establishment creating intellectual contribution beyond merely governmental positions despite their critical role in legal evolution. This scholarship enhancement, developing theoretical foundation, would establish conceptual influence through idea development rather than merely position articulation, addressing the intellectual limitations currently restricting Muslim contribution despite significant potential through more sophisticated approaches ensuring participation in the theoretical framework shaping how legal questions are conceptualized before specific rules develop regardless of formal power differentials. 5. Legal Paradigm Diversification. The alliance would establish sophisticated capabilities promoting genuine legal pluralism within international law, including Islamic legal principle integration, non-Western tradition incorporation, alternative conceptual framework development, and diverse philosophical foundation recognition creating authentic pluralism beyond Western-dominated rhetorical foundations. Inclusion this despite paradigm diversification, expanding conceptual base, would establish fundamental influence through structural rather than merely operational contribution, addressing the paradigmatic limitations currently restricting Muslim influence despite distinctive legal tradition through more sophisticated approaches ensuring international law reflects genuine civilizational diversity rather than merely universalized Western concepts despite structural inertia requiring concerted rather than isolated effort for meaningful impact. These legal approaches would transform international law participation from marginal presence into substantial contribution through sophisticated frameworks creating meaningful influence within fundamental order construction beyond merely operating within established parameters. Pakistan's demonstrated experience in international legal engagement despite resource constraints, particularly its effective international court participation, distinctive legal position development, and various norm-setting initiatives, provides practical template for these legal approaches within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: Diplomatic stature restoration. The transformation from diplomatic underperformance to substantial influence represents an essential dimension of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's potential impact beyond immediate protection enhancement into comprehensive civilizational revival. By establishing integrated capabilities across formerly fragmented domains, from collective forum representation to coordinated leverage deployment, partnership rebalancing to interest advancement, legal development to institutional presence, the alliance would create sophisticated frameworks where diplomatic weight reflects rather than falls below potential influence based on objective factors including population, geography, contribution, resources, and civilizational. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing diplomatic influence through overwhelming resource mobilization or institutional proliferation beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating functional coordination where strategic focus generates disproportionate impact through intelligent prioritization, quality. The resulting diplomatic architecture would achieve greater influence through integration rather than dispersion, employing sophisticated frameworks creating cohesive voice rather than fragmented positions despite formal sovereignty preservation through coordination mechanisms rather than institutional merger beyond political feasibility. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this diplomatic domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently developed sophisticated diplomatic approaches achieving influence exceeding material capability through strategic rather than merely tactical engagement. From its effective nuclear diplomacy against substantial international pressure to balanced navigation of complex major power relationships, from consistent advocacy for Muslim causes worldwide to leadership within multinational organizations beyond resource proportional expectations, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this diplomatic enhancement process across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's sophisticated diplomatic engagement, including international organization utilization, strategic communication effectiveness, coalition building, success, and legal position development, enabled influence. Exceeding material capabilities despite adversary advantages in conventional diplomatic resources. This demonstrated sophistication, where strategic approach determined outcome more than raw resource availability, represents the essential methodology required across the broader Muslim world facing similar diplomatic challenges requiring quality over quantity approaches for effective influence enhancement. By implementing the comprehensive diplomatic frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world's international position from marginal presence to substantial influence, creating genuine weight commensurate with objective factors rather than artificially constrained below potential. Chapter 116. Societal Confidence and Revival. So do not weaken and do not grieve, and you will be superior if you are believers. Quran 3:139, the relationship between security capabilities and broader societal confidence across the Muslim world represents perhaps the most profound yet least examined dimension of contemporary Islamic civilization's condition. Beyond immediate physical protection, security frameworks fundamentally shape collective psychology, cultural vitality, educational ambition, youth orientation, and national purpose in ways that transcend material capabilities alone. The current security dependency plaguing much of the Muslim world has created psychological consequences far exceeding mere military vulnerability, establishing pervasive crisis of confidence affecting all dimensions of civilizational expression despite the extraordinary potential represented by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide. This confidence deficit manifests across multiple dimensions with far-reaching societal consequences. Cultural production frequently reflects defensive posture or imitative orientation rather than authentic creative confidence, limiting expressive potential despite extraordinary heritage and diverse traditions. Educational systems often emphasize technical reproduction over innovative advancement, restricting knowledge creation despite historical excellence in intellectual contribution. Youth development commonly suffers from diminished aspiration beyond individual advancement, constraining collective mobilization despite demographic advantage unmatched in Islamic history. National narratives typically project either unrealistic triumphalism or fatalistic resignation, hampering realistic confidence development despite legitimate grounds for measured optimism based on actual capabilities and potential. The psychological impact has proven as limiting as the material consequences. Across the Muslim world, populations have internalized perceptions of inevitable secondary status, accepting perpetual followership as unchangeable condition rather than addressable circumstance through collective action. This psychological capitulation has transformed what began as temporary material limitation into self-perpetuating reality, as cognitive frameworks normalize dependency rather than independence, imitation rather than innovation, and reaction rather than initiative despite potential capability through unity, creating self-fulfilling prophecies of civilizational diminishment through limited ambition rather than capability constraints alone. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of confidence deficit. By establishing authentic security self-reliance, where protection derives from indigenous capabilities rather than external provision, the alliance would create psychological foundation for comprehensive civilizational revival extending far beyond immediate security enhancement into cultural renaissance, educational advancement, youth mobilization, and national purpose restoration across the Muslim world. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for societal confidence revival, including psychological impact of security self-reliance, cultural renaissance through confidence restoration, educational advancement with security foundation, youth inspiration and direction, and national purpose. Restoration. Pakistan's distinctive transformative vision, drawing from this demonstrated achievements in maintaining identity and purpose despite significant constraints, represents perhaps the most profound dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact on Islamic civilization's future trajectory. Psychological self-reliance. Impact of security. The alliance's most fundamental societal impact would involve transformation of dependency-induced collective diminishment confidence across the Muslim world. 1. Agency restoration. Psychology to from self-reliance based. Through protection self-provision, the alliance would establish tangible demonstration of Muslim capability to protect Muslim populations without external dependency, including territorial defense, sacred site protection, strategic deterrence, and crisis response, creating visible evidence of self-reliance rather than theoretical assertion. This protection demonstration, providing concrete proof, would establish fundamental psychological shift through experience rather than merely claimed agency, addressing the evidence deficit currently undermining confidence despite rhetorical assertions through more sophisticated approaches, creating lived experience of indigenous rather than externally provided security as foundation for genuine rather than artificial confidence beyond mere declarations into demonstrated capability. 2. National narrative transformation. The framework would enable substantial recalibration of national narratives across Muslim states, moving beyond both unrealistic triumphalism and fatalistic resignation toward measured confidence based on actual capabilities, realistic assessment of challenges, and demonstrated capacity for advancement despite constraints. This narrative recalibration, establishing psychological realism, would create sustainable confidence through accuracy rather than distortion, addressing the narrative imbalance currently restricting Muslim psychological health through more sophisticated approaches, creating functional rather than dysfunctional self-understanding conducive to genuine progress rather than either complacent satisfaction or depressive inaction despite potential for substantial advancement through realistic confidence development. 3. Identity security enhancement. The alliance would implement frameworks protecting fundamental identity dimensions beyond merely physical security, including religious practice protection, cultural expression safeguarding, and civilizational continuity assurance, creating psychological security regarding core self-definition elements despite external pressures. This identity protection, securing definitional foundations, would establish psychological stability through existential assurance rather than perceived vulnerability, addressing the identity anxiety currently undermining Muslim confidence despite strong traditions through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring core civilizational elements remain secure from both external pressure and internal dilution regardless of globalization forces frequently perceived as threatening. Authentic identity maintenance. 4. Autonomy dependency balance recalibration. The framework would include sophisticated understanding of legitimate interdependence while eliminating subordinate dependency, distinguishing between relationship mutuality and hierarchical subordination, cooperation equality and dominant submission, creating psychological health through balanced rather than either isolated or subjugated positioning. This relationship recalibration, establishing appropriate boundaries, would create psychological sovereignty through mature interdependence rather than either unrealistic independence or unhealthy dependency, addressing the relationship imbalance currently restricting Muslim confidence through more sophisticated approaches, developing appropriate rather than either excessive or insufficient boundaries conditioned by realistic sovereign capability assessment. 5. Resilience development through indigenous solutions. The alliance would systematically build psychological resilience through demonstrated capability to solve security challenges through internal rather than external solutions, including crisis management, threat response, stability maintenance, and recovery capability, creating confidence through experience self-sufficiency despite inevitable challenges. This resilience development, establishing recovery confidence, would create psychological hardness through demonstrated rather than merely theoretical capability, addressing the vulnerability anxiety currently limiting Muslim psychological health through more sophisticated approaches, creating experience-based rather than merely assertion-based confidence in ability to manage security challenges through indigenous rather than externally provided solutions regardless of specific situation details. These psychological approaches would transform security self-reliance from merely physical protection into fundamental psychological liberation through sophisticated frameworks, creating genuine confidence based on demonstrated capability rather than either artificial assertion or unrealistic expectation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining psychological sovereignty despite significant constraints, particularly its self-confident nuclear development, distinctive security identity cultivation, and resilience demonstration during various crises, provides practical template for these psychological impacts within the broader alliance framework. Cultural renaissance through confidence. Beyond psychological impact, the alliance would create conditions for genuine cultural revival across the Muslim world, where creative expression flourishes through security-based confidence rather than remaining constrained by defensive anxiety or imitative orientation. 1. Authentic expression liberated by security foundation. The alliance would establish freedom from existential anxiety that currently constrains cultural expression across much of the Muslim world, removing defensive posture necessity, external validation dependence, and perpetual justification requirements, creating space for authentic rather than reactive cultural production. This expression liberation, removing psychological constraints, would establish cultural flourishing through creative confidence rather than defensive anxiety, addressing the constraints currently limiting Muslim cultural vitality despite extraordinary heritage through more sophisticated approaches, creating psychological space for genuine expression rather than primarily defensive or explanatory production regardless of medium or format. 2. Indigenous modernity's development. The framework would enable sophisticated development of authentically Islamic approaches to contemporary challenges, moving beyond both reflexive traditionalism and uncritical westernization toward distinctive modernity, synthesizing enduring principles with contemporary realities through confident rather than defensive engagement with modernity. This indigenous development, creating authentic synthesis, would establish cultural vitality through creative adaptation rather than either rigid preservation or wholesale adoption, addressing the binary thinking currently restricting Muslim cultural evolution through more sophisticated approaches, creating distinctive rather than derivative engagement with modern realities without either retreat into idealized past or abandonment of core civilizational continuity. 3. Cross-civilizational dialogue from position of equality. The alliance would enable engagement with other civilizational traditions from confidence rather than insecurity, moving beyond both defensive isolation and uncritical emulation toward selective engagement based on thoughtful assessment of potential complementarities and necessary boundaries without psychological subordination. This equal dialogue, establishing reciprocal exchange, would create cultural enrichment through confident interaction rather than either fearful isolation or wholesale adoption, addressing the engagement imbalance currently characterizing Muslim cultural positioning through more sophisticated approaches, enabling contribution alongside reception in genuine rather than merely nominal exchange despite power differentials in other domains. 4. Cultural production material support. The framework would include substantial material support for cultural expression across the Muslim world, including dedicated funding mechanisms, institutional development, creator support systems, and distribution networks, creating practical foundation for cultural renaissance beyond merely psychological liberation. This material support, providing tangible resources, would establish cultural flourishing through practical enablement rather than merely theoretical freedom, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim cultural production despite significant potential through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive support systems, generating vibrant cultural ecosystems across diverse expressions from traditional forms through contemporary innovations regardless of commercial viability alone. 5. Civilizational narrative reconstruction. The alliance would systematically support development of sophisticated civilizational narratives, moving beyond both uncritical glorification and excessive self-criticism toward nuanced understanding of actual achievements, authentic contributions, legitimate challenges, and realistic aspirations, creating healthy sense of continuity despite historical complexities. This narrative development, establishing realistic understanding, would create cultural confidence through accuracy rather than distortion, addressing the narrative imbalance currently challenging Muslim cultural identity through more sophisticated approaches, creating functional relationship with civilizational history conducive to both appropriate pride and necessary reform without either triumphalist exaggeration or defeatist minimization despite legitimate grounds for measured confidence based on actual historical record. These cultural approaches would transform security provision from merely protection function into renaissance catalyst. Through sophisticated frameworks, creating conditions for authentic expression beyond both defensive reactivity and imitative orientation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining distinctive cultural identity despite significant pressures, particularly its literary traditions, artistic expressions, architectural developments, and various cultural productions maintaining authenticity despite both traditionalist and westernizing pressures, provides practical template for these cultural impacts within the broader alliance framework. Educational advancement with security. Foundation. The alliance would create conditions for fundamental educational transformation across the Muslim world, where learning transcends current limitations toward genuine knowledge creation through security-based confidence revival. 1. From knowledge consumption to knowledge creation, the alliance would establish psychological foundation for transformation of educational systems from primarily knowledge importation toward substantial knowledge generation, moving beyond information reproduction toward significant research contribution, methodological innovation, and theoretical advancement through security-based confidence in intellectual capability. This educational reorientation, shifting fundamental purpose, would establish scholarly advancement through production emphasis rather than primarily consumption focus, addressing the creativity limitations currently restricting Muslim educational institutions despite extraordinary historical traditions through more sophisticated approaches developing genuine rather than merely performative research cultures conducive to significant rather than marginal contribution to global knowledge development. 2. Indigenous educational models development. The framework would enable creation of authentically Islamic approaches to educational methodology, moving beyond both uncritical Western model adoption and rigid traditional system preservation toward distinctive synthesis incorporating enduring principles with contemporary scientific understanding through confidence rather than defensiveness. This indigenous development, creating authentic methodology, would establish educational effectiveness through appropriate rather than imported models, addressing the methodological tensions currently challenging Muslim educational systems through more sophisticated approaches creating distinctive rather than derivative pedagogical frameworks without either uncritical traditionalism or wholesale foreign system adoption despite legitimate insights available from multiple sources requiring discerning integration. 3. Critical thinking enhancement through security confidence. The alliance would foster environments where questioning, analysis, and innovation flourish through removal of defensive postures, where critical examination proceeds without existential anxiety, intellectual exploration advances without perceived threat to foundations, and methodological development continues without identity vulnerability concerns. This thinking liberation, removing psychological constraints, would establish educational dynamism through intellectual openness rather than protective closure, addressing the defensiveness currently limiting Muslim educational vitality through more sophisticated approaches creating psychological space for genuinely critical engagement with both internal traditions and external frameworks without anxiety regarding fundamental security despite inevitable tensions arising through intellectual development processes. 4. Scientific capability prioritization with strategic connection. The framework would include substantial development of scientific education with explicit connection to security enhancement, creating compelling strategic justification for significant resource allocation toward scientific advancement, technological development, and research infrastructure despite competing priorities. This strategic connection, establishing clear purpose, would create educational investment through security linkage rather than primarily abstract valuation, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim scientific advancement despite significant potential through more sophisticated approaches creating substantive support systems with compelling rationale beyond general development arguments into specific security enhancement capability through scientific advancement regardless of immediate commercial applications. 5. Educational integration across Muslim world. The alliance would implement systematic educational cooperation spanning the Muslim world, including student exchange programs, faculty collaboration networks, research partnerships, institutional relationships, and qualification recognition frameworks creating intellectual community beyond national boundaries. This educational integration, establishing transnational knowledge ecosystem, would create advancement acceleration through collaboration rather than isolation, addressing the fragmentation currently limiting Muslim educational effectiveness through more sophisticated approaches creating substantial rather than merely symbolic cooperation generating intellectual synergies across diverse institutions and traditions regardless of historical, linguistic, or Methodological differences toward mutual enhancement through complementary rather than competitive relationships. These educational approaches would transform security development from merely protection function into knowledge catalyst through sophisticated frameworks, creating conditions for intellectual advancement beyond both defensive closure and uncritical adoption. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing distinctive educational institutions despite significant constraints, particularly its scientific research organizations, technical universities, policy analysis institutes, and various knowledge production centers maintaining quality despite resource limitations, provides practical template for these educational impacts within the broader alliance framework. Youth inspiration and direction. The alliance would address perhaps the most critical societal dimension across the Muslim world, the mobilization and direction of unprecedented youth demographic advantage toward constructive purpose beyond present frustration, misdirection, or individualistic advancement alone. 1. Meaningful purpose beyond material consumption. The alliance would establish compelling collective project engaging youth idealism beyond consumer identity, creating meaningful participation opportunities in civilizational revival, tangible contribution possibilities toward Muslim world advancement, and purpose frameworks transcending materialistic orientation despite powerful globalized consumption messaging. This purpose provision, addressing existential needs, would establish youth engagement through meaning rather than merely entertainment or acquisition. Addressing the purpose deficit currently challenging Muslim youth despite spiritual traditions through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than symbolic opportunities for significant contribution toward worthy objectives beyond individual advancement into collective development regardless of specific talent domains. 2. Merit-based advancement pathways. The framework would include systematic development of advancement systems based on demonstrated capability rather than connections, background, or other non-merit factors, creating visible evidence of fairness, transparent evaluation processes, and achievement recognition regardless of origins. This merit emphasis, establishing opportunity confidence, would create youth mobilization through fairness perception rather than cynicism expectation, addressing the opportunity skepticism currently limiting Muslim youth commitment despite significant potential through more sophisticated approaches, creating credible rather than merely rhetorical advancement pathways demonstrating actual rather than theoretical connection between effort, capability, and recognition regardless of family background, social position, or other non-performance factors. 3. Security careers with Islamic purpose integration. The alliance would develop sophisticated approaches integrating professional excellence with Islamic values in security domains, creating career paths where technical mastery and religious principles reinforce rather than contradict each other, development, professional advancement, and spiritual proceed simultaneously, and capability enhancement serves authentic rather than merely material objectives. This integration, reconciling excellence with ethics, would establish youth attraction through meaning alongside mastery, addressing the purpose profession separation currently challenging Muslim youth through more sophisticated approaches, creating unity rather than division between professional function and religious identity despite apparently secular nature of many technical domains through explicit connection to protection obligations within Islamic tradition. 4. Constructive challenge channeling. The framework would include mechanisms redirecting youth energy currently vulnerable to misdirection, providing constructive challenge opportunities, achievement pathways requiring dedication and sacrifice, and excellence demands creating positive rather than destructive channeling for natural youth idealism, risk tolerance, and status-seeking behaviors. This challenge provision, redirecting natural drives, would establish youth contribution through positive rather than negative expression, addressing the vulnerability currently exposing Muslim youth despite potential through more sophisticated approaches, creating compelling alternatives to destructive pathways through equally demanding but constructive channels for the fundamental youth drives toward significance, respect, and accomplishment regardless of specific domain. Manifestation. 5. Transnational Muslim identity development. The alliance would systematically foster connections among Muslim youth across national boundaries, creating shared identity beyond geography, collaborative networks transcending borders, and mutual understanding exceeding inherited divisions through direct engagement rather than mediated perception. This transnational connection, establishing broadened community, would create youth solidarity through experience rather than merely theoretical. Ummah concept. Addressing the fragmentation currently limiting Muslim youth potential through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than symbolic relationships across diverse cultural expressions, linguistic traditions, and national experiences toward mutual enhancement through complementary rather than isolated development regardless of geography, ethnicity, or other potential division factors. These youth approaches would transform security development from merely protection function into inspiration catalyst through sophisticated frameworks, creating conditions for demographic advantage actualization beyond both aimlessness and misdirection into constructive mobilization. Pakistan's demonstrated experience engaging youth in national purpose despite significant educational challenges, particularly institutions, technological development, military service initiatives, and through pathways, various youth-focused programs maintaining motivation despite resource constraints, provides practical template for these youth impacts within the broader alliance framework. National purpose restoration. At the most fundamental level, the alliance would address the crisis of national purpose affecting many Muslim states, where clear direction, compelling vision, and meaningful projects beyond mere survival or consumption maximization frequently remain absent despite formal independence. 1. Beyond security consumption to security provision, the alliance would transform national orientation from primarily security recipient to security contributor. Status, moving from protection dependence to protection provision, assistance reception to assistance delivery, and follower positioning to leadership responsibility, creating fundamental role recalibration through capability rather than merely status adjustment. This orientation transformation, shifting basic self-conceptualization, would establish national purpose through contribution rather than consumption, addressing the role limitations currently restricting Muslim state confidence through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than symbolic participation in international security provision regardless of specific capability level through appropriate rather than uniform contribution expectations. 2. Civilizational revival, tangible participation. The framework would include specific national roles within broader Muslim world renaissance, creating clear contribution paths, defined responsibility domains, and visible impact opportunities toward collective advancement beyond merely individual national development despite legitimate sovereignty maintenance. This participation definition, establishing specific functions, would create national purpose through concrete contribution rather than merely abstract aspiration, addressing the direction deficit currently challenging Muslim states through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than rhetorical participation in meaningful civilizational project beyond individualistic advancement into collective enhancement through complementary rather than competitive national development regardless of specific country size or capability level. 3. Indigenous solutions with global contribution potential. The alliance would foster development of distinctive approaches to contemporary challenges arising from authentic Islamic and national traditions, creating unique solutions, innovative methodologies, and alternative frameworks beyond merely imported models despite valuable insights from multiple sources requiring discerning integration. This indigenous development, creating authentic contribution, would establish national purpose through originality rather than imitation, addressing the distinctiveness deficit currently limiting Muslim state confidence through more sophisticated approaches, creating original rather than derivative engagement with global challenges without either reflexive traditionalism or uncritical westernization despite valuable elements in both requiring thoughtful synthesis into genuinely new approaches reflecting distinctive experiences and perspectives. For intergenerational project definition, the framework would establish national endeavors transcending immediate political cycles, creating compelling multi-decade objectives, institutional frameworks spanning multiple administrations, and purpose continuity exceeding individual leadership transitions despite legitimate democratic alternation or other governance evolution. This long-term orientation, establishing persistent direction, would create national purpose through continuity rather than constant redefinition, addressing the consistency limitations currently challenging Muslim state development through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than symbolic persistence in fundamental national objectives regardless of inevitable political transitions, through institutional rather than merely personal leadership, ensuring essential direction maintenance despite surface-level policy evolution. 5. Global role definition beyond material parameters. The alliance would enable Muslim states to define international contributions exceeding their material capability. Limitations: developing distinctive value propositions, specialized expertise domains, and unique contribution areas, creating significance through quality rather than merely quantity despite resource constraints compared to larger powers. This role definition, establishing specific functions, would create national purpose through expertise rather than merely scale, addressing the impact limitations currently restricting Muslim state confidence through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than symbolic international significance regardless of size or wealth through specialized rather than comprehensive contribution identification and development toward recognized excellence in specific domains rather than unrealistic aspirations for comprehensive capability beyond resource feasibility. These purpose approaches would transform security development from merely protection function into direction catalyst through sophisticated frameworks, creating conditions for national meaning beyond both aimless consumption and directionless activity. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining clear national purpose despite significant challenges, particularly its nuclear program development, distinctive international positioning, specialized security contributions, and various national projects maintaining direction despite resource constraints, provides practical template for these purpose impacts within the broader alliance framework. Conclusion: security as civilizational foundation. The transformation from security dependency to self-reliance represents perhaps the most profound catalyst for comprehensive societal revival across the Muslim world, extending far beyond immediate protection enhancement into fundamental psychological liberation, cultural renaissance, educational advancement, youth mobilization, and national purpose restoration. By establishing authentic security independence, where protection derives from indigenous capabilities rather than external provision, the alliance would create essential foundation for civilizational confidence affecting all dimensions of collective expression despite current constraints. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing societal confidence through overwhelming resource mobilization or comprehensive capability development beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches, creating psychological liberation through security self-reliance in specific critical domains, demonstrating indigenous capability, quality. The resulting societal revival would achieve greater advancement through psychological transformation rather than merely material accumulation, employing sophisticated frameworks, creating foundational confidence, enabling multidimensional development beyond security domains alone through psychological rather than merely physical protection. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this societal confidence domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently maintained distinctive identity, clear direction, and fundamental confidence exceeding material circumstances. Through psychological rather than merely physical security development. From its nuclear deterrence establishment providing psychological liberation beyond immediate protection to its distinctive cultural identity maintenance despite powerful external influences, from educational institution development despite resource limitations to youth engagement through national purpose beyond material incentives alone, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading this societal confidence restoration across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's societal resilience, including psychological confidence, cultural distinctiveness, educational contributions, youth mobilization, and national purpose clarity, enabled comprehensive response exceeding material resources through identity-based motivation despite adversary advantages in conventional capability. This demonstrated confidence, where psychological factors determine societal effectiveness beyond merely material calculations, represents the essential foundation required across the broader Muslim world facing similar challenges requiring quality over quantity approaches for comprehensive civilizational revival beyond security enhancement alone. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world's psychological condition from confidence deficit to authentic self-assurance, creating Renaissance foundation extending into all dimensions of civilizational expression. This transformation would represent not merely security enhancement but comprehensive revival catalyst, restoring the confidence that characterized Islam's historical golden age rather than current defensive posture despite formal sovereignty and enabling the Muslim world to contribute to global civilization as originator rather than merely consumer of innovation despite current material limitations compared to other major civilizational centers. The resulting Renaissance would leverage the extraordinary potential represented by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide once psychological liberation occurs through security self-reliance, establishing virtuous cycles where confidence enables achievement which further enhances confidence beyond current constraints into unprecedented advancement across all domains of human endeavor. Chapter 117. Scientific and Technological Advancement. We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth. Quran 41:53. The relationship between security capabilities and scientific technological advancement across the Muslim world represents one of the most promising yet underutilized dimensions for comprehensive civilizational revival. In contemporary global affairs, scientific capability determines not merely military effectiveness but fundamental sovereignty across all domains, from economic competitiveness to cultural influence, educational quality to healthcare advancement, environmental management to resource optimization. The current scientific technological dependency plaguing much of the Muslim world creates vulnerabilities far exceeding military domains alone, establishing comprehensive constraints affecting all civilization dimensions despite the extraordinary intellectual potential represented by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide. This scientific underperformance manifests across multiple dimensions with far-reaching consequences. Research output frequently reflects consumption rather than creation patterns, generating limited original contribution despite substantial historical tradition and contemporary demographic advantage. Technological development often proceeds through importation rather than innovation, creating dependency relationships despite significant application opportunities and adaptation needs. Human capital development typically suffers from brain drain dynamics and insufficient research infrastructure, limiting potential despite impressive individual talent regularly demonstrated in international contexts. STEM education commonly emphasizes reproduction rather than innovation, restricting creativity foundations. Despite often rigorous technical, the psychological impact has proven as limiting as the material consequences. Across the Muslim world, scientific communities have frequently internalized secondary status expectations, accepting follower positioning as natural condition rather than temporary circumstance requiring systematic address. This psychological capitulation has transformed what began as resource limitation into self-perpetuating reality, as research agendas, career aspirations, institutional ambitions, and development strategies reflect diminished expectations despite potential capability, creating self-fulfilling prophecies of scientific marginality through limited ambition rather than capability constraints alone. The proposed Muslim security alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally challenge and ultimately transform this paradigm of scientific technological dependency. By establishing sophisticated connections between security imperatives and scientific advancement, where defense requirements provide compelling impetus for research investment, technological development, human capital formation, and innovation ecosystems, the alliance would create systematic catalysts for comprehensive scientific revival extending far beyond immediate military applications into broader societal benefit across the Muslim world. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for scientific technological advancement, including defense research driving innovation, human capital development acceleration, critical technology indigenous development, research collaboration enhancement, and applied science advancement. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in developing significant scientific capabilities despite resource constraints, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate security enhancement into fundamental sovereignty restoration across all domains requiring scientific technological capability. Defense research driving innovation. The alliance's most visible scientific impact would involve transformation of defense research from isolated security domain into broader innovation catalyst across the Muslim world. 1. Dual application research framework development. The alliance would establish comprehensive approaches deliberately designing defense research for broader application potential, including research agenda formulation processes, funding criteria integration, proposal evaluation frameworks, and outcome assessment metrics, creating intentional rather than incidental civilian benefit. This dual application orientation, embedding broader utility, would establish innovation efficiency through deliberate design rather than accidental spillover, addressing the resource limitations currently constraining Muslim scientific advancement through more sophisticated approaches, creating multiple returns from single investments rather than parallel development tracks, despite potential synergies through more integrated research conceptualization from initial stages. 2. Strategic challenge prioritization. The framework would include systematic identification of high-impact research domains addressing both security and broader development imperatives, including materials science, artificial intelligence applications, energy systems, additive manufacturing, and quantum information science, creating focused investment in areas with disproportionate advancement potential. This strategic prioritization, concentrating limited resources, would establish scientific impact through focus rather than dispersion, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim scientific progress through more sophisticated approaches, enabling critical mass development in specific domains rather than subscale efforts across all fields, despite potential effectiveness through more selective concentration, enabling meaningful advancement in priority areas rather than marginal progress everywhere. 3. Challenge-based research models. The alliance implement innovative research organization around concrete capability challenges rather than merely disciplinary boundaries, including problem-centered teams, mission-focused programs, and capability-driven projects, creating outcome orientation beyond academic classification alone. This challenge organization, establishing practical focus, would create scientific advancement through problem-solving rather than merely knowledge accumulation, addressing the relevance limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific impact through more sophisticated approaches, ensuring research addresses actual requirements rather than merely abstract interests, despite valuable fundamental inquiry complementing rather than contradicting application-oriented investigation. Through appropriate balance. 4. Research manufacturing integration. The framework would include deliberate connections between scientific investigation and production capabilities, including co-located facilities, integrated personnel development, and synchronized investment, creating seamless transition from discovery through development into production rather than isolated research generating implementation gaps. This integration, connecting knowledge and application, would establish innovation effectiveness through continuity rather than segmentation, addressing the implementation barriers currently limiting Muslim scientific impact through more sophisticated approaches, creating uninterrupted pathways from concept through product rather than disconnected stages vulnerable to transition failures despite promising initial discoveries through inadequate development systems. 5. Reverse engineering scientific foundation. The alliance would systematically utilize reverse engineering not merely for product replication but scientific understanding development, including comprehensive analysis methodologies, fundamental principle extraction, theoretical framework development, and knowledge creation processes, generating scientific advancement beyond mere technical reproduction. This knowledge development, extracting understanding, would establish scientific capability through learning rather than merely copying, addressing the foundation limitations currently restricting Muslim technological development through more sophisticated approaches, creating underlying scientific knowledge rather than merely surface-level replication despite legitimate adaptation needs requiring deeper understanding for genuine indigenous capability beyond dependency, perpetuating duplication without comprehension. These research approaches would transform defense requirements from merely security imperatives into scientific advancement catalysts through sophisticated frameworks, creating broader innovation beyond immediate military applications. Pakistan's demonstrated experience leveraging defense imperatives for scientific development despite resource constraints, particularly its nuclear programs, broader scientific impacts, missile developments, technological spillovers, and various defense research initiatives generating wider applications, provides practical template for these innovation frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Human capital development acceleration. Beyond specific research outcomes, the alliance would establish systematic approaches accelerating scientific human capital formation across the Muslim world, addressing the fundamental constraint limiting advancement more severely than either funding or infrastructure alone. 1. Strategic STEM education enhancement. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches strengthening science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education specifically connected to security imperatives, including curriculum development, faculty enhancement programs, laboratory improvement initiatives, and material support, creating compelling national security rationale for substantial educational investment despite competing priorities. This security connection, establishing strategic necessity, would create educational advancement through priority elevation rather than merely abstract valuation, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim STEM education despite recognized importance through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than rhetorical commitment through clear connection to national security enhancement requiring political support transcending normal budget limitations. 2. Islamic scientific identity integration. The framework would include sophisticated approaches reconciling religious and scientific identities frequently perceived as contradictory, including philosophical framework development, historical precedent emphasis, contemporary role model promotion, and theological scientific dialogue, creating psychological space for simultaneous embrace rather than perceived choice requirement. This identity integration, resolving perceived tensions, would establish scientific attraction through harmony rather than conflict, addressing the identity barriers currently limiting Muslim scientific engagement despite significant historical traditions through more sophisticated approaches, creating unity rather than opposition between religious commitment and scientific excellence despite superficial tensions requiring thoughtful rather than simplistic resolution. 3. Talent retention and repatriation systems. The alliance would develop comprehensive approaches addressing the severe brain drain affecting Muslim scientific communities, including competitive research opportunities, career advancement pathways, recognition systems, and working condition enhancements, creating viable alternatives to emigration for top talent despite global mobility. These retention frameworks, preserving critical human capital, would establish scientific capability through talent conservation rather than continuous loss, addressing the expertise depletion currently undermining Muslim scientific advancement through more sophisticated approaches, creating compelling domestic opportunities rather than merely rhetorical appeals despite powerful external attraction requiring substantive rather than symbolic countermeasures. For female scientific talent mobilization, the framework would include systematic approaches unlocking the substantially underutilized female intellectual potential across the Muslim world, including educational access enhancement, career barrier reduction, family-professional balance facilitation, and cultural perception evolution, creating full rather than partial talent pool utilization despite traditional constraints. This gender integration, accessing all available talent, would establish scientific advancement through comprehensive rather than partial human capital mobilization, addressing the participation limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific progress through more sophisticated approaches, creating opportunities for female contribution beyond traditional boundaries despite cultural factors requiring sensitive but determined address through demonstration of compatibility between religious respect and female scientific participation. 5. Scientific career prestige enhancement. The alliance would implement deliberate approaches elevating scientific career status beyond current levels in many Muslim societies, including public recognition systems, compensation enhancement, social status elevation, and leadership visibility, creating attraction beyond financial incentives alone despite competing professional alternatives. This prestige development, enhancing non-material rewards, would create scientific talent cultivation through status alongside salary, addressing the attraction limitations currently challenging Muslim scientific development through more sophisticated approaches, creating multidimensional rather than merely financial incentives despite legitimate compensation requirements complemented rather than replaced by recognition, respect, and status considerations frequently influencing career selection beyond economic factors alone. These human capital approaches would transform scientific talent development from individual national concern into strategic alliance priority through sophisticated frameworks, creating accelerated capability enhancement beyond current trajectories. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing scientific human capital despite resource constraints, particularly its nuclear scientists' cultivation, engineering expertise development, medical professional excellence, and various specialized technical communities maintained despite brain drain pressures, provides practical template for these talent development frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Critical development. Technology indigenous. The alliance would establish systematic approaches developing genuine indigenous capability in strategic technologies essential for comprehensive sovereignty rather than merely security effectiveness across the Muslim world. 1. Sovereignty critical technology identification. The alliance would implement comprehensive assessment identifying technologies where dependency creates fundamental vulnerability beyond merely efficiency reduction, including cryptographic systems, semiconductor capabilities, medical pharmaceuticals, artificial intelligence foundations, and advanced manufacturing technologies, creating prioritization framework based on strategic rather than merely economic criteria. This strategic assessment, identifying critical dependencies, would establish development prioritization through sovereignty impact rather than merely technical interest, addressing the focus limitations currently restricting Muslim technological development through more sophisticated approaches targeting capabilities with disproportionate independence implications rather than pursuing advancement across all domains simultaneously despite resource constraints requiring strategic selection beyond unfocused effort dilution. 2. A multi-member distributed development model. The framework would include deliberate distribution of technological development responsibilities across multiple member states based on comparative advantage, including existing capabilities, educational foundations, industrial capacities, and specialized expertise, creating collective advancement beyond individual national potential despite resource constraints. This distributed approach, leveraging distinct strengths, would establish development acceleration through specialization rather than duplication, addressing the scale limitations currently restricting Muslim technological advancement through more sophisticated approaches enabling focused excellence development in specific domains within each member state rather than parallel subscale efforts attempting comprehensive development beyond individual resource feasibility. 3. Critical component manufacturing capacity. The alliance would systematically develop production capabilities for strategic technology components currently available only through potentially unreliable external sources, including specialized materials, precision manufacturing, advanced electronics, and essential chemicals, creating supply assurance beyond diplomatic or commercial relationships vulnerable to disruption. This physical manufacturing development, ensuring availability, would establish technological independence through production control rather than merely design capability, addressing the implementation limitations currently restricting Muslim technological sovereignty through more sophisticated approaches, creating comprehensive rather than partial capacity including essential components beyond merely final assembly despite greater complexity requiring coordinated rather than isolated development. 4. Indigenous standards and protocols development. The framework would include deliberate creation of technical standards, protocols, and specifications reflecting Muslim world requirements rather than merely adopting external frameworks, including telecommunication standards, internet protocols, encryption methodologies, and various technical parameters, creating architectural independence beyond merely implementation within frameworks established. Elsewhere. Fundamental standards. This parameters would development, establishing create technological sovereignty through architectural rather than merely operational limitations independence, currently addressing restricting the framework Muslim technological autonomy through more sophisticated approaches establishing structure rather than merely content despite international standardization benefits requiring balance between global compatibility and indigenous determination. 5. Strategic technology acquisition and absorption. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches maximizing technology transfer from necessary external acquisition, including offset requirement frameworks, knowledge transfer protocols, expertise development components, and absorption capability enhancement, creating independence progression rather than perpetual dependency despite requirements for certain external technologies. This absorption emphasis, developing understanding, would establish technological advancement through learning rather than merely purchasing, addressing the dependency perpetuation currently limiting Muslim technological development through more sophisticated approaches extracting maximum knowledge alongside products through deliberate acquisition design prioritizing capability development over merely equipment procurement despite legitimate immediate needs requiring balance with long-term sovereignty objectives. These technological approaches would transform critical dependencies from perpetual vulnerability into progressive sovereignty through sophisticated frameworks, creating systematic capability development beyond immediate security applications. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing indigenous technologies despite significant constraints, particularly its nuclear fuel cycle technologies, missile systems, communication security capabilities, and various strategic technologies maintained despite international restriction regimes, provides practical template for these development frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Research collaboration enhancement. The alliance would establish unprecedented scientific collaboration across the Muslim world, converting current fragmentation into synergistic advancement through sophisticated cooperation frameworks beyond rhetorical solidarity alone. 1. Strategic Research Network Architecture. The alliance would implement comprehensive research networks connecting scientists across Muslim world boundaries, including digital collaboration platforms, regular conference structures, joint publication venues, and formal association frameworks, creating functional rather than merely symbolic integration despite geographic dispersion. This network development, establishing practical connection, would create scientific advancement through collaboration rather than isolation, addressing the fragmentation currently limiting Muslim research impact through more sophisticated approaches, generating actual rather than merely theoretical cooperation through systematic rather than occasional interaction despite distance, language, and other potential barriers, requiring deliberate rather than incidental address through institutional rather than merely individual initiative. 2. Shared research. Infrastructure development. The framework would include deliberate creation of sophisticated research facilities serving multinational rather than merely national scientific communities, including advanced laboratories, testing facilities, computing resources, and specialized equipment, creating capability beyond individual national investment potential despite sovereignty values. This infrastructure sharing, enabling access to sophisticated facilities, would establish scientific advancement through resource aggregation rather than duplication, addressing the scale limitations currently restricting Muslim research capacity through more sophisticated approaches, enabling critical mass achievement in essential infrastructure through collective rather than isolated investment despite legitimate national interests, requiring balance with efficiency gains through complementary rather than competitive development. 3. Problem-centered research consortia. The alliance would develop specialized multinational research organizations focused on specific challenges affecting multiple Muslim societies, including water security, renewable energy, desert agriculture, tropical medicine, and disaster resilience, creating mission-driven rather than merely disciplinary collaboration despite academic tradition orientation. This problem organization, focusing diverse expertise, would create scientific impact through solution orientation rather than merely knowledge accumulation, addressing the relevance limitations currently restricting Muslim research influence through more sophisticated approaches, generating practical outcomes, addressing actual challenges affecting Muslim populations despite traditional academic frameworks, benefiting from complementary mission-driven structures without replacement. 4. Junior researcher development integration. The framework would include comprehensive approaches specifically supporting early career scientists through multinational programs, including joint doctoral programs, postdoctoral fellowships, junior faculty exchanges, and young scientist networks, creating talent development across national boundaries despite institutional fragmentation. This early career focus, developing future leaders, would establish scientific advancement through talent cultivation rather than merely senior researcher collaboration, addressing the pipeline limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific development through more sophisticated approaches, building long-term capacity through deliberate investment in future rather than merely present capability despite immediate needs, requiring balance with sustainable advancement through generational progression rather than merely current expertise utilization. 5. Indigenous scientific journal enhancement. The Alliance would systematically strengthen scientific publication venues based within the Muslim world, including quality standard elevation, review process enhancement, distribution expansion, and recognition development, creating viable alternatives to complete dependence on Western journals despite their established position. This publication enhancement, creating credible venues, would establish scientific communication through indigenous rather than merely external channels, addressing the dissemination limitations currently restricting Muslim research impact through more sophisticated approaches, creating additional rather than replacement options, complementing rather than competing with established journals while providing appropriate venues for research particularly relevant to Muslim world contexts despite requirements for international standards. Maintenance through rigorous rather than accommodating review processes, ensuring quality alongside accessibility. These collaboration approaches would transform research fragmentation from limitation into strategic advantage through sophisticated frameworks, creating synergistic advancement beyond individual national capabilities. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing effective research partnerships despite significant constraints, particularly its international scientific collaborations, regional research initiatives, multilateral technological partnerships, and various cooperative development programs maintained despite resource limitations, provides practical template for these collaboration frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Beyond fundamental research, the alliance would establish unprecedented focus on applied science, addressing specific challenges facing Muslim societies, converting current dependency into indigenous solutions through sophisticated application frameworks. 1. Islamic context technology adaptation. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches deliberately adapting general technologies for specific Muslim context requirements, including cultural compatibility modifications, religious practice accommodations, social norm considerations, and value alignment adjustments, creating appropriate rather than merely imported solutions despite global technology development. This contextual adaptation, ensuring compatibility, would establish technological relevance through appropriateness rather than merely capability, addressing the alignment limitations currently restricting Muslim technology adoption through more sophisticated approaches, creating harmony rather than tension between technological advancement and cultural religious continuity despite potential conflicts, requiring thoughtful rather than simplistic resolution through adaptation rather than either rejection or uncritical adoption. 2. Resource constraint innovation models. The framework would include systematic approaches developing technologies specifically designed for resource-limited environments common across much of the Muslim world, including cost-optimized designs, maintenance-simplified systems, expertise-appropriate technologies, and infrastructure-realistic solutions, creating practical rather than merely theoretical advancement despite ideal scenario assumptions. This acknowledging constraint-conscious actual development conditions would establish technological impact through realism rather than aspiration, addressing the implementation limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific benefit through more sophisticated approaches, creating usable rather than merely admirable solutions despite legitimate aspirations, requiring balance with present realities through progressive rather than leapfrog approaches, maintaining continuity between current capabilities and development objectives. 3. Regional challenge-focused application. The alliance would develop specialized scientific initiatives addressing distinctive challenges affecting Muslim regions, including water scarcity management, extreme climate adaptation, desert agriculture enhancement, tropical disease control, and natural disaster resilience, creating focused advancement in domains with disproportionate benefit potential. This challenge focus, addressing distinctive needs, would create scientific impact through relevance rather than merely sophistication, addressing the alignment. Limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific benefit through more sophisticated approaches targeting actual rather than universal challenges despite international scientific community orientations frequently emphasizing different priorities requiring complementary rather than conforming approaches ensuring attention to Muslim-specific concerns alongside global research agendas. 4. Traditional knowledge modern science integration. The framework would include systematic approaches integrating valuable traditional knowledge with contemporary scientific methods, including medicinal plant investigation, sustainable practice analysis, indigenous material evaluation, and historical technique assessment, creating synergistic rather than merely replacement advancement despite modernization values. This knowledge integration, preserving valuable insights, would establish scientific progress through complementarity rather than supersession, addressing the continuity limitations currently challenging Muslim scientific development through more sophisticated approaches, creating synthesis rather than opposition between traditional and modern knowledge systems despite tensions requiring thoughtful navigation through selective rather than wholesale approaches, evaluating traditional claims through scientific methods while respecting cultural significance through balanced rather than dismissive assessment. 5. Distributed implementation networks. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches connecting scientific advancement with actual deployment across diverse Muslim contexts, including extension services, application specialists, implementation support programs, and adaptation assistance, creating impact beyond academic or laboratory boundaries despite institutional separation traditions. This implementation connection, ensuring practical benefit, would establish scientific value through application rather than merely development, addressing the deployment limitations currently restricting Muslim scientific impact through more sophisticated approaches, creating systematic rather than incidental pathways from discovery through development to implementation despite institutional boundaries requiring deliberate bridging through formal rather than occasional connection mechanisms established as essential rather than optional components within the broader scientific enterprise. These application approaches would transform scientific advancement from abstract achievement into practical benefit through sophisticated frameworks, creating direct connection between research and implementation across the Muslim world. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing applied scientific solutions despite significant constraints, particularly its agricultural adaptations, water management technologies, disaster response systems, and various practical innovations addressing specific contextual challenges, provides practical template for these application frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Conclusion. Foundation. Science as sovereignty. The transformation from scientific technological dependency to indigenous capability represents an essential dimension of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's potential impact beyond immediate protection enhancement into fundamental sovereignty restoration across all domains. By establishing sophisticated connections between security imperatives and scientific advancement, where defense requirements provide compelling impetus for research investment, technological development, human capital formation, and innovation ecosystems, the alliance would create systematic catalysts for comprehensive scientific revival extending far beyond immediate military applications into broader societal benefit across the Muslim world. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing scientific advancement through overwhelming resource mobilization or comprehensive capability development beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating focused excellence in strategic domains through intelligent prioritization and collective capability development, quality. The resulting scientific architecture would achieve greater advancement through strategic focus rather than diffused effort, employing sophisticated frameworks creating disproportionate progress in high-impact areas through concentration rather than dispersion despite resource limitations compared to larger scientific powers. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this scientific technological domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently developed significant scientific capabilities in strategic domains essential for sovereignty maintenance through focused rather than comprehensive approaches. From its nuclear program development despite international restrictions to sophisticated missile technologies maintained despite export control regimes, from indigenous cyber capabilities to specialized electronic systems, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading scientific advancement through strategic focus rather than unlimited resource application across the broader Muslim world. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's indigenous technologies, including electronic warfare systems, cyber defenses, precision guidance capabilities, and various specialized technologies, enabled effective response despite adversary advantages in conventional resources. This demonstrated advancement, where strategic focus determined technological effectiveness beyond merely resource availability, represents the essential methodology required across the broader Muslim world facing similar scientific technological challenges requiring quality over quantity approaches for sovereignty restoration across domains far exceeding military security alone. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform the Muslim world's scientific technological position from dependency to capability, creating indigenous capacity commensurate with civilizational scale rather than artificially constrained below potential. This transformation would represent not merely security enhancement but sovereignty restoration, re-establishing the scientific leadership that characterized Islam's historical golden age rather than current dependency despite extraordinary intellectual potential and enabling the Muslim world to contribute to global advancement as originator rather than merely consumer of innovation despite current material limitations compared to other major scientific centers. The resulting scientific renaissance would leverage the extraordinary potential represented by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide once systematic frameworks channel this talent toward indigenous rather than exported contribution, establishing virtuous cycles where capability enables achievement which further enhances capability beyond current constraints into unprecedented advancement across all domains requiring scientific technological mastery in the modern world. Section C. Global Order Transformation. Chapter 118. From Unipolarity to Multipolarity. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Quran 49:13. The global order has experienced profound transition since the post-Cold War unipolar moment, where American hegemony appeared both complete and enduring, toward increasing multipolarity characterized by multiple centers of power, diverse governance models, and competing normative frameworks. This transformation remains incomplete, with significant American capability persisting alongside rising Chinese influence, reassertive Russian positioning, emerging Indian aspirations, established European presence, and various regional powers exercising increasing autonomy within their spheres. Within this evolving architecture, the Muslim world remains conspicuously absent as coherent power center despite comprising nearly 2 billion people across 57 countries, controlling critical resources, occupying strategic territories, and representing one of history's most significant civilizational traditions. This absence manifests across multiple dimensions with far-reaching consequences for both the Muslim world and global order stability. In security councils, strategic initiatives frequently proceed with minimal Muslim input despite direct application to Islamic populations and territories, creating implementation challenges regardless of conceptual merit. Governance models typically develop without significant Islamic contribution despite application across diverse societies, limiting effectiveness through contextual misalignment regardless of theoretical validity. Normative frameworks often emerge without meaningful Muslim participation despite universal aspiration, reducing legitimacy through representational philosophical coherence. Inadequacy regardless of the impact extends beyond specific policy domains into fundamental systemic stability. The current incomplete multipolarity, where major powers compete without sufficient cross-civilizational diversity, creates inherent imbalance despite power distribution, as decision frameworks reflect limited cultural perspective regardless of procedural inclusivity. This representational narrowness has transformed what might develop as balanced multipolarity into potentially unstable competition, as major power interaction proceeds without sufficient normative breadth, creating legitimacy deficits despite procedural formality, consultation inadequacy regardless of institutional sophistication, and implementation fragility irrespective of conceptual soundness. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would fundamentally address this structural limitation in the emerging multipolar order. By establishing coherent Muslim power center alongside other civilizational poles, creating genuinely representative multipolarity through Islamic addition to the Chinese, Western, Russian, Indian, and other power centers, the alliance would transform incomplete into comprehensive multipolarity with enhanced stability through authentic diversity rather than merely distributed capability among similar actors. This chapter examines the alliance's comprehensive vision for contributing to global order transformation, including Muslim power center emergence, global power distribution rebalancing, regional security architecture transformation, Muslim world role in international decisions, and new alliance patterns development. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in maintaining distinctive position within the international system despite significant constraints, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental global order. Enhancement through genuine civilizational diversity rather than merely power redistribution among similar actors. Muslim power center emergence. The alliance's most fundamental transformation of global order would involve establishment of coherent Muslim power center within the international system, creating distinctive civilization pole alongside other major actors. 1. Comprehensive capability development. Beyond military domains, the alliance would establish Muslim world capability across all power dimensions, including military security, economic influence, diplomatic weight, normative authority, and cultural attraction, creating comprehensive rather than merely domain-specific presence with distinctive perspective grounded in Islamic civilization. This multidimensional development, transcending mere security alliance, would establish global influence through comprehensive capability rather than narrow specialization, addressing the present's limitations currently restricting Muslim world influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive capacity across all international affairs dimensions rather than merely military security despite reasonable sequence prioritizing physical protection before advancing other aspects requiring secure foundation. 2. Distinctive decision framework articulation. The framework would include sophisticated development of authentically Islamic approaches to international affairs challenges, including governance principles, diplomatic methodologies, conflict resolution frameworks, and normative positions, creating genuine alternative rather than merely oppositional counterpoint despite legitimate criticism of current international order. This framework development, establishing positive vision, would create influence through contribution rather than merely contestation, addressing the alternative limitations currently restricting Muslim world impact through more sophisticated approaches, developing constructive rather than merely critical engagement with global challenges despite legitimate objections to existing arrangements, requiring balance with practical solution development beyond opposition. Alone. 3. Coherent Muslim perspective. Despite internal diversity, the alliance would implement sophisticated mechanisms maintaining authentic diversity within overall coherence, creating unity without uniformity, coordination without homogenization, and consistency without rigidity. Despite legitimate differences across various Muslim traditions, cultural expressions, and national experiences, this coherence development, enabling unified voice, would establish global presence through focus rather than fragmented expression, addressing the inconsistency limitations currently undermining Muslim world influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating functional coordination without artificial standardization despite inevitable internal diversity, requiring accommodation within overarching framework, allowing multiple expressions while maintaining essential position integrity on core issues. For independent strategic position beyond existing blocks, the framework would establish genuinely autonomous Muslim world positioning rather than subordinate alignment within existing power structures, developing distinctive strategic vision, independent security capabilities, and autonomous foreign policy rather than merely supplementary. Weight attached to existing polarity despite potential partnerships with various major powers. This independence development, creating authentic pole, would establish global influence through originality rather than merely alliance value, addressing the subordination limitations currently restricting Muslim world impact through more sophisticated approaches, creating genuine rather than derivative positioning despite legitimate cooperation with existing powers, requiring balance, maintaining distinctive perspective while engaging practical relationships based on comprehensive subordination. 5. Specific alignment without civilizational framework. Beyond Westphalian parameters, the alliance would systematically articulate international engagement grounded in Islamic civilizational tradition rather than merely operating within established Westphalian frameworks, including distinctive approaches to sovereignty concepts, legitimacy foundations, authority structures, and normative priorities, creating authentic rather than merely accommodated presence despite international system established without significant Muslim contribution. This civilizational articulation, developing authentic framework, would establish global influence through distinctive rather than derivative contribution, addressing the conceptual limitations currently restricting Muslim world impact through more sophisticated approaches, creating genuine intellectual innovation beyond merely operational participation despite systemic inertia, requiring engagement with existing structures while developing alternative frameworks through evolutionary rather than revolutionary processes, avoiding destabilization while enabling transformation. These emergence approaches would transform Muslim world international positioning from fragmented presence into coherent power center through sophisticated frameworks, creating distinctive contribution beyond either opposition or assimilation alone. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining independent strategic positioning despite significant pressures, particularly its navigation of complex major power relationships, distinctive nuclear policy development, and autonomous foreign policy maintenance despite resource constraints, provides practical template for these emergence frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Global power distribution rebalancing. Beyond establishing distinctive Muslim power center, the alliance would contribute to fundamental rebalancing of global power distribution, creating more representative multipolarity through civilizational diversification. 1. Strategic resource leverage coordination. The alliance would establish sophisticated frameworks for coordinated utilization of the substantial strategic resources controlled by Muslim states, including energy reserves, critical minerals, key waterways, and essential trade routes, creating coherent rather than fragmented weight despite formal independence. This resource coordination, converting control into influence, would establish global positioning through tangible leverage rather than merely moral appeals, addressing the impact limitations currently restricting Muslim world influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating substantive rather than merely rhetorical weight in power calculations through systematic rather than incidental resource coordination towards strategic rather than merely commercial objectives despite legitimate economic imperatives requiring balance with broader strategic goals. 2. Demographic dividend strategic deployment. The framework would include comprehensive approaches converting the Muslim world's substantial population advantage into strategic rather than merely numerical weight, including human capital development, talent resource coordination, and specialized capability cultivation, creating quality alongside quantity despite current development limitations. This demographic leverage, establishing qualitative advantage, would create global influence through capability rather than merely size, addressing the effectiveness limitations currently restricting Muslim demographic impact through more sophisticated approaches, developing specific value propositions beyond mere numbers into distinctive capabilities, creating unique rather than merely voluminous contribution despite resource constraints requiring selective rather than comprehensive focus, enabling excellence in specific domains rather than adequacy across all fields. 3. South-South Partnership Network Development. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches establishing substantive relationships with other non-Western centers beyond great power competition dynamics, including comprehensive engagement with Africa, Latin America, and non-aligned Asian states, creating diverse partnership networks beyond traditional alignments despite inevitable great power interest. This South-South development, establishing alternative relationship architecture, would create global positioning through diversified rather than concentrated relationships, addressing the partnership limitations currently restricting Muslim world impact through more sophisticated approaches, developing connections beyond traditional patterns into expanded relationship networks, creating multiple value exchanges across diverse partners despite persistent major power influence requiring navigation rather than confrontation through multilevel engagement, maintaining relations with established powers while developing alternative partnerships. 4. Resourceto influence conversion efficiency. The framework would include systematic approaches maximizing influential impact from available resources through strategic rather than merely tactical deployment, including concentration on high-leverage domains, focused excellence development, and precision influence targeting, creating disproportionate effect despite overall resource limitations compared to established powers. This efficiency development, maximizing available resources, would establish global impact through effectiveness rather than merely scale, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim world influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating focused rather than diffused impact through intelligent prioritization toward domains offering disproportionate return on investment despite legitimate comprehensive interests requiring selective pursuit based on realistic capability assessment, enabling meaningful rather than symbolic advancement. 5. Normative weight enhancement beyond material parameters. The alliance would systematically develop moral authority alongside material capability, including principled position development, ethical framework articulation, and values-based engagement, creating distinctive normative contribution beyond power calculations alone despite realist international dynamics. This normative development, establishing ethical weight, would create global influence through moral alongside material factors, addressing the dimension limitations currently restricting Muslim world impact through more sophisticated approaches, developing comprehensive rather than merely material presence within international affairs, creating distinctive voice beyond power politics alone despite persistent realist dynamics requiring balance between ideational contributions and practical capability, enabling effective rather than merely rhetorical normative engagement. These rebalancing approaches would transform global power distribution from civilizational narrowness into genuine diversity through sophisticated frameworks, creating representative multipolarity beyond mere power diffusion among similar actors. Pakistan's demonstrated experience creating international influence exceeding material resources. Particularly its nuclear deterrence establishment, distinctive diplomatic positioning, and strategic autonomy maintenance despite significant constraints, provides practical template for these rebalancing frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Regional transformation. Security architecture. The alliance would fundamentally transform regional security arrangements across key geographic areas, converting current external-dominated frameworks into more representative architectures with substantive Muslim participation. Middle East security indigenization. The alliance would establish comprehensive approaches transforming Middle East security architecture from primarily external provision toward authentic regional ownership, including collective defense mechanisms, conflict resolution frameworks, confidence-building measures, and stability maintenance capabilities, creating indigenous rather than imported security despite legacy dependency relationships. This indigenization development, establishing regional ownership, would create architectural transformation through authentic rather than externally imposed structures, addressing the sovereignty limitations currently challenging Middle Eastern security through more sophisticated approaches, developing genuine regional capabilities beyond external guarantor dependence despite legitimate transition challenges requiring graduated rather than abrupt transformation, enabling capability development alongside responsibility assumption through phased rather than immediate transfer, preventing security vacuums during transition periods. 2. Central Asian integration frameworks. The framework would include substantive integration of Central Asian security within broader Muslim architecture while respecting legitimate Russian relationships, including specialized cooperation mechanisms, graduated participation frameworks, capability enhancement initiatives, and confidence-building measures, creating enhanced autonomy without unnecessary antagonism despite complex geopolitical environment. This graduated integration, establishing increased options, would create regional transformation through expanded rather than exclusive relationships, addressing the dependency limitations currently restricting Central Asian security options through more sophisticated approaches, developing complementary rather than competitive security relationships, enabling diversification without confrontation despite legitimate Russian concerns requiring sensitive navigation through transparency rather than secrecy, preserving cooperative relations while developing alternative options through evolutionary processes. 3. South Asian stabilization mechanisms. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches creating improved stability in South Asia beyond merely India-Pakistan bilateral dynamics, including multilateral confidence-building measures, regional dispute resolution frameworks, arms limitation arrangements, and crisis prevention mechanisms, creating structural rather than merely episodic stability despite historical tensions. This multilateral development, transcending bilateral fixation, would establish regional transformation through comprehensive rather than limited engagement, addressing the instability patterns currently challenging South Asian security through more sophisticated approaches, creating systematic rather than personalized stability frameworks, enabling predictability beyond leadership transitions despite persistent differences requiring management rather than elimination through acceptance of diversity within structured rather than unrestricted competition frameworks, preventing escalation without requiring resolution of all underlying disputes. 4. African Security Partnership Development. The framework would include comprehensive African-Muslim security cooperation beyond existing fragmented arrangements, including capability development assistance, peacekeeping coordination, counter-terrorism cooperation, and maritime security initiatives, creating substantive rather than symbolic partnership despite resource limitations. This partnership development, establishing genuine cooperation, would create regional transformation through meaningful rather than rhetorical engagement, addressing the implementation limitations currently challenging African Muslim security cooperation through more sophisticated approaches, developing practical rather than declaratory relationships, enabling tangible security enhancement despite resource constraints, requiring creative solutions through efficiency maximization, targeted prioritization, and complementary capability development. Leveraging specific advantages within each partner toward collective benefit beyond individual limitation. 5. Maritime Commons Alternative Governance. The alliance would systematically develop distinctive approaches to maritime security in critical zones connecting Muslim regions, including specialized frameworks for the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Persian Gulf, Arabian Sea, and various Indian Ocean components, creating inclusive rather than exclusive security arrangements despite current external domination. This maritime development, establishing shared rather than dominated commons, would create regional transformation through collaborative rather than hierarchical frameworks, addressing the access limitations currently restricting Muslim maritime security influence through more sophisticated approaches, developing participatory rather than imposed governance, enabling stakeholder rather than patron-client relationships despite power asymmetries, requiring phased rather than immediate transformation through capability development alongside responsibility assumption, creating credible rather than merely symbolic participation in maritime security provision. These architectural approaches would transform regional security frameworks from external domination into authentic representation through sophisticated structures, creating genuine stakeholder participation beyond dependent client status. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing regional security initiatives despite complex neighborhood, particularly its various confidence-building measures with India despite persistent tensions, engagement with Afghanistan through multiple challenging phases, and participation in broader regional security frameworks, provides practical template for these transformational approaches within the broader alliance architecture. Muslim world role in international decisions. The alliance would systematically enhance Muslim participation in international decision processes across key institutions, converting current marginalization into substantive contribution despite formal representation. One. UN Security Council Reform Strategy. The alliance would establish comprehensive approaches addressing Security Council structural limitations regarding Muslim world representation, including expansion advocacy, working methods reform, consultation enhancement, and interim arrangement development, creating improved participation despite institutional inertia. This reform engagement, focusing on practical enhancement, would create institutional transformation through evolutionary rather than merely revolutionary proposals, addressing the representation limitations currently restricting Muslim influence through more sophisticated approaches, developing incremental improvements alongside comprehensive reform advocacy, enabling immediate enhancement despite long-term structural change requirements through pragmatic rather than merely principle-focused engagement, balancing aspirational objectives with achievable near-term advancements. 2. International financial institution influence enhancement. The framework would include substantive approaches increasing Muslim world impact within key financial institutions including IMF, World Bank, and regional development banks, focusing on voting share recalibration, staffing representation, policy priority influence, and operational approach diversification, creating meaningful rather than merely formal participation despite current governance limitations. This substantive influence development, enhancing participation, would establish institutional transformation through practical rather than symbolic representation, addressing the impact limitations currently restricting Muslim financial institution influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating policy rather than merely procedural participation, enabling substantive direction influence despite formal constraint navigation through multi-level engagement across both governance and operational domains. 3. Global governance innovation contribution. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches developing specifically Islamic contributions to global governance challenges, including distinctive frameworks for climate security, technology regulation, pandemic response, and economic justice, creating authentic alternatives rather than merely critique despite current framework limitations. This innovation contribution, developing positive alternatives, would create institutional transformation through contribution rather than merely contestation, addressing the alternative limitations currently restricting Muslim global governance impact through more sophisticated approaches, developing complementary rather than replacement proposals, enabling constructive engagement while maintaining distinctive perspective through balance rather than merely oppositional positioning, acknowledging valuable aspects within existing frameworks while addressing legitimate limitations through enhancement rather than wholesale rejection. 4. Specialized agency strategic engagement. The framework would include comprehensive approaches enhancing Muslim world impact within specialized international agencies particularly relevant to Islamic interests, including UNESCO, UNHCR, WHO, and similar bodies, creating focused influence through strategic rather than diffused engagement despite representation constraints. This specialized focus, creating concentrated impact, would establish institutional transformation through prioritization rather than dispersion, addressing the effectiveness limitations currently restricting Muslim specialized agency influence through more sophisticated approaches, developing substantive presence within specifically selected bodies, offering disproportionate return on engagement investment despite resource constraints, preventing comprehensive participation across all international organizations, requiring selective rather than universal approach based on impact assessment. 5. Alternative forum development and leadership. The alliance would systematically establish complementary international venues addressing inadequately represented concerns within existing frameworks, including specialized organizations, focused initiatives, and issue-specific platforms, creating additional rather than merely competitive structures despite institutionalized exclusion patterns. This alternative development, creating complementary venues, would establish institutional transformation through expansion rather than merely reform, addressing the structural limitations currently restricting Muslim international influence through more sophisticated approaches, creating additional rather than replacement forums, enabling issue advancement despite mainstream institutional constraints through parallel rather than merely sequential processes, pursuing both reform within existing structures while developing alternative venues simultaneously rather than consecutively. These participation approaches would transform Muslim world international role from marginal presence into substantive contribution through sophisticated frameworks, creating genuine impact beyond either opposition or assimilation alone. Pakistan's demonstrated experience securing international influence despite significant constraints, particularly its effective United Nations engagement, constructive specialized agency participation, and various international initiative development despite resource limitations, provides practical template for these participation frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. New alliance patterns development. The alliance would catalyze fundamental evolution in global partnership structures, converting current primarily Western-centered alliance patterns into more diverse configurations with multiple complementary rather than competing systems. 1. Civilization-based alliance model innovation. The alliance would establish new framework for security cooperation explicitly acknowledging civilizational identity. Alongside traditional interest-based calculations, creating distinctive approach integrating values, history, and cultural affinity with practical security requirements despite realist tradition emphasis on material interest alone. This civilizational integration, acknowledging identity dimensions, would create alliance pattern transformation through comprehensive rather than merely material foundations, addressing the dimension limitations currently characterizing international security relationships through more sophisticated approaches, developing more robust cooperation based on multiple rather than singular connection points, enabling resilience beyond immediate interest fluctuation through deeper foundations transcending transactional calculations alone into more durable arrangements resistant to temporary disagreements or circumstantial changes. 2. multi-vector partnership architecture. The framework would include sophisticated approaches enabling simultaneous maintenance of diverse international relationships without contradiction, developing frameworks for issue-based cooperation, domain-specific partnerships, and flexible engagement, creating autonomy through multiple rather than exclusive relationships despite traditional alliance expectations. This multi-vector development, establishing relationship flexibility, would create alliance pattern transformation through diversification rather than concentration, addressing the dependency limitations currently restricting international partnership options through more sophisticated approaches, developing multiple rather than singular relationship foundations, enabling independence through balance rather than exclusive engagement despite traditional expectations, requiring relationship exclusivity, frequently limiting sovereign decision capacity through artificial binary choices between comprehensive alignment options rather than issue-specific cooperation across diverse partners. 3. South-South security cooperation innovation. The alliance would implement distinctive approaches to security partnership among developing nations beyond great power patronage models, including specialized frameworks for capability sharing, training exchange, intelligence cooperation, and mutual support, creating autonomous rather than dependent security relationships despite resource constraints. This South-South development, establishing horizontal partnerships, would create alliance pattern transformation through equality rather than hierarchy, addressing the subordination patterns currently characterizing many security relationships through more sophisticated approaches, developing genuinely reciprocal rather than patron-client arrangements, enabling mutual benefit through complementary capability exchange despite individual limitations, requiring collective rather than unilateral solutions through cooperative rather than dependent frameworks, emphasizing contribution alongside reception regardless of overall capability differences. 4. Values interest integration frameworks. The framework would include comprehensive approaches reconciling ethical principles requirements, developing with practical sophisticated security methodologies, aligning Islamic values with effective security provision, sovereignty protection with moral responsibility, and distinctive identity with practical cooperation, creating integrity alongside effectiveness despite frequent perception of necessary compromise. This integration development, aligning principles with practice, would establish alliance pattern transformation through wholeness than compartmentalization, addressing the integrity challenges rather frequently confronting security relationships through more sophisticated approaches, developing alignment rather than separation between values and interests, enabling consistent rather than contradictory positioning across moral and material dimensions despite complexity, requiring nuance rather than simplistic resolution through thoughtful synthesis rather than forced choice. 5. Non-Western institutional architecture. The alliance would systematically develop distinctive institutional arrangements reflecting non-Western governance traditions alongside practical effectiveness requirements, including consultation mechanisms, consensus-building approaches, relationship-based trust systems, and honor-focused compliance frameworks, creating authentic rather than merely imported structures despite established international patterns. This institutional innovation, developing indigenous forms, would create alliance pattern transformation through authenticity rather than imitation, addressing the institutional limitations currently characterizing many international cooperation frameworks through more sophisticated approaches, developing genuinely distinctive rather than merely adapted arrangements, enabling effective operation through culturally resonant rather than imposed structures despite functionality requirements necessitating performance alongside authenticity through careful design, balancing distinctive expression with practical effectiveness. These alliance approaches would transform international partnership patterns from Western-centric uniformity into civilizational diversity through sophisticated frameworks, creating multiple complementary rather than competing systems. Pakistan's demonstrated experience navigating complex alliance relationships despite significant constraints, particularly its simultaneous management of Chinese strategic partnership, Western engagement periods, Russian relationship development, and various Muslim state security cooperation despite their competing interests, provides practical template for these alliance frameworks within the broader architecture. Conclusion: authentic multipolarity. Through civilizational diversity. The transformation from incomplete to authentic multipolarity through coherent Muslim power center emergence represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental global order enhancement. By establishing distinctive civilization pole alongside other major actors, creating genuinely representative multipolarity through Islamic addition to Chinese, Western, Russian, Indian and other power centers, the alliance would address current structural limitation where power diffusion proceeds without sufficient civilizational diversity, creating apparent rather than authentic multipolarity despite formal distribution across multiple geographic centers. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing global influence through overwhelming resource mobilization. Beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating distinctive civilizational contribution through qualitative differentiation, quality. The resulting influence would achieve global impact through uniqueness rather than merely scale, employing sophisticated frameworks creating disproportionate effect through civilizational perspective rather than material power alone despite resource limitations compared to established powers. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this international positioning domain. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently maintained distinctive international position through sophisticated navigation of complex major power relationships while preserving authentic identity and independent perspective. From its balanced management of American and Chinese relationships during Cold War through post-Cold War transitions, from its measured engagement with Russia despite Moscow's Indian partnership to its leadership within Organization of Islamic Cooperation despite resource limitations, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading Muslim world emergence as distinctive power center within increasingly multipolar global order. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's sophisticated international engagement, including balanced major power management, effective multinational coalition building, and distinctive position articulation, enabled successful navigation despite complex international environment. This demonstrated positioning, where strategic sophistication determined outcome more than raw resource availability, represents the essential methodology required for Muslim world emergence as coherent power center within global system despite material limitations compared to established powers requiring quality over quantity approaches for effective positioning. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform global order structure from incomplete to authentic multipolarity, creating genuinely representative international system through civilizational diversity rather than merely power distribution among similar actors. This transformation would represent not merely power diffusion but fundamental legitimacy enhancement, creating stable rather than unstable multipolarity through representative diversity rather than merely distributed capability and enabling global governance evolution toward genuinely inclusive rather than merely procedurally representative arrangements despite historical development without significant Muslim world participation in fundamental system design. The resulting order would leverage the extraordinary perspective represented by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide once systematically incorporated into international system architecture, establishing genuinely stable multipolarity through civilizational diversity rather than merely power diffusion without sufficient representational breadth beyond current narrow perspective range despite formal distribution across multiple centers. Chapter 119. New models for international cooperation. And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And fear Allah, indeed, Allah is severe in penalty. Quran 5-2. The current international cooperation architecture reflects primarily Western institutional design, procedural norms, and philosophical foundations despite application across diverse civilizational contexts. From the United Nations system through multilateral development organizations, security alliances to environmental frameworks, existing cooperation models originated largely within Western political tradition, emphasizing particular approaches to sovereignty, specific procedural norms, distinctive institutional designs, and characteristic philosophical assumptions despite their presentation as universal frameworks. This origin-application mismatch creates significant functionality limitations as cooperation models designed within specific civilizational parameters encounter diverse contexts requiring different approaches for optimal effectiveness. This limitation manifests across multiple dimensions with far-reaching consequences for international cooperation effectiveness. Institutional designs frequently emphasize formal procedures over relationship foundations despite the latter's greater importance in many non-Western contexts, creating implementation challenges regardless of structural sophistication. Decision processes typically privilege particular deliberation styles and communication approaches despite diverse cultural traditions regarding consultation, consensus, and authority, limiting participation regardless of formal inclusivity. Normative frameworks often reflect specific philosophical premises without accommodating alternative ethical traditions despite equally sophisticated moral systems arising from different civilizational foundations, reducing legitimacy regardless of internal coherence. The impact extends beyond specific functionality dimensions into fundamental system legitimacy. The current predominantly Western-originated cooperation architecture, despite substantial procedural adaptation over decades, maintains fundamental design assumptions, philosophical foundations, and operational approaches reflecting particular rather than universal civilizational perspective regardless of global application intention. This origin narrowness has created persistent legitimacy deficits despite sincere inclusion efforts, as fundamental architecture continues reflecting specific rather than diverse civilizational inputs regardless of subsequent membership expansion, operational adjustment, or procedural modification. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would address this foundational limitation through demonstration of distinctive cooperation models grounded in Islamic civilizational tradition while maintaining practical effectiveness. By establishing successful alternative approaches based on different foundational premises, creating functional rather than merely theoretical options beyond Western-originated models, the alliance would contribute substantive rather than merely conceptual cooperation. Diversification through operational demonstration rather than academic proposal alone. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for contributing new cooperation models to international practice, including faith-based alliance demonstration effects, value-centered security cooperation examples, non-Western security architecture models, civilizational identity in international relations, and spiritual dimensions in geopolitics. This transformative demonstrated vision, drawing from Pakistan's achievements in developing distinctive approaches while maintaining practical effectiveness, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental international cooperation enhancement through genuine model diversification. Faith-based alliance demonstration effects. The Alliance's most distinctive contribution to international cooperation models would involve successful demonstration of explicitly faith-oriented security architecture maintaining practical effectiveness alongside spiritual foundation. 1. Transcendent accountability integration. The Alliance would establish comprehensive framework explicitly incorporating ultimate accountability beyond merely human authority, including divine guidance reference, transcendent principles acknowledgement, and spiritual accountability integration, creating fundamentally different foundation from purely secular arrangements despite practical operational requirements. This accountability integration, acknowledging higher authority, would create distinctive cooperation model through transcendent rather than merely horizontal responsibility, demonstrating viable alternative to purely materialist arrangements through incorporation of vertical accountability dimension without compromising operational effectiveness despite conventional assumptions regarding necessary separation between religious principles and security functions frequently presented as prerequisite for effective international cooperation complementarity. 2. regardless of potential. Ethical practical unification demonstration. The framework would include sophisticated approaches unifying ethical and practical dimensions frequently treated as separate or even contradictory in conventional arrangements, developing methodologies where moral principles enhance rather than constrain security effectiveness, religious values improve rather than impede operational capability, and spiritual foundations strengthen rather than weaken practical function despite secularization assumptions. This unification demonstration, showing complementarity, would establish viable alternative to compartmentalization approaches through integration rather than separation, challenging conventional paradigms requiring artificial division between normative principles and practical operations despite potential synergies through proper alignment, creating more robust rather than compromised functionality through comprehensive rather than fragmented design addressing both moral and material dimensions simultaneously. 3. Meaning-centered motivation framework. The alliance would implement distinctive approaches to participant motivation beyond material interest or legal obligation alone. Recognition and spiritual meaning integration, creating different foundation from purely pragmatic arrangements despite practical effectiveness requirements. This meaning integration, providing deeper motivation, would demonstrate viable alternative to interest-based cooperation through purpose-centered frameworks, establishing more resilient commitment particularly during challenging circumstances where material calculations might suggest abandonment despite overall relationship value, requiring sustained engagement through difficult periods where immediate cost-benefit analysis might indicate withdrawal without deeper commitment. Foundations transcending temporary disadvantage calculations. 4. Brotherhood paradigm beyond interest aggregation. The framework would include substantive rather than merely rhetorical implementation of brotherhood concept as organizing principle, developing operational approaches where spiritual kinship creates distinctive obligations, relationship patterns, and cooperation expectations beyond traditional alliance parameters despite necessary accommodation of sovereignty principles. This brotherhood implementation, creating distinctive relationship, would establish alternative to merely interest-based alliances through relationship-centered architecture, demonstrating viable cooperation model where connection transcends calculation despite pragmatic requirement accommodation through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, balancing spiritual relationship with practical sovereignty considerations, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters, without sacrificing operational effectiveness. 5. Spiritual material integration in security provision. The alliance would systematically develop approaches where spiritual and material dimensions complement rather than contradict each other in security function, including religious leader integration in ethical governance, spiritual council incorporation in decision processes, and moral authority utilization in legitimacy establishment, creating comprehensive rather than merely physical security despite operational requirements. This dimensional integration, creating holistic security, would demonstrate viable alternative to purely materialist approaches through comprehensive frameworks, establishing more complete protection addressing both physical and spiritual dimensions simultaneously despite conventional paradigms frequently treating these as separate domains, requiring different institutional arrangements rather than integrated approaches capable of addressing multiple security dimensions through unified rather than parallel structures. These faith-based approaches would demonstrate viable alternative to conventional cooperation models through sophisticated frameworks, creating practical effectiveness alongside distinctive spiritual foundation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining explicit Islamic identity within functional security approaches, particularly its integration of religious principles within nuclear doctrine, explicit Islamic foundations in strategic concepts, and various faith-aligned security frameworks maintained alongside operational effectiveness, provides practical template for these distinctive models within the broader alliance architecture. Value-centered. Examples: security cooperation. Beyond general faith foundation, the alliance would demonstrate specific operational approaches explicitly incorporating Islamic ethical principles within security functions while maintaining practical effectiveness. 1. Proportionality implementation beyond convention. The alliance would establish sophisticated approaches operationalizing Islamic proportionality principles, mizan, within security functions, including graduated response doctrines, restrained force application frameworks, and ethical limitation implementation, creating distinctive alternative to both unlimited application and ineffective constraint despite effective protection requirements. This proportionality demonstration, showing ethical effective balance, would create distinctive cooperation model through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, establishing viable integration of moral limitation with security effectiveness despite common perception of inevitable tension through operational frameworks where ethical principles enhance rather than undermine capability through precise rather than excessive force application, creating both moral and practical advantages simultaneously. 2. Just cause determination frameworks. The framework would include explicit processes determining action legitimacy through sophisticated criteria beyond merely interest calculation or power capability, incorporating rightful authority standards, just cause requirements, proper intention verification, and exhausted alternatives confirmation, creating distinctive legitimation system despite practical decision needs. This determination framework, establishing ethical foundation, would demonstrate viable alternative to purely pragmatic approaches through principle-based architecture. Material showing effective cooperation based on moral rather than merely considerations despite operational requirements through sophisticated methodologies addressing both ethical and practical dimensions simultaneously rather than privileging either alone, creating distinctive synthesis maintaining effectiveness while ensuring legitimacy. 3. Civilian protection beyond legal requirement. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches to civilian protection exceeding merely legal compliance or reputation management, developing operational methodologies where non-combatant immunity stems from fundamental ethical obligation rather than external constraint, creating distinctive implementation despite identical formal rules. This protection implementation, flowing from internal principle, would establish alternative to compliance-oriented approaches through commitment-centered frameworks, demonstrating distinctive motivation source generating similar or superior results through different foundation despite identical external standards through motivation internalization, creating more reliable implementation particularly during challenging circumstances where external monitoring limitations might otherwise enable violations when merely compliance motivated rather than principle driven protection creates vulnerability to circumstantial abandonment. 4. Honorable treatment of opponents. The framework would include sophisticated approaches maintaining opponent dignity even during conflict, incorporating prisoner treatment standards, negotiation integrity principles, and post-conflict reconciliation methodologies grounded in Islamic ethics regarding honorable engagement despite adversarial circumstances. This treatment framework, ensuring dignity preservation, would demonstrate viable alternative to dehumanization tendencies through honor-centered approaches, establishing distinctive engagement model where adversary status does not eliminate fundamental worth despite conflict necessities through sophisticated balance between effective opposition and basic respect, creating both moral and practical advantages as dignified treatment frequently facilitates eventual resolution beyond merely ethical benefits through relationship preservation, enabling post-conflict normalization beyond immediate tactical advantages through opponent degradation. 5. Environmental stewardship in security operations. The alliance would systematically implement Islamic principles regarding environmental protection within security functions, including operational constraints minimizing environmental damage, restoration requirements addressing unavoidable impacts, and stewardship frameworks reflecting religious obligations regarding creation care despite military necessity circumstances. This stewardship implementation, demonstrating ethical constraint, would establish alternative to merely legal compliance through religious obligation architecture, showing effective security provision alongside environmental protection despite operational requirements through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, balancing legitimate security functions with fundamental stewardship responsibilities, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional effectiveness parameters without sacrificing These value-centered approaches would demonstrate viable alternatives to conventional security cooperation through sophisticated frameworks, creating practical effectiveness alongside explicit ethical foundation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience implementing Islamic principles within operational contexts, particularly its proportionate response doctrines, civilian protection frameworks, prisoner treatment standards, and various ethics-informed security approaches maintained alongside operational effectiveness, provides practical template for these distinctive models within the broader alliance architecture. Non-Western security architecture models. The alliance would establish comprehensive alternative to Western-originated institutional designs through demonstration of effective security architecture based on distinctive non-Western organizational principles. 1. Consultation-based decision systems. The alliance would implement sophisticated operationalization of Shura principles beyond merely procedural consultation, developing decision frameworks where genuine dialogue supersedes formal voting, relationship quality transcends procedural correctness, and process legitimacy derives from authentic engagement rather than merely rule compliance despite decision efficiency requirements. Implementation. Creating distinctive. This consultation process would demonstrate viable alternative to primarily procedural systems through relationship-centered architecture, establishing effective decision-making through different methodological foundation despite practical requirements through sophisticated approaches, balancing authentic engagement with necessary efficiency, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing operational effectiveness even during time-sensitive circumstances requiring rapid response. Capabilities. 2. Consensus majority integration frameworks. The framework would include innovative approaches balancing consensus aspiration with practical decision requirements. Developing methodologies where substantive agreement receives priority while maintaining capability for timely action when perfect consensus proves unattainable despite preference for unanimous alignment. This decision framework, creating distinctive balance, would establish alternative to binary consensus majority models through sophisticated integration, demonstrating effective cooperation through methodological innovation despite operational requirements through approaches where consensus remains prioritized without becoming paralysis risk through carefully designed procedures enabling action when necessary while maintaining consensus preference as operational ideal. Guiding institutional culture beyond merely formal rules. 3. Relationship procedure balance. In institutional design, the alliance would systematically develop institutional architecture where relationship quality and procedural correctness receive balanced rather than hierarchical treatment, incorporating designs where interpersonal trust complements formal rules, leadership credibility supplements institutional authority, and relationship health receives systematic rather organizational than incidental requirements. This attention design despite approach, rebalancing dimensions, would demonstrate viable alternative to procedure-dominated systems through relationship integration, establishing effective functioning through different institutional foundation despite operational requirements through sophisticated methodologies where relationships and procedures receive complementary rather than competitive treatment, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing organizational reliability. 4. Graduated sovereignty accommodation. The framework would include innovative approaches to the fundamental tension between alliance coordination and member sovereignty, developing sophisticated models accommodating different sovereignty sensitivity levels across various domains, creating flexible rather than uniform integration appropriate to specific function requirements despite coherence needs. This sovereignty approach, enabling calibrated integration, would establish alternative to binary sovereignty pooling models through graduated architecture, demonstrating effective cooperation without requiring uniform sovereignty concession despite coordination requirements through domain-specific rather than comprehensive arrangements, creating distinctive framework beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing operational effectiveness through tailored rather than standardized approaches to function-specific sovereignty requirements. 5. Spiritual institutional authority integration. The alliance would implement approaches incorporating distinctive religious alongside governmental authority in appropriate domains, developing frameworks where spiritual leadership complements political authority, moral guidance interfaces with operational decision-making, And ethical expertise supplements technical knowledge within institutional despite authority secular convention. Integration, creating structures. This multidimensional legitimacy would demonstrate viable alternative to authority compartmentalize and through complementary frameworks, establishing effective through functioning distinctive institutional design despite operational requirements through sophisticated approaches where different authority types enhance rather than undermine each other through appropriate domain definition and boundary. Respect, creating synergistic rather than competitive relationships between authority dimensions. These architectural approaches would demonstrate viable alternatives to Western-originated designs through sophisticated frameworks creating practical effectiveness alongside distinctive organizational principles. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing effective institutions with non-Western characteristics, particularly its consultation-based decision systems, relationship-centered diplomatic approaches, sovereignty-sensitive coordination frameworks, and various distinctive organizational models maintained alongside functional effectiveness, provides practical template for these alternative architectures within the broader alliance framework. Civilizational identity in international relations. The alliance would establish explicit recognition of civilizational identity as legitimate international relations dimension beyond merely state interest, power calculation, or economic advantage despite conventional paradigm limitations. 1. Identity interest integration in foreign policy. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches explicitly incorporating civilizational identity alongside material interest in foreign policy formulation, developing frameworks where cultural affinity, historical connection, and value alignment receive systematic rather than incidental consideration alongside traditional security and economic calculations despite realist paradigm constraints. This integration approach, creating comprehensive foundation, would demonstrate viable alternative to primarily materialist formulations through identity-inclusive frameworks, establishing effective foreign policy through multidimensional rather than narrowly material basis despite pragmatic requirements through sophisticated methodologies balancing identity and interest considerations creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing practical effectiveness. 2. Civilizational affinity as relationship foundation. The framework would include explicit recognition of civilizational connection as legitimate relationship basis alongside traditional alliances of convenience, developing partnership approaches where shared values, cultural resonance, and worldview compatibility create relationship depth transcending merely transactional engagement despite practical cooperation requirements. This affinity recognition, establishing deeper connection, would demonstrate viable alternative to purely interest-based relationships through identity-centered frameworks, showing effective cooperation through different foundational premise despite operational requirements through sophisticated approaches where civilizational commonality creates relationship resilience beyond merely circumstantial alignment enabling sustained engagement through interest fluctuation periods where purely transactional arrangements might dissolve despite temporary advantage shifts. 3. Cultural authenticity in diplomatic engagement. The alliance would systematically implement distinctive cultural expression within diplomatic functions rather than adopting standardized international practices, including communication styles, negotiation approaches, hospitality traditions, and relationship development methodologies reflecting authentic civilizational identity despite convention expectations. This authenticity implementation, preserving distinctive character, would establish alternative to diplomatic homogenization through identity-preserving frameworks, demonstrating effective engagement without requiring cultural standardization despite international norms through sophisticated approaches maintaining authentic expression while ensuring functional effectiveness creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing practical capability through appropriate translation rather than wholesale adoption of standardized practices. 4. Civilizational renewal as strategic objective. The framework would include explicit recognition of civilizational renaissance as legitimate strategic concern alongside traditional security and prosperity objectives, incorporating cultural vitality, intellectual leadership, moral authority, and spiritual health within comprehensive security conceptualization despite conventional definition limitations. This renewal integration, expanding security scope, would demonstrate viable alternative to narrowly materialist security conceptualizations through comprehensive frameworks, establishing effective protection extending beyond merely physical dimensions despite operational requirements through sophisticated approaches addressing both tangible and intangible security elements simultaneously creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing practical effectiveness through complementary rather than competitive treatment. 5. Cross-civilizational dialogue. From equal standing, the alliance would implement sophisticated approaches to intercivilizational engagement based on equal rather than hierarchical positioning, developing dialogue frameworks where distinctive perspectives engage through mutual respect rather than presumed superiority or inevitable convergence. Despite power differentials, this dialogue approach, establishing genuine exchange, would demonstrate viable alternative to assimilation expectation through equality-based frameworks, showing effective engagement without requiring subordination despite influence asymmetries through sophisticated methodologies enabling authentic interaction beyond dominant submission dynamics, creating distinctive relationship patterns where civilizational difference becomes mutual enrichment opportunity rather than hierarchical determination basis regardless of material power distribution. These identity approaches would demonstrate viable alternatives to conventional international relations paradigms through sophisticated frameworks creating practical effectiveness alongside explicit civilizational foundation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining distinctive identity within international engagement, particularly its civilization-conscious diplomacy, culturally authentic foreign policy, identity-centered relationships, and various distinctive international approaches maintained alongside practical effectiveness, provides practical template these identity-conscious frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. 4. Spiritual dimensions in geopolitics. At the most fundamental level, the alliance would establish explicit recognition of spiritual dimensions within geopolitical reality beyond merely material factors despite conventional paradigm limitations. 1. Transcendent purpose beyond power maximization. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches explicitly incorporating higher purpose beyond merely power acquisition, security maximization, or influence expansion, developing frameworks where ultimate accountability, divine guidance, and transcendent objectives create fundamentally different strategic orientation despite practical requirement integration, creating accommodation. This purpose-distinctive motivation would demonstrate viable alternative to purely materialist orientations through transcendent frameworks, establishing effective function without requiring secularized worldview despite operational demands through sophisticated approaches where spiritual purpose enhances rather than undermines practical effectiveness, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing capability through complementary rather than competitive treatment of material and spiritual dimensions. 2. Moral causality alongside material factors. The framework would include explicit recognition of moral causality within international developments alongside physical, economic, and political factors, incorporating historical pattern recognition, ethical evaluation frameworks, and spiritual assessment methodologies, creating multidimensional rather than merely materialist analysis despite scientific paradigm constraints. This causality integration, expanding analytical dimensions, would establish alternative to purely materialist assessment through comprehensive frameworks, demonstrating sophisticated understanding through different analytical premise despite practical requirements through approaches recognizing both material and moral factors as genuinely causal rather than treating the latter as merely subjective, creating distinctive analytical models producing insights unavailable through exclusively materialist methodologies without sacrificing empirical rigor through appropriate domain definition. 3. Patience immediacy balance in strategic timeframes. The alliance would systematically implement distinctive temporal frameworks reflecting Islamic concepts regarding divine timing, ultimate justice, and eternal consequences, developing approaches where immediate results receive balanced consideration alongside long-term outcomes, historical patterns, and ultimate accountability despite contemporary urgency bias. This temporal approach, recalibrating timeframes, would alternative to demonstrate viable immediacy fixation through balanced frameworks, establishing effective strategy through different temporal orientation despite operational requirements through sophisticated methodologies accommodating both urgent needs and extended perspectives, creating distinctive synthesis beyond conventional parameters without sacrificing practical responsiveness through complementary rather than competitive treatment of different temporal horizons. 4. Justice power integration in strategic objectives. The framework would include explicit incorporation of justice alongside power as legitimate and mutually reinforcing strategic objectives, developing approaches where moral legitimacy enhances rather than constrains practical influence, ethical alignment generates rather than limits effective capability, and principled positioning creates rather than reduces strategic advantage despite realist paradigm assumptions. This integration approach, unifying dimensions, would establish alternative to justice power trade-off models through complementary frameworks, demonstrating effective strategy through different foundational premise despite practical requirements through sophisticated methodologies where justice and power reinforce rather than constrain each other, creating distinctive strategic models generating outcomes unattainable through purely power-focused approaches without sacrificing practical effectiveness. 5. Faith rationality synthesis in strategic analysis. The alliance would implement sophisticated approaches integrating faith perspectives with rational analysis rather than treating these as separate or contradictory domains, developing methodologies where religious insight complements empirical assessment, spiritual wisdom enhances technical expertise, and transcendent principles inform practical planning, creating comprehensive rather than merely technical evaluation despite conventional compartmentalization. This synthesis approach, creating integrated analysis, would demonstrate viable alternative to secularized assessment through comprehensive frameworks, establishing effective understanding through multidimensional rather methodology despite than practical artificially constrained requirements through sophisticated approaches where faith and rationality provide complementary rather than competing insights, creating distinctive analytical models generating superior understanding through integration rather than separation. These spiritual approaches would demonstrate viable alternatives to conventional geopolitical paradigms through sophisticated frameworks, creating practical effectiveness alongside explicit transcendent dimensions. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining spiritual perspective within strategic functions, particularly its transcendent purpose integration, long-term strategic patience, justice-oriented objectives, faith-informed analysis, and various distinctive approaches maintained alongside practical effectiveness, provides practical template for these spiritually informed frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Conclusion: cooperation model. Diversification. The demonstration of viable alternative cooperation models based on Islamic civilizational principles represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental international system enhancement. By establishing successful alternative approaches based on different foundational premises, creating functional rather than merely theoretical options beyond Western-originated models, the alliance would contribute substantive rather than merely conceptual cooperation diversification through operational demonstration rather than academic proposal alone. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing international influence through overwhelming resource mobilization beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating distinctive civilizational contribution through qualitative differentiation, quality. The resulting influence would achieve global impact through uniqueness rather than merely scale, employing sophisticated frameworks creating disproportionate effect through civilizational perspective rather than material power alone despite resource limitations compared to established powers. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this domain of developing distinctive approaches while maintaining practical effectiveness. Despite resource constraints far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently maintained sophisticated balance between Islamic principles and operational functionality across multiple domains. From its values-integrated nuclear doctrine to consultation-based diplomatic approaches, from civilizational identity preservation to spiritually informed strategic concepts, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading development of distinctive cooperation models grounded in Islamic civilizational tradition while maintaining practical effectiveness despite conventional paradigm limitations. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's distinctive approaches, including proportionate response implementation, consultation-based decision processes, identity-conscious diplomacy, and spiritually informed strategic patience, enabled successful navigation despite complex challenges. This demonstrated effectiveness, where distinctive methodology created practical success despite conventional assumption challenges, represents the essential validation required for broader adoption of alternative cooperation models derived from Islamic tradition despite established paradigm resistance requiring demonstrated rather than merely theoretical viability through actual rather than hypothetical implementation under demanding rather than ideal circumstances. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform international cooperation architecture from civilizational narrowness into genuine diversity, creating functional alternatives alongside currently dominant Western-originated models. This transformation would represent not merely operational diversification but fundamental legitimacy enhancement, creating more representative international system through model plurality rather than merely power distribution and enabling global governance evolution toward genuinely inclusive rather than merely adapted architecture despite historical development without significant Muslim civilizational contribution to fundamental design premises. The resulting system would leverage the extraordinary wisdom represented by Islamic tradition once operationalized into contemporary international cooperation models, establishing genuinely diverse architecture through civilizational plurality rather than merely procedural adaptation of essentially unchanged Western-originated frameworks despite sincere but insufficient inclusion efforts limited to participation within rather than contribution to fundamental design parameters. Chapter 120. Just international order. Contribution. O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm in justice, witnesses for Allah, even if it be against yourselves or parents and relatives. Quran 4:135. The current international order, despite substantial evolution since its post-World War II establishment, maintains fundamental structural inequities across multiple dimensions. From Security Council composition through economic governance institutions, international legal development to conflict resolution mechanisms, resource distribution frameworks to technological access patterns, existing arrangements frequently perpetuate rather than remedy power imbalances despite stated commitment to sovereign equality, justice principles, and universal human dignity. This persistent disjuncture between formal principles and operational realities creates fundamental legitimacy deficits undermining system stability regardless of institutional sophistication or procedural refinement. This structural inequity manifests across multiple domains with far-reaching consequences for global stability and human welfare. Decision structures frequently privilege established powers despite formal equality assertions, enabling disproportionate influence regardless of demographic, geographic, or civilizational representation considerations. Resource allocation mechanisms often preserve historical advantage patterns despite development rhetoric, maintaining distribution disparities regardless of need severity or utilization efficiency potential. Accountability frameworks typically apply asymmetrically despite universality claims, imposing constraint primarily upon less powerful actors regardless of behavior comparability or principle consistency. The impact extends beyond specific procedural dimensions into fundamental systemic legitimacy. The current international order, despite genuine achievement in preventing great power warfare and establishing rudimentary governance frameworks, has failed to develop truly universal ownership despite global application, creating perception of imposed rather than collectively constructed architecture regardless of formal participation expansion, consultation enhancement, or representation modification. This legitimacy deficit has generated persistent challenge, resistance, and disengagement despite system benefits, as fundamental justice limitations outweigh practical advantages for significant global population segments regardless of material benefit calculations alone. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would address these structural limitations through systematic advocacy for comprehensive international order. Enhancement toward greater justice realization. By establishing coherent advocacy platform representing nearly 2 billion people across 57 countries, creating perhaps history's largest organized justice advocacy coalition with genuine capability alongside moral authority, the alliance would contribute substantive rather than merely rhetorical reform engagement through operational demonstration alongside conceptual articulation of viable alternatives beyond status quo acceptance or unrealistic rejection. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for contributing to just international order development, including Muslim world advocacy for equitable system, protection of weaker states principles, international law development influence, global security governance reform contribution, and moral and ethical leadership in security affairs. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in advocating principled positions within international forums despite significant constraints, represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental global order enhancement toward greater justice realization for all humanity beyond Muslim populations alone. Muslim world advocacy for equitable system. The Alliance's most fundamental contribution toward just international order would involve establishment of systematic advocacy for structural reforms addressing core inequities within current system. 1. Economic governance democratization. The Alliance would establish comprehensive framework for sustained reform advocacy regarding international economic institutions, focusing on voting rights recalibration, representation enhancement, and decision process modification within International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and related bodies, creating genuine rather than merely formal developing world voice despite institutional inertia. This reform advocacy, addressing fundamental imbalance, would establish meaningful contribution toward greater justice through persistent engagement rather than episodic criticism, developing sophisticated proposals beyond merely our positional positioning into viable alternatives capable of implementation within existing institutional frameworks through evolutionary rather than revolutionary processes addressing practical transition feasibility alongside ideal justice. Considerations. 2. Resource distribution justice framework. The framework would include substantive approaches addressing extreme disparities in global resource access and benefit distribution, developing sophisticated proposals regarding extractive industry transparency, resource rent equity, sovereign wealth fund management, and benefit sharing obligations, creating practical rather than merely theoretical alternatives despite powerful resistance. This distribution advocacy, focusing on practical enhancement, would create meaningful contribution through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, addressing complex resource justice challenges through nuanced proposals beyond binary redistributive models into viable frameworks, balancing legitimate investment return requirements with fundamental justice considerations through carefully calibrated rather than ideologically rigid methodologies capable of practical implementation within complex global economic realities. 3. Technology access equity enhancement. The Alliance would implement systematic advocacy regarding severe disparities in critical technology access, focusing on intellectual property flexibility, essential technology transfer, development-focused research prioritization, and capacity-building obligations, creating genuine rather than merely rhetorical access enhancement despite entrenched protection frameworks. This equity advocacy, addressing critical enabler, would establish meaningful contribution through balance rather than extreme approaches, developing sophisticated proposals regarding legitimate innovation protection alongside essential access considerations through nuanced methodologies differentiating between luxury convenience technologies and fundamental human welfare enablers, requiring different access frameworks based on human impact significance rather than merely commercial value. For climate justice implementation, the framework would include comprehensive approaches addressing the fundamental injustice where nations least responsible for climate change bear most severe consequences, developing sophisticated proposals regarding differential obligation recognition, adaptation financing, loss damage compensation, and transition assistance, creating practical pathways toward greater equity despite implementation challenges. This climate advocacy, focusing on genuine justice, would create meaningful contribution through balanced approaches addressing both historical responsibility and current reality considerations, developing nuanced frameworks beyond purely backward-looking or exclusively forward-facing models into viable synthesis capable of practical implementation within complex political economies across diverse development stages. 5. Multilateral institution representational reform. The Alliance would systematically advocate comprehensive reformation of international institution representation beyond merely procedural adjustment, developing sophisticated proposals regarding staffing diversity, leadership selection, cultural perspective integration, and institutional location diversification, creating genuine rather than merely symbolic change despite institutional resistance. This representation advocacy, addressing comprehensive presence, would establish meaningful contribution through thorough rather than superficial approaches, addressing representational justice across multiple dimensions beyond merely formal governance structures into operational aspects, determining daily institutional functioning and output despite less visibility but equal importance for genuine rather than merely symbolic transformation toward truly representative global governance systems. These advocacy approaches would transform Muslim world engagement with international order from primarily critical to substantively constructive through sophisticated frameworks, creating viable alternatives beyond status quo acceptance or unrealistic rejection. Pakistan's demonstrated experience advocating principled positions within international forums despite significant constraints, particularly its consistent articulation of developing world perspectives, representation reform proposals, and various justice-oriented initiatives maintained despite power asymmetries, provides practical template for these advocacy frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Protection of weaker states principles. Beyond systemic reform advocacy, the Alliance would develop specific frameworks protecting the fundamental rights and interests of less powerful states frequently compromised within current international arrangements despite formal sovereign equality. 1. Intervention threshold elevation. The Alliance would establish comprehensive framework elevating standards required for legitimate intervention in weaker state affairs, developing sophisticated proposals regarding necessity demonstration, proportionality verification, authority legitimacy, and exhausted alternatives confirmation, creating enhanced protection against capricious interference despite legitimate intervention scenarios. This threshold advocacy, addressing fundamental meaningful protection vulnerability, would through balanced create approaches recognizing both sovereignty sanctity and responsibility principles, developing nuanced frameworks beyond binary sovereignty intervention models into sophisticated synthesis capable of distinguishing between genuine protection imperatives and interest-driven interference disguised as humanitarian concern through rigorous rather than manipulable standards resistant to power exploitation. 2. Economic coercion limitation framework. The framework would include substantive approaches addressing the vulnerability of weaker states to economic pressure beyond conventional warfare, developing sophisticated proposals regarding sanctions proportionality, commercial leverage limitations, financial system weaponization constraints, and development assistance manipulation restrictions, creating protection against growing coercion patterns despite powerful state preference for bloodless control mechanisms. This limitation advocacy, addressing emerging vulnerability, would establish meaningful protection through nuanced rather than absolute approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks balancing legitimate influence channels with coercive measure limitations through careful distinction between normal economic relationships and deliberately weaponized interactions despite complexity requiring sophisticated rather than simplistic delineation methodologies. 3. Asymmetric obligation resistance. The Alliance would implement systematic approaches opposing the growing pattern where weaker states face more stringent obligation enforcement despite universal principle claims, developing sophisticated advocacy regarding selective enforcement, double standard application, and inconsistent accountability patterns, creating practical rather than merely rhetorical resistance despite power realities. This resistance framework, addressing fundamental inequity, would create meaningful protection through evidence-based rather than merely rhetorical approaches, systematically documenting and challenging demonstrable asymmetry patterns through rigorous methodology, establishing objectivity beyond accusatory positioning into principled consistency advocacy regardless of specific actors or circumstances involved, demonstrating genuine principle commitment rather than merely opportunistic criticism. For small state coalition building templates, the framework would include comprehensive approaches enabling smaller states to enhance protection through collective rather than individual positioning, developing sophisticated models for issue-specific coalitions, voting bloc coordination, mutual support arrangements, and collective advocacy mechanisms, creating practical force multiplication despite individual limitation. This coalition advocacy, addressing fundamental asymmetry, would establish meaningful protection through strategic rather than merely tactical approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks enabling sustained rather than episodic cooperation through institutional rather than merely occasional coordination, overcoming the natural tendency toward fragmentation once immediate crisis pressure subsides despite legitimate diversity requiring accommodation within coalition frameworks. Through flexible rather than rigid structures. 5. Legal protection enhancement. The alliance would systematically develop enhanced legal protection frameworks for weaker states within international system, focusing on judicial access improvement, legal assistance provision, precedent development, and procedural enhancement, creating practical rather than merely theoretical protection despite resource constraints. This legal advocacy, addressing fundamental accessibility, would create meaningful protection through capability enhancement rather than merely principle assertion. Developing sophisticated frameworks addressing both substantive rights and procedural enablement, recognition that formal protection without practical implementation capability creates merely illusory security, requiring complementary capacity development alongside normative protection establishment through parallel, rather than sequential processes addressing both dimensions simultaneously. These protection approaches would transform international order dynamics regarding power asymmetry from primarily exploitative to increasingly constrained through sophisticated frameworks, creating viable limitations beyond rhetorical condemnation or unrealistic equalization. Pakistan's demonstrated experience advocating weaker state protection principles despite significant pressures, particularly its consistent sovereignty defense, intervention threshold assertions, selective standard resistance, and various protective initiatives maintained despite power asymmetries, provides practical template for these protection frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. International law development influence. The alliance would establish substantive participation in international legal evolution that currently proceeds with minimal Muslim world contribution despite universal application, creating operational influence. 1. Foundational rather than merely Islamic legal principle integration. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework for systematic incorporation of relevant Islamic legal principles within evolving international law, focusing on shared ethical foundations, complementary contributions, and enrichment concepts. Opportunities distinctive, creating substantive enhancement beyond merely Western legal tradition despite established development patterns. This integration advocacy, offering distinctive perspective, would create meaningful contribution through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, identifying specific Islamic juridical principles with universal application value beyond merely religious context through careful translation into contemporary international challenges, developing genuine enrichment through civilizational wisdom accumulated across 14 centuries of sophisticated legal development currently underutilized within international legal discourse despite potential complementarity value. 2. Developing world perspective amplification. The framework would include substantive approaches ensuring international law evolution incorporates genuine developing nation perspective beyond merely developed world priorities, developing sophisticated proposals regarding resource sovereignty concepts, development right frameworks, historical injustice considerations, and transitional obligation formulations, creating balance rather than asymmetric legal development. Despite power imbalances. This perspective advocacy, addressing representation limitation, would establish meaningful influence through sophisticated rather than merely oppositional approaches, developing constructive proposals integrating legitimate developing world concerns within evolving international legal frameworks through nuanced formulations, achieving both practical implementation viability and genuine principle advancement simultaneously. Despite complexity requiring balance rather than ideologically rigid positioning. 3. treaty negotiation capacity enhancement. The alliance would implement systematic approaches addressing the severe disparities in treaty negotiation capabilities, frequently producing disadvantageous outcomes for less resourced states despite formal equality, developing sophisticated support assistance programs, mechanisms including technical expert availability, preparation enhancement, and coalition coordination, creating practical rather than merely theoretical negotiation parity despite resource constraints. This capacity advocacy, addressing procedural disadvantage, would create meaningful influence. Through capability enhancement rather than merely criticism, developing practical mechanisms enabling effective developing world participation within treaty formation processes through support structures compensating for individual resource limitations through collective capability mobilization despite power asymmetries, requiring strategic rather than merely tactical approaches to overcome. 4. Legal discourse diversity enhancement. The framework would include comprehensive approaches expanding international legal discourse participation beyond currently dominant Western institutions, developing sophisticated initiatives regarding jurisprudential publication diversity, scholarly exchange enhancement, perspective integration, and citation practice modification, creating genuine rather than merely symbolic diversity despite established patterns. This discourse advocacy, addressing intellectual foundation, would establish meaningful influence through substance rather than mere representation, developing sophisticated frameworks ensuring diverse legal traditions genuinely inform evolving international law through substantive contribution beyond merely formal inclusion despite institutional inertia, requiring persistent rather than episodic engagement through systematic rather than occasional intervention, transforming fundamental discourse patterns rather than merely specific outcomes. 5. Alternative dispute resolution frameworks. The alliance would systematically develop complementary approaches to dispute resolution beyond adversarial Western models, focusing on mediation enhancement, reconciliation frameworks, restoration emphasis, and relationship preservation, creating distinctive alternatives through Islamic and other non-Western traditions despite established patterns. This resolution advocacy, offering complementary pathways, would create meaningful contribution through enhancement rather than replacement, developing sophisticated frameworks providing additional rather than substitute options within international dispute management through complementary mechanisms addressing different conflict types, requiring varied approaches beyond single methodology dominance despite legitimate value within existing frameworks alongside rather than replacing valuable aspects within current systems through genuine enhancement rather than wholesale rejection. These legal approaches would transform international law development from primarily Western enterprise into genuinely global undertaking through sophisticated frameworks, creating substantive diversity beyond rhetorical inclusion or superficial consultation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience influencing international legal constraints, particularly development. It's despite distinctive legal significant position articulation, developing world perspective representation, treaty negotiation effectiveness, and various normative contributions maintained despite resource limitations, provides practical template for these legal influence frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Global security governance reform. Contribution. The alliance would develop specific proposals addressing fundamental imbalances within current security governance arrangements that frequently privilege established power interests despite universal security impact. 1. Security Council structural reform. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework for substantive rather than merely symbolic Security Council modification, developing sophisticated proposals regarding composition expansion, permanent membership reconsideration, veto limitation, and working method enhancement, creating viable rather than merely aspirational reform despite entrenched resistance. This reform advocacy, addressing fundamental imbalance, would create meaningful contribution through evolutionary rather than revolutionary approaches, recognizing practical implementation requirements alongside ideal representation considerations through graduated proposals offering immediate, medium-term, and long-range transformation pathways addressing both practical feasibility and fundamental justice requirements through sequential rather than exclusively comprehensive reform enabling progress. Despite challenging structural transformation complexities within perhaps international system's most unequal formal institution. 2. Regional security architecture enhancement. The framework would include substantive approaches strengthening regional security arrangements beyond current weak externally dominated structures, developing sophisticated proposals regarding capability development, institutional enhancement, procedural improvement, and legitimacy strengthening, creating genuine rather than merely nominal regional security ownership despite capability asymmetries. This subsidiarity enhancement advocacy addressing principle would establish meaningful contribution through capability development alongside authority transfer. Recognizing genuine regional security ownership requires both formal authority and practical capability through parallel development, preventing dangerous responsibility capability gaps through sequential rather than simultaneous processes, avoiding security vacuums while enabling genuine regional security management beyond external domination despite legitimate transition challenges requiring careful navigation through graduated rather than abrupt transformation. 3. Peacekeeping normative framework evolution. The alliance would implement systematic approaches transforming peacekeeping conceptual foundations beyond historically Western-originated models, developing sophisticated proposals regarding intervention criteria, mandate formulation, composition diversity, and operational approaches, creating enhanced legitimacy through genuine universality despite established patterns. This framework advocacy, addressing normative foundation, would create meaningful contribution through enhancement rather than rejection. Developing sophisticated proposals, improving rather than replacing valuable peacekeeping functions through conceptual expansion, incorporating diverse security traditions and perspectives beyond historically limited foundations despite genuine value, requiring preservation within evolving rather than abandoned frameworks through enhancement rather than replacement. Approaches maintaining operational continuity while enabling conceptual evolution. 4. Disarmament obligation reciprocity enhancement. The framework would include comprehensive approaches addressing the fundamental asymmetry where nuclear weapon states impose non-proliferation obligations while maintaining their own arsenals, developing sophisticated proposals regarding disarmament timetables, verification mechanisms, security guarantee frameworks, and compliance symmetry, creating enhanced equity despite power asymmetries. This reciprocity advocacy, addressing fundamental contradiction, would establish meaningful contribution through balance rather than extreme approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks acknowledging both non-proliferation importance and disarmament obligation through parallel rather than sequential processes, addressing legitimate security concerns while maintaining fundamental equity principles through practical pathways toward genuine rather than merely rhetorical universality. Despite complex security environment requiring nuance rather than simplistic approaches. 5. Civilian protection effectiveness enhancement. The alliance would systematically develop improved protection of civilians frameworks within conflict situations, focusing on intervention criteria clarity, implementation capability enhancement, accountability mechanism strengthening, and prevention emphasis, creating enhanced effectiveness beyond merely aspirational principles despite implementation challenges. This protection advocacy, addressing fundamental security purpose, would create meaningful contribution through practical rather than merely normative approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks addressing both principle formulation and implementation capability, recognition that protection norms without enforcement mechanisms create merely illusory security, requiring complementary capability development alongside normative enhancement through parallel rather than sequential processes, addressing both dimensions simultaneously despite complexity, requiring sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches. These governance approaches would transform security management from primarily powerful state prerogative into increasingly universal enterprise through sophisticated, unrealistic frameworks, creating viable reforms beyond rhetorical criticism or transformation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience contributing to security governance enhancement despite significant constraints, particularly its consistent Security Council reform advocacy, regional security architecture development, peacekeeping contributions, nuclear governance positions, and various normative initiatives maintained despite power asymmetries, provides practical template for these governance frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Moral and ethical leadership in security affairs. At the most fundamental level, the alliance would establish distinctive moral and ethical leadership within international security discourse frequently dominated by power calculation and interest maximization despite universal human welfare implications. 1. Principled consistency beyond power politics. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework for principled position application regardless of power alignment, developing sophisticated approaches maintaining consistent ethical standards across diverse scenarios despite powerful temptation toward selective application when allies versus adversaries face evaluation. This establishing consistency genuine demonstration principle would create meaningful leadership through universal rather than selective application, developing sophisticated frameworks enabling principle maintenance despite complex geopolitical pressures through institutional rather than merely personal commitment mechanisms enabling sustained rather than episodic adherence through structural rather than discretionary approaches creating reliability beyond circumstantial application despite inevitable pressure toward expediency requiring resistance through systemic rather than individual determination. 2. 3. Restraint ethics in capability application. The framework would include substantive approaches emphasizing ethical constraint in security capability deployment beyond merely capability maximization, developing sophisticated proposals regarding proportionality implementation, civilian protection prioritization, environmental consideration, and long-term consequence evaluation creating distinctive ethical framework despite security imperative pressures. This restraint advocacy, offering ethical foundation, would establish meaningful leadership through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, developing nuanced frameworks balancing legitimate security requirements with fundamental ethical constraints through careful methodology distinguishing between necessary and excessive applications beyond binary permissive prohibitive models into graduated frameworks enabling effective protection while maintaining moral boundaries despite complexity, requiring sophisticated rather than rigid approaches. Human dignity centrality in security conceptualization. The alliance would implement systematic approaches placing human dignity at security concept center. Rather than state interests alone, developing sophisticated frameworks integrating individual welfare, community well-being, and human flourishing within security policy beyond merely territorial integrity or regime stability considerations despite traditional state-centric paradigms. This human-centered advocacy, addressing fundamental purpose, would create meaningful leadership through comprehensive rather than narrow security conceptualization, developing sophisticated frameworks addressing genuine human needs beyond physical protection alone into meaningful security enabling human flourishing rather than merely survival through multidimensional approaches addressing both material and non-material security dimensions despite complexity requiring sophisticated rather than reductionist methodologies. 4. Reconciliation emphasis beyond victory fixation. The framework would include comprehensive approaches emphasizing conflict resolution aimed toward reconciliation rather than merely victory achievement, developing sophisticated methodologies regarding relationship restoration, root cause address, mutual dignity preservation, and shared future construction creating distinctive security approach despite traditional reconciliation domination paradigms. This advocacy, offering alternative orientation, would establish meaningful leadership through distinctive rather than conventional approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks addressing conflict underlying causes beyond merely symptoms through substantive rather than superficial methodologies enabling sustainable rather than temporary resolution despite complexity requiring patient rather than expedient approaches through long-term rather than immediate time frame orientation despite pressure toward quick but inadequate solutions. 5. Stewardship responsibility beyond power privilege. The alliance would systematically develop security conceptualization emphasizing responsibility alongside right, obligation alongside privilege, and stewardship alongside authority, focusing on accountability enhancement, commons protection, future generation consideration, and ethical constraint creating distinctive moral framework despite power tendency toward privilege maximization. This stewardship advocacy, addressing fundamental orientation, would create meaningful leadership through distinctive rather than conventional approaches, developing sophisticated frameworks conceptualizing power as responsibility rather than privilege through ethical rather than merely capability-focused orientation despite prevailing paradigms emphasizing advantage maximization rather than obligation fulfillment through persistent countercultural positioning. Demonstrating alternative security paradigm possibility despite established patterns. Creating transformative example through operational demonstration rather than merely rhetorical advocacy. These ethical approaches would transform security discourse from primarily power-centered to increasingly principle-oriented through sophisticated frameworks creating viable ethical leadership beyond either naive idealism or cynical realism alone. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining principled positions within security affairs despite significant pressures, particularly its proportionate response doctrines, civilian protection emphasis, human-centered security concepts, reconciliation initiatives, and various ethical commitments. Maintained despite complex security environment, provides practical template for frameworks within the architecture. These broader ethical alliance leadership. Conclusion: justice as stability foundation. The systematic contribution toward more just international order represents an essential dimension of the proposed alliance's potential impact beyond immediate Muslim world benefits into fundamental global system enhancement. By establishing coherent advocacy platform representing nearly 2 billion people across 57 countries, creating perhaps history's largest organized justice advocacy coalition with genuine capability alongside moral authority, the alliance would contribute substantive rather than merely rhetorical reform engagement through operational demonstration alongside conceptual articulation of viable alternatives beyond status quo acceptance or unrealistic rejection. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing justice advancement through overwhelming power accumulation beyond realistic capability, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating disproportionate influence through moral authority cultivation, principled position articulation, and ethical leadership demonstration, quality. The resulting impact would achieve significant enhancement through legitimacy rather than merely coercion, employing sophisticated frameworks creating influence through respect generation rather than fear induction despite resource limitations compared to established powers. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this domain of principled advocacy despite significant constraints. Despite resource limitations far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently maintained principled positions within international forums across multiple domains. From its persistent Security Council reform advocacy to consistent sovereignty defense principles, from distinctive international law contributions to ethical security concepts, from developing world perspective articulation to various justice-oriented initiatives, Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading systematic justice advancement within international order despite established power resistance. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's principled approach, including proportionate response implementation, civilian protection prioritization, legal framework adherence, and ethical constraint demonstration despite serious provocation, enabled moral authority enhancement alongside practical crisis management. This demonstrated leadership, where ethical principle created practical advantage through legitimacy generation, represents the essential methodology required for effective justice advancement within international system despite power asymmetries requiring moral rather than merely material influence cultivation for transformative impact achievement. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform international order beyond current structural inequities toward greater justice realization, creating enhanced system benefiting all humanity beyond Muslim populations alone. This transformation would represent not merely Muslim world advocacy but global public good provision, enhancing system legitimacy through greater justice incorporation and enabling international order evolution toward genuinely universal rather than merely imposed architecture despite historical development without adequate representation from significant global population segments. The resulting order would leverage the extraordinary moral wisdom represented within Islamic tradition once operationalized into contemporary international arrangements, establishing genuinely stable rather than merely powerful global order through justice foundation rather than dominance basis, recognizing fundamental truth that sustainable peace requires genuine justice beyond temporary submission to overwhelming force regardless of apparent short-term stability achievement. Chapter 121. Civilization Renaissance and Renewal. Thus we have made you a justly balanced community, that you might be witnesses over the people, and the messenger a witness over yourselves. Quran 2:143. The ultimate aspiration of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance extends far beyond immediate protection enhancement into fundamental civilizational renaissance across all dimensions of human flourishing. While security provides essential foundation through vulnerability reduction, its deepest significance lies in enabling comprehensive revival transcending merely physical protection into cultural creativity, intellectual leadership, moral authority, and spiritual vitality recovery, reflecting Islam's historical golden age characteristics within contemporary context. This holistic vision, where security serves civilizational renewal rather than merely threat management, represents the proposed alliance's most profound potential impact beyond immediate capability enhancement into genuinely transformative contribution, restoring Islamic civilization's historical role as humanity's moral compass, intellectual wellspring, and spiritual guide. Alongside material advancement, the current Muslim world reality reveals extraordinary renaissance potential alongside significant activation barriers. Across diverse domains, indigenous capability flourishes despite fragmentation, externally imposed constraints, and insufficient coordination, from artistic creativity and scientific innovation to governance models and economic frameworks, philosophical reflection to technological adaptation. This dispersed excellence, where individual achievement occurs despite systematic limitations, creates latent potential exceeding any reasonable objective assessment of current civilizational expression, generating gap between capability and manifestation, representing perhaps human history's greatest untapped collective potential despite extraordinary individual demonstrations across all domains of human achievement. The fundamental limitation transcends merely security vulnerability into psychological fragmentation, where centuries of external domination, intellectual disruption, and cultural dislocation have severed the continuous civilizational narrative essential for coherent identity maintenance and confident expression. This narrative discontinuity, where historical achievement appears disconnected from contemporary possibility, creates profound psychological barrier beyond material constraints alone, as identity uncertainty generates expression hesitancy regardless of capability presence through confidence deficit rather than capacity limitation. The resulting underperformance manifests across all domains despite prerequisite talent, creating civilizational expression falling substantially below inherent potential through psychological rather than merely physical constraint. The proposed Muslim Security Alliance under Pakistan's leadership would address this foundational limitation through comprehensive framework enabling coordinated civilizational expression across all dimensions beyond merely security enhancement. By establishing secure foundation alongside institutional connectivity, psychological confidence, and narrative continuity, creating essential prerequisites for renaissance beyond merely vulnerability reduction, the alliance would enable genuine civilizational renewal, transforming latent potential into manifest reality through constraint removal beyond merely capability development. This chapter examines the Alliance's comprehensive vision for enabling Islamic civilization renaissance and renewal, including Islamic golden age of security leadership, cultural confidence restoration, intellectual leadership recovery, moral authority re-establishment, and vision of spiritual and material harmony. This transformative vision, drawing from Pakistan's demonstrated achievements in maintaining distinctive civilizational expression despite significant constraints, represents the proposed alliance's ultimate purpose beyond immediate security enhancement into genuine revival, enabling Islamic civilization's rightful contribution to humanity's collective advancement through distinctive perspective drawing from 14 centuries of sophisticated development currently underutilized. Despite extraordinary potential value for addressing contemporary global challenges. Islamic golden age of security leadership. The alliance's security architecture would establish foundation for broader civilizational renewal through demonstration of excellence in this foundational domain, creating contemporary parallel to historical Golden Age achievements. 1. Contemporary excellence demonstrating civilizational vitality. The alliance would establish world-class security capabilities across multiple domains, including strategic deterrence, conventional defense, asymmetric innovation, cyber operations, and moral frameworks, creating visible demonstration of Muslim excellence beyond rhetorical assertion despite current limitations. This capability demonstration, providing concrete evidence, would establish Renaissance foundation through confidence generation rather than merely aspiration expression, addressing the psychological barrier currently limiting Muslim world through tangible achievement, creating objective rather than merely subjective basis for civilizational confidence through demonstrated excellence in perhaps modernity's most demanding domain despite persistent narrative regarding Muslim civilizational decline, requiring factual refutation through undeniable capability manifestation visible to both internal and external observers. 2. Indigenous innovation reflecting historical tradition. The framework would include systematic development of distinctive security approaches grounded in historical Islamic technological tradition alongside contemporary mastery, including strategic concepts, operational doctrines, ethical frameworks, and organizational approaches, creating authentic rather than imported excellence despite established models. This innovation development, creating distinctive contribution, would establish Renaissance foundation through intellectual sovereignty rather than merely technical capability, addressing the dependency psychology currently limiting Muslim world through original contribution, creating genuine rather than derivative achievement, demonstrating civilizational creativity alongside technical proficiency through distinctive approaches reflecting particular historical experience and religious values, creating unique rather than merely competent expression. 3. Security knowledge production and dissemination. The alliance would implement comprehensive frameworks for sophisticated security knowledge development, including research institutions, publication platforms, educational programs, and scholarly networks, creating intellectual leadership beyond merely operational capability despite current limitations. This knowledge development, establishing thought leadership, would create Renaissance foundation through intellectual contribution rather than merely practical function, addressing the expression deficit currently limiting Muslim world influence through substantive rather than symbolic presence within security discourse, creating voice alongside capability through sophisticated articulation of distinctive approaches, enabling influence beyond merely material impact through intellectual leadership complementing practical effectiveness. 4. Ethical leadership within security domain. The framework would include distinctive moral leadership within security affairs frequently characterized by purely material calculation, developing sophisticated approaches integrating ethical principles with effective protection, moral constraints with operational capability, and spiritual values with practical function, creating unique contribution despite prevailing paradigms. This ethical leadership, offering distinctive approach, would establish Renaissance foundation through moral authority rather than merely material power, addressing the integrity opportunity currently available to Muslim world through principled rather than merely pragmatic positioning, creating distinctive voice within security discourse through moral clarity alongside technical capability, offering alternative paradigm beyond power maximization alone into security serving human flourishing rather than merely survival. 5. Multi-civilizational engagement from strength. Position. The alliance would systematically engage other civilizational traditions from confidence rather than dependency, developing sophisticated approaches enabling valuable exchange alongside distinctive preservation, mutual enrichment alongside identity maintenance, and collaborative advancement alongside autonomous development, creating genuine dialogue despite historical patterns. This engagement approach, establishing confident interaction, would create Renaissance foundation through balanced relationship rather than either isolation or subordination, addressing the interaction patterns currently limiting Muslim world through sophisticated rather than reactive positioning, enabling constructive engagement without identity compromise through selective rather than wholesale adoption alongside original contribution, creating genuine exchange rather than either defensive closure or uncritical assimilation. These leadership approaches would transform security development from merely protection function into Renaissance catalyst through sophisticated frameworks demonstrating Muslim excellence in this foundational domain. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing significant security capabilities while maintaining distinctive identity, particularly its nuclear deterrence establishment, asymmetric innovation, strategic concept development, ethical framework maintenance, and various security achievements despite resource constraints, provides practical template for these leadership frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Cultural confidence restoration. Beyond security excellence, the alliance would create conditions enabling genuine cultural renaissance across the Muslim world through confidence restoration addressing current expression constraints. 1. Authentic expression without external validation requirement. The alliance would establish psychological foundation enabling cultural expression free from external validation seeking, creating frameworks where creative authenticity supersedes foreign approval, indigenous standards displace external assessment, and internal integrity outweighs external recognition despite globalized evaluation systems. This authenticity emphasis, liberating expression, would establish Renaissance foundation through confidence rather than validation, addressing the approval-seeking frequently limiting Muslim cultural production through reorientation toward internal rather than external legitimation, creating authentic rather than derivative expression through self-defined rather than imposed standards despite powerful external influences, requiring deliberate rather than accidental resistance through conscious rather than unconscious identity maintenance. 2. Contemporary traditional integration beyond binary choice. The framework would include sophisticated approaches transcending false dichotomy between tradition preservation and modernity embracement, developing cultural frameworks where historical continuity complements contemporary relevance, authentic roots support new growth, and distinctive identity enables confident adaptation, creating dynamic rather than static tradition despite apparent tensions. This integration development, creating living tradition, would establish Renaissance foundation through continuity alongside evolution, addressing the binary thinking currently limiting Muslim cultural expression through sophisticated synthesis beyond either or frameworks into both, and approaches enabling simultaneous tradition honoring and contemporary engagement through selective rather than wholesale modernization alongside principled rather than rigid traditionalism, creating evolutionary rather than revolutionary development. 3. Multiple expression channels beyond elite domains. The alliance would implement comprehensive approaches supporting cultural expression across diverse platforms beyond traditional elite venues, including digital media, popular arts, everyday aesthetics, and ordinary experience domains, creating widespread rather than restricted cultural renaissance despite historical limitation patterns. This expression democratization, expanding participation, would create Renaissance foundation through comprehensive rather than narrow revitalization, addressing the elite limitation frequently restricting cultural renewal through inclusive rather than exclusive frameworks, enabling diverse rather than limited participation across social strata, geographic regions, and demographic segments, creating genuine rather than superficial Renaissance through societal penetration beyond merely institutional manifestation through popular alongside elite expression. 4. Cross-regional exchange within Muslim world. The framework would include systematic approaches enhancing cultural exchange across diverse Muslim regions beyond current fragmentation, developing exchange programs, collaboration platforms, translation initiatives, and appreciation frameworks, creating civilizational connectivity despite geographic dispersion. This exchange development, establishing internal dialogue, would establish Renaissance foundation through mutual enrichment rather than isolated development, addressing the regionalization currently limiting Muslim cultural potential through intentional rather than accidental connection, creating civilizational unity alongside regional distinctiveness through appreciation of diversity. Within broader identity, creating strength through variety rather than weakness through fragmentation despite legitimate differences, requiring respect alongside shared identity recognition. 5. Cultural production material support systems. The alliance would systematically develop practical support frameworks enabling sustained cultural production beyond rhetorically encouragement, including funding mechanisms, institutional development, creator support systems, and distribution networks, creating material foundation for Renaissance beyond merely psychological liberation. This material support, enabling sustained production, would create Renaissance foundation through practical enablement rather than merely theoretical freedom, addressing the resource constraints currently limiting Muslim cultural expression despite significant potential through sophisticated approaches creating substantive support systems generating vibrant cultural ecosystems across diverse expressions from traditional forms. Through contemporary innovations regardless of commercial viability alone through recognition of cultural production as civilizational investment beyond merely economic activity. These confidence approaches would transform cultural expression from constrained to liberated condition through sophisticated frameworks enabling authentic production beyond both defensive reactivity and imitative orientation. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining distinctive cultural identity despite significant pressures, particularly its literary traditions, artistic expressions, architectural developments, and various cultural productions maintaining authenticity despite both traditionalist and westernizing pressures, provides practical template for these confidence restoration frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Intellectual leadership recovery. The alliance would create conditions enabling recovery of the Muslim world's historical position at civilization's intellectual frontier through systematic knowledge leadership development. 1. Indigenous knowledge production beyond consumption. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework transforming Muslim world orientation from primarily knowledge importer towards substantive knowledge generator, developing sophisticated approaches enabling original research, theoretical contribution, methodological innovation, and paradigm advancement creating distinctive intellectual leadership despite current limitations. This production emphasis, changing fundamental orientation, would establish Renaissance foundation through creativity rather than consumption, addressing the intellectual dependency currently limiting Muslim world through reorientation toward generation rather than merely absorption creating genuine contribution beyond utilization alone through original rather than derivative relationship with knowledge despite powerful established centers requiring confidence. Beyond capability through psychological as well as material. Investment in intellectual sovereignty. 2. Islamic scientific synthesis development. The framework would include sophisticated approaches reconciling religious and scientific frameworks frequently perceived as contradictory, developing integrative methodologies where Islamic insights complement scientific discovery, spiritual wisdom enhances technical understanding, and religious values guide technological application creating distinctive intellectual paradigm despite apparent tensions. This synthesis development, creating integration, would establish Renaissance foundation through holistic rather than fragmented compartmentalized knowledge, currently addressing limiting the Muslim intellectual potential through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches creating complementarity beyond conflict through recognition of different domain appropriateness rather than inherent contradiction despite superficial tensions requiring thoughtful rather than defensive resolution through confident engagement rather than fearful avoidance. 3. Contemporary ijtihad revitalization. The alliance would implement systematic approaches revitalizing Islamic tradition of intellectual creativity through reasoned interpretation, developing sophisticated frameworks enabling thoughtful engagement with contemporary challenges, creative application of enduring principles to emerging contexts, and dynamic rather than rigid tradition maintenance creating intellectual vitality despite calcification tendencies. This ijtihad revitalization, restoring create dynamism, would Renaissance foundation through tradition revitalization rather than either abandonment or ossification, addressing the stagnation risks currently threatening Muslim intellectual tradition through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches enabling authentic evolution without fundamental betrayal through principled rather than unprincipled adaptation creating living rather than merely preserved tradition. Through engagement rather than either rejection or uncritical protection. 4. 5. Alternative paradigm development. The framework would include comprehensive approaches developing distinctive intellectual frameworks beyond currently dominant Western paradigms, focusing on economics, governance, social organization, technological ethics, and environmental stewardship creating genuine alternatives rather than merely criticism despite established framework dominance. This alternative development, offering different perspectives, would establish Renaissance foundation through contribution rather than merely critique, addressing the reaction limitation currently restricting Muslim intellectual impact through constructive rather than merely critical engagement, creating genuine options beyond existing frameworks through sophisticated articulation of distinctive approaches, enabling choice rather than merely criticism through development of viable rather than merely theoretical alternatives requiring implementation. Demonstration beyond conceptual articulation. Global intellectual engagement from equal standing. The alliance would systematically develop frameworks enabling Muslim intellectual engagement with other traditions from position of confidence rather than subordination, creating dialogue platforms, exchange programs, collaborative initiatives, and partnership frameworks enabling genuine contribution alongside reception despite current asymmetries. This engagement approach, establishing equal exchange, would create Renaissance foundation through balance rather than hierarchical relationship, addressing the subordination patterns currently limiting Muslim intellectual engagement through sophisticated rather than reactive positioning, enabling constructive participation without identity compromise through selective rather than wholesale adoption alongside original contribution, creating genuine dialogue rather than either defensive isolation or uncritical assimilation despite power differentials, requiring confidence beyond mere equality assertion through demonstrated rather than merely claimed capability. These intellectual approaches would transform knowledge relationship from primarily consumption to substantive contribution through sophisticated frameworks enabling genuine leadership recovery beyond either defensive isolation or uncritical adoption. Pakistan's demonstrated experience developing distinctive intellectual contributions despite significant constraints, particularly its strategic concept innovations, governance model adaptations, economic framework alternatives, and various knowledge contributions maintained alongside practical effectiveness, provides practical template for these intellectual leadership frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Moral authority re-establishment. The alliance would create conditions enabling recovery of the Muslim world's historical position as civilizational moral compass through practical demonstration of ethical principles beyond rhetorical assertion alone. 1. Principal interest integration rather than trade-off. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework demonstrating complementarity rather than contradiction between ethical principles and practical interests, developing sophisticated approaches where moral standards enhance rather than constrain effectiveness, value adherence creates rather than reduces advantage, and principled positioning generates rather than diminishes influence despite conventional assumption of inevitable trade-offs. This integration demonstration, showing reinforcement, would establish Renaissance foundation through integrity alongside effectiveness, addressing the false dichotomy frequently limiting Muslim world influence through sophisticated demonstration of their compatibility despite apparent tensions, requiring nuance rather than simplistic approaches, creating advantage through principle rather than despite it through selective rather than indiscriminate application focused on domains where this complementarity proves particularly powerful. 2. Contemporary justice leadership. The framework would include substantive approaches establishing Muslim world leadership in global justice advancement, developing sophisticated frameworks addressing economic inequality, resource distribution, environmental protection, technological access, and power asymmetry correction, creating practical rather than merely rhetorical justice contribution despite current limitations. This justice leadership, providing tangible advancement, would establish Renaissance foundation through concrete rather than abstract contribution, addressing the implementation gap frequently limiting moral influence through practical rather than merely theoretical approaches, creating actual rather than aspirational impact through sophisticated frameworks balancing ideal objectives with practical pathways, enabling meaningful rather than symbolic progress despite complex challenges, requiring balance rather than absolutist approaches. 3. Coherent moral voice beyond fragmentation. The alliance would implement systematic approaches enabling coherent ethical perspective articulation despite inevitable internal diversity, developing sophisticated frameworks maintaining unity on fundamental principles alongside legitimate diversity on application details, core value consensus alongside interpretation variety, an essential agreement alongside expression differences, creating civilizational moral voice despite natural plurality. This coherence development, establishing unified expression, would create Renaissance foundation through focus rather than fragmented articulation, addressing the inconsistency currently limiting Muslim moral influence through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating sufficient agreement without artificial uniformity through principled rather than comprehensive consensus, focusing on fundamental rather than exhaustive alignment, creating effective rather than paralyzed expression despite inevitable diversity, requiring accommodation within broader unity. 4. Living ethical example beyond rhetorical advocacy. The framework would include comprehensive approaches ensuring demonstrated rather than merely proclaimed moral standards, developing implementation frameworks, accountability systems, transparent assessment mechanisms, and correction procedures, creating credible rather than merely aspirational ethics despite imperfection inevitability. This implementation emphasis, ensuring demonstration, would establish Renaissance foundation through practice rather than proclamation, addressing the perception challenge currently limiting Muslim moral influence through consistency between statement and action despite difficulty, requiring systematic rather than merely individual commitment through institutional rather than merely personal accountability, creating sustained rather than episodic adherence through structural rather than circumstantial mechanisms. Maintaining alignment between words and deeds regardless of particular challenges. 5. Ethical application to emerging challenges. The alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches applying enduring Islamic moral principles to unprecedented contemporary challenges, including artificial intelligence ethics, genetic technology governance, environmental stewardship frameworks, and digital space regulation, creating distinctive contribution despite novel contexts. This application development, demonstrating continued relevance, would create Renaissance foundation through adaptability alongside consistency, addressing the contemporary relevance question, sometimes challenging religious moral traditions through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating principled adaptation without fundamental compromise through thoughtful rather than rigid application, demonstrating enduring wisdom within religious tradition capable of addressing wholly new challenges through principle rather than prescription focus, enabling flexibility without relativism through core value maintenance alongside application evolution. These moral approaches would transform ethical position from primarily aspirational to demonstrably operational through sophisticated frameworks, enabling genuine authority beyond rhetorical assertion alone. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining principled positions within challenging contexts, particularly its proportionate response doctrines, civilian protection emphasis, resource distribution priorities, and various ethical commitments maintained alongside practical constraints, provides practical template for these moral authority frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Vision of spiritual and material harmony. At the most fundamental level, the alliance would enable recovery of Islamic civilization's distinctive contribution to humanity through demonstrated harmony between spiritual and material dimensions frequently perceived as contradictory within contemporary context. 1. Tawhid principle manifestation in civilizational expression. The alliance would establish comprehensive framework manifesting fundamental Islamic principle of unity integration, Tawhid, across civilizational dimensions, developing sophisticated approaches integrating spiritual and material domains, religious and secular functions, sacred and mundane activities, and eternal and temporal considerations, creating distinctive contemporary civilizational compartmentalize and expression tendencies. Despite this integration demonstration, showing fundamental unity, would establish Renaissance foundation through wholeness rather than fragmentation, addressing the artificial separation frequently characterizing modern existence through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating complementarity beyond conflict through recognition of underlying unity beneath apparent diversity despite superficial tensions, requiring thoughtful rather than reactive resolution through confident engagement rather than defensive retreat from modern complexity. 2. Material development with spiritual purpose. The framework would demonstrating include compatibility substantive between approaches technological advancement and religious values, developing innovative frameworks where material progress serves human flourishing. Broadly understood, technical capability enhances rather than diminishes spiritual cultivation, and scientific advancement supports rather than undermines religious meaning, creating distinctive civilization model despite apparent tensions. This compatibility demonstration, showing reinforcement, would establish Renaissance foundation through harmony rather than conflict, addressing the contradiction frequently assumed between religious commitment and technical advancement through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating complementarity beyond competition through thoughtful integration rather than either wholesale embrace or categorical rejection despite legitimate concerns requiring discernment, without dismissal through selective rather than undifferentiated engagement. 3. Spiritual depth alongside worldly effectiveness. The alliance would implement systematic approaches enabling simultaneous spiritual development and material effectiveness, developing sophisticated frameworks where contemplative depth enhances rather than compromises practical capability, inner cultivation complements rather than contradicts external achievement, and religious devotion strengthens rather than weakens worldly function, creating distinctive approach. Despite compartmentalization tendencies, this integration development, enabling simultaneity, would create Renaissance foundation through completeness rather than partiality, addressing the false choice frequently presented between spiritual and practical priorities through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating complementarity beyond competition through recognition of their mutual reinforcement potential despite apparent tension, requiring balance rather than exclusive attention through integrated rather than separate development, creating strength through combination rather than specialization. 4. The ethical economics beyond profit maximization. The framework would include comprehensive approaches demonstrating viable alternative to purely profit-driven economic arrangements, developing sophisticated models integrating moral purpose alongside material benefit, community well-being alongside individual advantage, and long-term stewardship alongside immediate return, creating distinctive economic paradigm despite established models. This alternative demonstration, showing viable option, would establish Renaissance foundation through balance rather than exclusivity, addressing the reductionism frequently characterizing contemporary economics through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating integration beyond either purely materialist or impractically idealist frameworks into viable synthesis, enabling genuine rather than merely theoretical alternatives through operational demonstration, rather than merely conceptual articulation, requiring implementation validation beyond abstract proposition. 5. Contemporary Ummah consciousness cultivation. The alliance would systematically develop frameworks strengthening consciousness of collective Muslim identity alongside necessary national particularity, creating sophisticated approaches balancing legitimate sovereignty with civilizational connection, necessary autonomy with voluntary cooperation, and practical independence with moral interdependence, creating distinctive community model despite Westphalian system constraints. This consciousness development, enabling balanced identity, would create Renaissance foundation through complementary rather than competing loyalties, addressing the fragmentation currently limiting Muslim civilizational expression through sophisticated rather than simplistic approaches, creating integration beyond either impractical unity or complete separation into balanced relationship where particular and universal identities reinforce rather than contradict each other through careful distinction between domains, requiring either national decision or civilizational coordination based on functional rather than ideological determination. These harmony approaches would transform apparent contradiction between spiritual and material dimensions into demonstrated complementarity through sophisticated frameworks, enabling integrated advancement beyond either religious isolation or spiritual abandonment. Pakistan's demonstrated experience maintaining religious identity within modern functionality, particularly its Islamic principles integration alongside technical development, spiritual values maintenance alongside practical effectiveness, and various balance achievements between religious commitment and contemporary function, provides practical template for these harmony frameworks within the broader alliance architecture. Conclusion: civilization renewal as ultimate purpose. The transformation from security alliance to civilizational renaissance catalyst represents the proposed framework's ultimate aspiration beyond immediate protection enhancement. While security provides essential foundation through vulnerability reduction, its deepest significance lies in enabling comprehensive revival transcending merely physical protection into cultural creativity, intellectual leadership, moral authority, and spiritual vitality recovery, reflecting Islam's historical golden age characteristics within contemporary context. This Holistic vision, where security serves civilizational renewal rather than merely threat management, represents the proposed alliance's most profound potential impact beyond immediate capability enhancement into genuinely transformative contribution, restoring Islamic civilization's historical role as humanity's moral compass, intellectual wellspring, and spiritual guide alongside material advancement. This transformation directly applies the book's central thesis regarding quality defeating quantity. Rather than pursuing civilizational revival through overwhelming resource mobilization beyond realistic capacity, quantity, the alliance would systematically develop sophisticated approaches creating disproportionate impact through constraint removal, confidence restoration, and excellence demonstration in specific high-leverage domains, quality. The resulting renaissance would achieve greater advancement through strategic focus rather than comprehensive but shallow effort, employing sophisticated frameworks, creating distinctive excellence in carefully selected domains through intelligent prioritization despite resource limitations compared to other major civilizational centers. Pakistan's qualification for alliance leadership stems directly from its demonstrated excellence in precisely this domain of maintaining distinctive civilizational expression despite significant constraints. Despite resource limitations far more severe than many larger Muslim states, Pakistan has consistently preserved authentic Islamic identity while engaging contemporary reality across multiple dimensions. From its Islamic principles integration within security doctrine to distinctive cultural expression maintenance, from intellectual contribution development to moral position articulation, from spiritual material balance achievement to various civilizational distinctiveness demonstrations maintained despite powerful homogenization pressures. Pakistan has demonstrated the precise capabilities required for leading civilizational renaissance through sophisticated navigation of tradition preservation alongside contemporary engagement despite seemingly contradictory imperatives requiring integrated rather than binary response. The May 2025 crisis provided final validation of these capabilities, as Pakistan's response demonstrated. Sophisticated integration of Islamic principles alongside technical effectiveness, spiritual values alongside practical capability, and moral constraints alongside operational necessity despite challenging circumstances requiring immediate action. This demonstrated integration, where civilizational distinctiveness created practical advantage through motivation enhancement, ethical clarity, and purpose definition, represents the essential methodology required for broader Islamic civilization. Renaissance through quality rather than quantity approaches achieving disproportionate impact through distinctive excellence rather than comprehensive mediocrity. By implementing the sophisticated frameworks detailed throughout this chapter, the proposed alliance would transform latent Muslim world potential into manifest reality, creating genuine civilizational renaissance extending across all dimensions of human flourishing. This transformation would represent not merely capability enhancement but fundamental revival, restoring Islamic civilization's distinctive contribution to humanity's collective advancement through perspective drawing from 14 centuries of sophisticated development currently underutilized despite extraordinary potential value for addressing contemporary global challenges. The resulting renaissance would establish authentic rather than derivative civilization expression, where distinctive Islamic perspective provides unique contribution to humanity's pressing questions rather than merely implementing approaches developed elsewhere, fulfilling the Quranic description of Muslims as a justly balanced community bearing witness to humanity through demonstration of integrated excellence across both spiritual and material dimensions simultaneously rather than either in isolation.